Hey guys, how's it going this evening? I did a couple, probably two reports. I know for fact one, and mentioned several times on different chats about Russia experimenting with four rocket missile engines that they were trying to run off of nuclear propulsion, and three of them exploded, and one of them they recovered successfully. And I remember, hey, what's up, Constitution? I remember doing that report, and then we get this. It says NASA's new nuclear Mars rocket engine is somehow better, faster than SpaceX Starship.
That Elon Musk has estimated for the journey to Mars with Starship. The vehicle is currently being operated by a total of 39 Raptor engines.
How's it going, Annie? Can you
But
guys hear this?
6 months is very long for anyone, including you and me. And of course, NASA also doesn't like that. Therefore, NASA revealed a new engine that'll use a new energy source. They claim it'll be more powerful, safer, and can get humans to Mars faster than the Starship and Raptor engines. So, what is that engine? How's it better than the SpaceX Raptor engine? Why is NASA so confident with its engines? Stay tuned as we dive into this and more in today's episode of Alpha
Dun
Tech.
dun
Can
dun!
you guess how long NASA claimed it would take to fly to Mars with their new engine? Well, the answer is 45 days. Sounds crazy, right? So, what engine has such formidable capabilities? Back in early
That's right.
2023, at the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics SciTech Forum and Exposition, NASA Administrator Bill Nelson announced the development of a nuclear thermal rocket project in his presentation. This is really a groundbreaking idea because the aerospace industry has always used engines that burn chemicals like kerosene or liquid methane. In fact, this is not the first time this agency has thought of a nuclear thermal engine. Instead, it appeared in the 1960s with the Nerva engine design. And after successfully landing humans on the moon, this idea gained even more attention. In particular, Werner von Braun, former director of Marshall Space Flight Center and the chief architect of the Saturn V rocket, once proposed creating a rocket using nuclear energy to send humans to a more distant celestial body, Mars. However, due to many concerns about safety as well as government policy and plans at the time, this idea was abandoned, and no nuclear thermal rocket has ever been launched into space. Entering this century, as technologies developed, along with the space race getting more fierce, NASA decided to revive that idea. In this attempt, they'll decide to cooperate with the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, DARPA, to accelerate this project.
All right, I got one thing to say right here on this DARPA cooperation. Hey, what's up, Daryl? Uh, DARPA is easily 20 years ahead on technology than any other country, even America, believe it or not, even though they're part of America. Oh well, we'll find out, man. We'll find out if we're going or if we've ever been or whatever. Everyone has their own opinions. You know, if you got the facts to back up your opinion, you're welcome to it. I have mine, and I am welcome to them. By the way, anyone is available. I believe I have it pinned. I do. I have it pinned. Oop, there we go. Yeah, I got it pinned if anyone wants to come up. But let's continue with this.
This agency will also be responsible for developing the nuclear reactor and engine.
Say goodbye to old costly cable
Oh,
TV once and for all. This
there's AI
revolutionary invention
computer
gives you
generated.
access to your
For nuclear rockets designed by NASA. The engine will be named DRACO, short for Demonstration Rocket for Agile Cislunar Operations. NASA officials seem to have many expectations for this project. Bill Nelson said, with the help of this new technology, astronauts can journey to and from deep space faster than ever, a major capability to prepare for crewed missions to Mars. NASA Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy also added, Draco will be a critical part of evaluating the technologies that'll take us deeper into the solar system. So, how does this engine work, and what advantages does it have that makes NASA have such high expectations? In most current engines, fuel in separate fuel tanks will be pumped into the combustion chamber and burned until it explodes. and then their exhaust gases will be released to create thrust. Unlike that principle, a nuclear thermal engine would utilize the extremely high temperatures of a nuclear reactor created by nuclear fission, where uranium atoms would be bombarded and split by free electrons. Large nuclei will be split into smaller nuclei. That process will generate a huge source of energy and extremely high temperatures, which can reach up to 2,760 degrees Celsius or 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This heat will then be used to increase the pressure of the fuel. Specifically, liquid hydrogen will be pumped through the core of the reactor at an extremely high speed. Under the effective
$10 says they need platinum to put that hydrogen propellant into that nuclear system.
temperature, liquid hydrogen will expand and transform into gas with extremely high pressure. This pressure will then be released through the engine's nozzle, generating thrust to help push the rocket forward. Regarding fuel, liquid hydrogen was chosen because it's the lightest element of all the elements discovered to date, can produce high efficiency, and is very suitable for the operating principles of nuclear thermal engines. In addition, hydrogen is also an abundant material and easy to find in nature as well as in space, helping NASA expand.
Anyhow, enough of that crap. So does anyone want to come up here and talk about anything? I got a couple good projects going that has to do with jewelry. I've expanded my thought process since I spoke with Constitutional about it. It's going to be awesome. See if I can do it. What's up, Space Miner? So no one want to take up the opportunity to come up on the panel? I have a 21 health benefits of, hold on a second, 21 health benefits of baking soda and water. We can go over that one. Oh, that's right. I forgot. We're supposed to be enemies, both selling platinum, although I'm not actually selling platinum. I'm just promoting platinum. So I'm actually, I want to cut. That's what I'm saying, Constitution. I want to cut. I promote platinum, not for any one special place, but what? Who told you I got some of that shit in the mail? I need to turn off the fan. You damn sure don't want the wind blowing. All right. Yeah, baking soda and water. There's 21 good health benefits for it. All right, let me see what I can't do here. Oh, the lion's head comes alive. Now I got to put it back down to get rid of the damn lion's head. Sorry, guys. Settings, virtual background, none. All right, there we go. Okay, so I got to keep that down. These are what the 2mm squares came in. And boy, howdy, are they small. They are very, very, very small. But of course, I got the H as well. But let me break out one of these. This is like to add to the jewelry. Hey, what's up, Jay? How you doing? I don't know if you guys will be able to see this. There. Yep, there it is. Kind of hard to see. No, there you go. That little square right there. They all come in bottles. You need to make sure to get the cough out of the way so I don't blow too much wind on this sumbitch. But you see that sparkle? Tell me that wouldn't make a great earring. Someone walking around, bling, 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 bling. Yeah. Like I said, it's small comparatively to, oh shit, let me see a penny. compared to a penny, it's small for sure. But look at that bling it has. And I am talking for like nose rings and stuff like that for this type size. But there's great benefit, I believe, in making of the jewelry of this stuff. At least that's where I'm going to go with it and see what happens. Damn it, see? And this is what you got to watch out for. Yeah. Got it back on my finger. Make sure I put it in the bottle. Yep, it's in the bottle. It's very, very hard to work with because this type's small. What's up, Joseph? This stuff is real small, the 2 millimeter. I'm getting some 4 millimeter squares and triangles next. But I got other things I got going on. I got to get some jewelry making equipment and stuff. And then here's the H. The H is on a glitter of 1. So it doesn't shine as much as those little bitty suckers do. Let me see if I can get a better camera angle here. See, it's got some bling to it, but it's a lot outside. Outside, it goes a lot. It blings a lot more outside, guys. Like you saw that little piece that was in my hand. Look at the light explosion. These little pieces I had in my hand. And you stick that in an earring or a nose ring, you're drawing enough attention yourself, and the market is good for it because you can produce it cheap. You could get one out from like 125, 150 bucks, and they got themselves a go out bling looking piece of jewelry that you made. You know, what I'm looking at actually, and I'll tell you guys about it. This H right here as a ring, you can't see, like as a ring. But what I'm going to do. And I found an outlet for it for opal and rare gems, because see this is the greatness of my thought process. You see these gems that are worth thousands of dollars, like rubies, thousands of dollars, brilliantly cut, see-through red, all this other stuff. Well, for each one of those that you see, there's 10,000 they didn't use. Where this comes in is those 10,000 for every one they use, the 10,000 they throw away. You buy those, you can get them like 20 bucks for nice size rubies or emeralds and sapphires that are flawed. And who cares if they're flawed? You cut them into slabs. You take a little Dremel, you make the H shape, you inlay it into that colored ruby, gem, emerald, topaz, whatever that's imperfect. Because it's not the jewel that you're going for. It's the reflection of the light. So if you put this thing in a red like a ruby, and you inlay it, you know, you do a little Dremel on the top of the ruby after cutting it into slabs or whatever technique they use, and you inlay the H in it, what you now have is you have a piece of crystallized osmium on top of a ruby in a ring. It doesn't have to be a perfect ruby. The ruby is not the centerpiece. It's to refract the color of red onto the osmium, and it'll give it more of a red hue. That's why you use topaz if you want a yellow hue. No, topaz would be blue. No, that's turquoise is blue. Topaz is yellow, yeah. But I mean, you can use any of the flawed gems that they don't use and just slap them. Emeralds, rings, earrings, lots of good things that you can take this $150 piece, and when you turn it into jewelry, well, now I get myself a $20 piece of emerald, inlay it, put it in a pendant, hangs here on a green emerald, slab emerald, 200, 300, 400 bucks. Excuse me, more than that, 700 or 800 bucks. From 150 to 750. That's the markup. Hey, what's up, Homestead? And that is just part of the value that I see in the crystallized osmium. Not to mention that the fact that is anyone coming up? No one wants to come up. The fact that every year it's getting rarer and rarer. And anything you put on any of these other precious metals, when they're saying, oh, it's going to be unobtainium and then unobtainium because it's going to run out, this shit's going to run out in about less than 10 years. And so imagine the price of a piece of jewelry with something that just ran out has in it. You think them diamond things are expensive? Hey, what's up? Who came in here? Chef. What's up, Chef? Chef, you're rocking the Casbah, bro. I'm going to come to your pawn shop and try and get a deal on silver because I know you're going to have it. You'll be like, I got this shit for $5 an ounce. I'll be, come on, Chef. Give it to me for 20. What's up, Joseph? So no one want to come up on the panel and talk? That's a bunch of poopy squat. Poopy squat. Yeah, right now, Constitutional says that there's better gains right now in gold, and he is correct. But they also say gold runs first and silver sprints after it. So there is that part. But now, that's another strategy. If you're planning on making money on silver, you got to sell it, or else you ain't making money on it. You know, so you need to watch what currency transferred into when you sell it and make sure it's a sound currency, or don't even consider selling it. The strategy I see them doing is I see them running the silver price up, and this is just a pathway. Not that it's going to happen, but if they wanted to quote unquote confiscate metals, what I would do is I would inflate the price of the metal with a dying fiat currency so that people would turn over their real money, silver, into a dying fiat currency and then kill the currency. That way you confiscated all the silver. The people were happy. They got a good fiat currency dollar off of it, and then the dollar collapsed. You know, that is a strategy, a pathway I see for them confiscating, but not really legally law passed confiscation. It's another way of confiscation. And since the dollar is on its last leg, I'm just saying, you know, it's a thought that you need to think of. Now, if you can transfer it into another product or another asset, fucking right on, you know, take your 100 ounces and get yourself 10 acres or whatever. As long as you get the title of the land for when you turn over that silver, you know, you're diverting away from the fiat currency system and converting it into that fiat currency system right before the fiat currency system collapses. So, you know, you got to watch for that kind of stuff. At least think about it when you're doing stuff when you go to sell your silver or whatever. Just make sure that you keep that in mind. Make sure that you do not screw yourself. And to not screw yourself, you have to always keep everything in mind of what could happen. And that's why I say, you know, just keep an eye on it. Every possibility out there. There we go. Sorry, I was looking at the other screen there. I had to make ATM a mod because I noticed he wasn't a mod, and that's not what. I only have blue meanies. What's up, Nickel? But yeah, that was my little constitutional. I need to get both you. There he is. Oh no, this is I believe. Get both you. There he is. Oh no, this. What's up?
What's up, Neil?
This is Chef Stacker, people's El Jefe.
I'm
Chef, excuse me.
Thanks for sharing the link. I thought I'd stop in for a few minutes and hang out with you.
I appreciate it, man. Did you see the beginning part where I'm showing how I'm going to make money off of converting that crystallized osmium into jewelry and increasing the value like 300% just by converting it into jewelry?
No, I didn't. I missed your intro at 6 o'clock. I jumped on about 5 minutes ago. Taking a nap.
Oh, right on. Well, the intro was talking about how we're going to a nuclear propulsion engine for rocket space stuff. And I had done a couple of videos, or one video at least, of Russia testing last year 4 nuclear-powered rocket engines, which 3 of them exploded, which means there's 3 nuclear bombs blew up in Russia last year. And now all of a sudden we have one. I just think it was funny timing.
Oh, nice. Oh, America with more nukes. I love that. I love hearing.
Yeah. Well, no, engines. It's engines. It's nuclear.
The nuclear powered engines. Yeah.
Yeah. So that way, when it goes up and explodes, and that big EMP pulse goes off, well, hey, it's our own fault.
Yeah, a lot of things are our own fault, right? In this country, I love it.
There's lots of pathways for things to happen. I don't know which one will. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a fun ride. Buckle up.
I'm excited for next week, April 8th. Everyone's like talking about the solar eclipse and all this drama that's associated with it.
Some space rays were supposed to come down and like totally nuke just the area where the solar eclipse was 100% and take out America or something, make a big lake in the middle of it. It's a bunch of crap, man.
Apparently, also, they're going to use the CERN machine that day for whatever reason.
What's up, Dave? Yeah, there's a lot of talk about that too. I don't really know a lot about it. What I do know is what I've seen most about all of that comes from like not trusted sources of news.
Yeah, they're just
know what I'm saying, and
like
that's
overly religious people and shit.
Or, I mean, I believe myself. I believe Jesus Christ died on the cross for my sins, but I don't like people using stuff like that to sway people in one direction or another. The truth is what the truth is.
Yeah,
you shouldn't try and manipulate that. Let people make their own decisions based off of the truth, not your skewing it one way or another for whatever benefit. It's just everyone should be able to make their free own choice off of factual knowledge.
I caught Senor Papi's, Constitutional Stacker's video earlier today about we will move on from that day, right? The bills will be paid, everything will go back to normal.
Yeah, no, that's one thing he's got going for him. He's 100% correct. I put in that I remember Y2K. I don't know how old everyone is, but the world was supposed to end then too.
Yeah, correct. I remember that. It was a fun time.
All the computers, this was going on. All the computers, zeros and ones, didn't calculate for the changing from 2000 to 2100, and everything was supposed to go to hell.
I remember that, and our bank accounts were going to shit and everything.
Yeah. And what happened? You woke up and had to go to work and pay bills.
Exactly. You know what? Around that time, there was I don't know. I think there was a movie called Zeitgeist. Do you remember that? Anything like that?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
They were just talking about the history of religion and how false information has led us to where we at today. It's pretty good. Like I guess I would say it's a series because I know there's like 2 or 3 of them over the years. And the first one has to do with religious influences in our culture. The second one had to do with like finances and stuff, and the dollar crashing. So the follow-ups are pretty interesting. Zeitgeist.
Well, there's a lot of things, a lot of ways to perceive things. Religion being one of those things, or spirituality. Religion is a man-made concept that has obviously gone the way man always does. It's gotten corrupt and misleads, misguides for power and control. And that's what's used to get people away from the spiritual center that each and every individual has to get on their own. See, so having that being said, it's an individual thing, spirituality is. And your connection with whatever your creator, whatever you believe, is personal to you. And it's to your life, and your direction in your life is on that path that you believe is set for you by whatever you believe. And if you fall into Y2K or the sky is falling when the moon goes, they did that shit back in the caveman days, back when we didn't have wheels and modern transportation. Everyone would do the voodoo stuff to gather control over others.
Yeah, right.
The oldest play in the not the oldest
in the book.
It's one of the older tricks in the book. You can open up any medieval tale when there was an eclipse, and they'd think the world was ending and all this stuff, and the smart ones would take control and power at that time. You know,
Do you recall the movie Apocalypto?
No, I recall it. I never saw it, but I do recall hearing and watching at the 15, 20-second advertisements for it. But I don't like, if I want to know something spiritual or something, or that based, I go to people that's their industry.
It's a pretty solid movie. I don't know. It came out maybe 20 years ago, and Mel Gibson was, I think, the producer of it.
Yeah,
there's a scene in there where the Aztecs or whoever, I believe it's the Aztecs, were sacrificing people.
Yeah.
And while in the middle of sacrificing, in an attempt to sacrifice the main character, there was a solar eclipse while he was up on the altar about to get his heart ripped out.
Yeah.
And apparently the hierarchy of the time that were doing the sacrifices and stuff thought that was like obviously a divine sign of the gods to stop sacrificing another 50,000 people for the afternoon. So they called it a day, and then the story moved on. But it was a pretty cool scene to see how captivated all the people, because they showed the crowd, right? How captivated they were when they saw the eclipse. It was like it was something they've never seen before in their lives. So it was a cool moment. It was a cool scene.
And it's going to
but it happened very quickly.
It's going to repeat, because if you look at our society over the past 20 years and how dumbed down they've made us, and how they've been selling us as who was at home said Jim's Jones type moments, and you see how stupefied they've started making us, and you wonder, wow, are they going to try something? So that's what I think about the 8th. I'm more suspicious of our or someone else's government, probably our government, having something more to do with anything that happens than anything else. And what I mean by that is, well, our government flew, I can't get on the plane this way, but they flew 300,000 illegal aliens without IDs and passports to undisclosed locations. That's what concerns me.
Yeah.
Why would they take the time to take those 300,000 only and let the rest just cross the Rio Grande?
Well, maybe those 300,000 were fighting aged men.
It's all speculation. All I can say is they use stuff like total eclipses in history to bring about change. And what quote unquote terror is to bring about change. You don't have to actually change people or society to exactly what change you want to bring. You just have to bring about a little bit of change. And that's what the meaning and definition of terrorism is to bring about change through whatever means that, terrorists go through or whatever. But
absolutely. There's that phrase, don't let any good crisis go to waste, right?
Exactly. And as long as the more people that are aware of this kind of stuff, the more level-headed actions we can take and come out the other end of the tunnel in a better position. I'll state it like that. So whatever's going to happen, just be level-headed, be security-minded. Don't go out in crowds. It's a momentous occasion, but you know what? It's probably better going to be seen on TV than with your own eyes. All you're going to do with your own eyes is be in the crowd of a whole bunch of other people. And
I'll be watching it from outside of the building of my work. I'll be just taking a peek and seeing that. That's it. It's not this amazing moment for me. I've seen eclipses before.
I used to weld. I've seen bright lights disappear and come back. It's like
exactly right.
Without welding it on. I don't need to see. Like I said, there's so many professional photographers out there that'll take better pictures than even with my own eyes. Obviously, I have glasses, so there's going to be a lot better pictures. So I don't have
people are treating it like a huge show. They're all going there.
No, it's being promoted
out in Ohio and stuff, and Oklahoma.
It's being promoted like that. And you got to consider, well, why is it being promoted like that? Well, what are the reasons for doing it? You're pulling people away from their houses and all of their prepping stuff and putting them all in one certain line, all the ones that will go. Wow, that's fucking convenient in bad times that we're living in, isn't it?
Right.
I think it is, but that's just me.
No, definitely.
I suggest be safe and stay out.
It's like a pilgrimage to some people, and for me, it's like it's just I got to go to work, so I got to pay the bills. So it's not like I'm gonna go take this pilgrimage with everybody.
Yeah, and
I'll watch it from behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's the same here. I wouldn't waste my time on going anywhere close to that. As a matter
People's lives are so boring that they, I mean, for something like this is like the highlight of their week, you know, of their month, maybe their year.
Well, ATM posted a good question. How does 8 minutes justify National Guard? You know,
Very good question,
that
ATM.
also adds to the speculation of the psychology of monumental events like this occurring and humans bringing the change and not actually the event itself.
All it takes is one drunk idiot to provoke a National Guardsman, and you'll see some things going off really fast, very quickly.
Pretty much. Shot heard around the world. There was a story about that one here in America, I think it was. Yeah, it was actually. And it was about similar circumstances. So just protect yourself.
Yes. Neil, you're awesome. All you guys listening are awesome. My girl and I are getting ready to watch the King Kong movie. So we're gonna head out soon in a few minutes.
All right, I'm gonna have all of my people are mods, so one of them can go ahead and put your link up there, along with their own links to their channels, and let's get that out. You have a nice night. Thank you very much. Happy Easter to you, brother.
Happy Easter, bro. Take care, guys. Peace.
Constitutional. I get my crystallized osmium and dollar. Oh, now that's a good one. You know, I ought to. Let's see if I can do this real quick. There was some kick-ass shit that I was looking at. No, what is it? It would be under bookmarks. 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 Here we go. Let me come back over here. Do a share screen. Is that it? That's not it. Present. Is that it? Share screen. There we go. Okay. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This right here. You see that price? Hell, I don't know if you can. Less than $10. That's opal. That's stuff that they cannot sell in any other form than little slabs like this. And if you take any piece, any form, any shape of the crystallized osmium, and you take a piece of that and you form it into whatever setting, whether it be a ring, bracelet, anything else. Matter of fact, for that price, you could buy a lot of that things, make like an 8-piece bracelet and only have 2 or 3 of them with some crystallized osmium in it. And you've just created a new piece of jewelry from, well, they cost $10. And that plus the crystallized osmium, and you've got yourself a unique, one-of-a-kind piece of jewelry. You know, what's that worth? I mean, if done well. And then you got all kinds of other stones. Where's those rubies? There was one like these ones here. Let's see if let me get back here, see if you can see those. Oh, nope, you can't see those. I've got to do another share screen for another. Let's see, share screen, share screen, share screen. Boom. Those right there. $13, $14. And what happens when you etch in and you put, like, say, an H? If you cut a slab of that, you etch in and you inset the H. Any light that comes to that crystallized osmium is now going to have one hell of a purple reflection to it, because it's downset a little bit from you slabbing a piece of $13, what is that? Amethyst, a piece of amethyst. So you could put, make again, a bracelet, a ring, a pendant, earrings, all kinds of stuff. That's $14. Slab it, do a little bit of work, get yourself some osmium, throw it in there. Bachingo, bachango, become rich. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Let's get rid of that one. Does anyone else want to come up here on the chat? Anyone want to say anything about all this? I'm throwing out some killer ideas. You guys can make some kick-ass side money. Get yourself like a heart, osmium heart, like $200. Real high glitter, 3 or 4, say. Small little piece, you know. And get yourself an opal. And you saw the opal I showed. You're getting those for $10 a rock. Cut it out in the shape of a heart. Inset that heart in there, inside that opal. And whatever color of opal is refracting off that opal will refract off of that osmium, that crystallized osmium. And your shit will be changing colors like a rainbow. And I imagine you take yourself and you make a ring out of that, or a bracelet, or a pendant, or a necklace, and you could probably charge 4 figures easy. I mean, it would cost you, oh, let's see, heart 200, one of those 10, less than $300, $350 maybe. Constitutional. Yeah, okay, Space Miner. See, I always get, that's my dyslexia kicking in on those 2 words of refraction and reflection. It reflects, it'll reflect off of the osmium, all those colors. And because the osmium's at crystallized form and it's at different angles, it'll catch every color that opal's shining off of it. And it'll make your crystallized osmium look like it's changing colors, as does the opal. In other words, you'll be enhancing the opal's effect, because what opals does when you move them, the light makes it look like a different color, and different colors come out. Now, imagine putting that in front of 100,000 million little small mirrors, which is how that word, crystallized osmium is. It's amazing. What's a waste of money? Oh, grading, yeah. Mark, what's up, Mark? But anyhow, that's my tidbit on the, and then I'm getting into it. I'm going to start making the crap. I mean, you guys can all make it too. It's all well and good, because your piece will be yours, and your name will be put out there, and my piece will be mine. It's not like a closed market, folks. It's not a closed market at all. I would like to get a group of people up to get involved, so where we could be a bigger part of that market, but anyone can do it. That would be a TMI, constitutional, too much information. Right on. I don't quite understand what's your way ahead of you, constitutional. I think you're gonna be happy that Nichols across country. I need to go put some milk in my tea. I'll be right back. Yeah, Nickel didn't get to see the osmium. What's up, OC? I'll have to get that osmium out, show Nickel. There it is. Oh, it's upside down. Yeah, that's right. And there's the H, Nickel. Man, it looks like a warp bubble. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Slow boss, man. Hold on a second, Nickel. What's up? Hold on here. I missed something. You know, Jay, that's a good idea. Inlay silver into. I might actually try and get talk to Long Live Coins and buy one of his one of his ancient coins and stick it in a silver ancient coin. Also got that. Red silver mint. Small pieces, but I want to break them out. Platinum, yeah, I got some platinum. I had to show Constitutional his little bitty thingies that he's getting a whole bunch of. One more of those, I'll have more platinum than him. Yeah, right, Constitutional. He's poor and old. Hey, what's up, Tully? Hold on a second. I just missed that comment. What was up? Yeah, that one piece, it could be a lot of things. It could just be a rectangle that you put back to back with another piece and hang it from your ear and let it swivel around. There's so many things you can do with that stuff. It's awesome. Constitutional. I bet Nickel would like this, huh? Rainbow colored. Right on. What did he have to say to you? See, Tully. Hold on a second here. Advances of modern technology here. Hold on. Where is it at? Ah, there it is. See, instead of emailing people, you call them. That way their big fat fingers don't have to push on little buttons. Because that is annoying as hell to people like me whose fingers have been crushed by 10-pound sledgehammers, 5-pound sledgehammers, 26,000 pounds of steel. That nail came off lickety split when that happened. I'm actually surprised I have the tip of my finger. See you later, Constitutional. I'm sure Nickel appreciates the hell out of you coming up here and fucking with him. Sorry about my language. Who's that? We got Groundhog's Day. No, it's not Groundhog's Day. That is a picture of the gopher in the Caddyshack. That's what it is.
Very good. Yep.
No, that little critter, he sticks in my mind forever. That was such a good movie, man. You could not forget that little critter. That little critter right there kind of did a Grogu for that movie. If you know who Grogu is in Star Wars. Right on, Tully. Jeff Rowe, what's up, my man? Did you see all those things I was showing, Nickel? All the gems and stuff? Like 12 bucks?
Yeah.
That's
They're a lot harder to, it's not like cutting wood.
No, I know. You got to have that. And I watched the shows where they cut the opal, the boulder opal and whatnot, and the gem cutting wheel and how they do it and all. And I want to buy one of those machines and also get the grinders, that real fine grinding wheel. And just start getting stuff together and basically just get into the jewelry making business, being a jewelry maker. Because I think I got some kick booty ideas, and this new product just enhances the ideas.
OC, everybody gets lucky once. And Alabama, it's the first time they've ever been. But that team they had last year was better. I don't know what happened. I think I had them in the Final Four last year, and they decided not to play. And then NC State made it. How about them? 11 seed. They've made it in. So it's going to be Purdue and UConn in the finals. And I kind of think Purdue's going to win it. I really do kind of think they're going to win. So we'll see.
Oh wow, I'm having trouble connecting. Interesting. Maybe I need to close out some of these tabs.
Where's JK at? JK Pioneer, because he was big on Tennessee. I told him I just didn't think Tennessee would do it. They went down to defeat. Not yet, Thule. I think it's going to be Purdue and going to be
on. I
UConn.
like your Homestead. Yeah, sorry, I'm not up. What's up with that girl? That one that's kicking butt with all the new stats.
That could be a lot. What do you mean? Who? Which team?
The one that's blowing away all the stats that have ever been done by a woman basketball player.
Oh, Caitlin Clark. They're doing well. They get to play LSU in a revenge match. I probably will have that game on. I believe that I was going to take them. I hope they beat the crap out of them.
Right on.
I'm not a big LSU. I'm not a big LSU fan because of who their coach is. So I'm hoping, and the pride of the Big Ten is on the line, and I think Caitlin Clark's going to have a monster game. I think she might have 40 points. So we'll see what happens. But I think they're going to take them, and then they're going to go to the Final Four. And then and it's good. I tell you, the best case scenario for TV, you need UConn to play Purdue, and you need Iowa women to make it and play South Carolina. If they get that, they're going to make a lot of money this year. So
I think a lot of things. One thing I think is that Alabama's not using all its resources to bring in a lot more students on the academic side. Because believe it or not, Alabama's like got a lot of space stuff going on. You'll have a question. You will need to use voice to text in email. I don't know how to do that, Tully. I am about as sophisticated with computers as an iron worker who's never worked with computers before can be. Well, no, I'm sure I could be better. I don't take foreman positions, so I've never had to work with computers on a job site. As a matter of fact, I didn't take foreman's positions, so I wouldn't have to use computers on a job site. I was against the integration of computers on job sites. Well, Tully, there's this thing called Facebook that has what's up, Art? It's got a telephone service that's free, and Facebook's free, so you can do that. Maybe. That's how I called my mom when she was alive in Scotland. I'd call her all the time on Facebook. It wouldn't cost me a penny. Long distance call on Facebook for free.
I can answer on the gold question. If Trump wins, well, he's going to win. If he takes office, I
got some bad info for you on your predictions on the gold going down if he wins, and I actually think I did a video on it about 2 years ago. Trump is getting his donations from the miners. So you don't think he's going to do something to turn around and help them out when he becomes president? You don't know politics.
No, because he said that he was going to, at one time, everybody thought he was going to go back to the gold standard, and he didn't, and he won't.
Of course not. Now, see, everyone, this is just, you're right, man. He walked outside, got hit in the head with a sledgehammer, and he didn't make the work that day. He's a fool. We should never listen to him again. He was hit on the head with a sledgehammer, man. Half the people he thought he could trust stabbed him in the back. Yeah, so he didn't get anything done because the people he trusted to get it done stabbed him in the back. So that's getting cleaned up right now. They're all retiring from my understanding. So if he does come back, he won't have that problem. So things will be different next time. He also will have the money of the miners, the World Mining Organization. Man, he's getting money from all over the world. The Democrats think they can get some money. He's getting money hand over fist. And it's from mining industries. Why would they be giving to a Republican? Why would they be giving a Republican all this money if they knew he was going to cost them profit? That's not how it works.
If Trump gets in, gold will be $1,500 to $1,600. Mark it down. That's my prediction. Mark it
26
down.
to
Everybody here, mark that
2700.
down.
26 to 2700 is what he said, folks. I'm helping you. I'm helping you right now.
1,500 to 1,600 is what it's going to drop to if Trump actually gets to take office again.
Hold on. I don't want you to say I was right. Is that the lowest it's going to be on a 2-second tick down before it goes all the way up? Or is it going to maintain that price for a while?
It'll be a steady decline. It won't be
Okay.
overnight.
Okay. Hold on. I need to mark this down. Is it April 1st live stream or 31st? 1st, something like that. I'll get it. I'll have to timestamp this. Because you will be definitely happy and yet surprised. Because every indicator I have shows that he's going to increase the price of it.
And platinum and palladium probably up.
That'll happen once fucking China quits using South Africa, because they partnered up with them like any foolish country does. Once you partner up with China, your country goes bankrupt. That's why Italy backed out of the last part of the Belt Road Initiative. They tried it for a year. They saw the numbers. I had fools online saying, oh, look, America pressured Italy. Nah, America didn't pressure them. They looked at the numbers. They saw the agreement, and the agreement was a certain number of cash, billions, equal trade. And that was the agreement that was made by Italy. And the prime minister of Italy, after 12 months, looked at the numbers and saw it like China up here and Italy was way down here on those billions, hundreds of billions in trade, and they were losing. So they said, we're out of here. You guys are killing us. Well, see, South Africa made a deal with China 13 years ago when they joined BRICS. And if you look at the platinum price, that's when it started getting suppressed. So once China's done with Africa, the price will rise. They might be able to manipulate it and allow it to go up a little bit, play this little chart gamey thing. But hold on, wait. If we're playing the chart gamey thing, then platinum's $4,000 right now. So something happened. And now we're acting like it's normal again after that. Something happened. We're not in a normal zone for platinum. I'm unconcerned of what it's going to do. I know what it's going to do. I just don't know exactly when. And that's as soon as, when China goes bankrupt, it's a good time for platinum to take off. Since they're the ones suppressing the price. They need to buy 2.5 million ounces of it this year. Why would they want to buy it at 4,000 if they could suppress the price down to 1,000? Wouldn't that just save them? Wow, 75% of 2.25 billion. No, they'd be saving $75 billion if they could suppress the price. That's a lot of money to save. Good reason to suppress the price, and since that's what China does, they rape countries once they sign deals with them. I mean, just look at the history of it in the past 10 years. You can't deny any of that. None of it's charted. It's all geopolitical and then economical after that. Like right now, everyone's, oh God, this is a good one. Everyone says South Africa is doing great. Turn your power off for 12 hours a day, 365 days a year, and pretend no one else has power at the same time you're giving yourself no power. That's 12 hours a day. That's South Africa's reality. You want to know another reason why they're going to go bankrupt if things don't change real soon? Because you can buy platinum for cheaper than it costs to mine it. You can buy their gold. I did a show on it. Their gold industry over the past 10 years has lost $5 billion. How can you run a gold mine losing money? Somehow they did it ever since they joined BRICS. So yeah, it's all geopolitical. It's all geopolitical, man. If you look at things were running normally the way businesses should. They joined BRICS, everything gets fucked up. Well, I wonder what it could be. Oh, it was the stars. Here, look over here, look over here. No, they joined BRICS, and quite frankly, I actually did a show where I showed what the Chinese were saying in their own words about how they wanted South Africa's platinum. So there you go. There's the manipulation right there. The world's largest economy, the sweethearts of the world, want platinum, and they want it cheap. So they bought South Africa, and they're getting cheap platinum, and South Africa's going bankrupt. Impala Mines, all these mines, they're fixing to go bankrupt. What do you think Clear Air Metals is fixing to open up a platinum mine in Ontario, the largest platinum vein in the world, put in South Africa? They aren't going to be the 80 to 85% producer of platinum to the world. It's going to be Canada. So South Africa is not going to be crap. And that's going to change the price of platinum, because that company's waiting for the price of platinum to go up before they start their mine. So for that to happen, price of platinum is going to have to go up, because right now South Africa's down to 2,000 meters to get platinum. They can't go much deeper. It's impossible, physically impossible to go too much deeper. So they're fixing actually to run out of platinum, or availability of it with the technology we have today. That's going to require new mines opening up. It'll take about a year to year and a half to open up the mine in Ontario. So to keep the supply going, it's going to have to go up this year, next year latest, and it's going to have to go up significantly so that the world doesn't run out of platinum. And every country out there that's advanced needs platinum. So they've already come together with a plan on how to take the power away from China, because China's not letting much platinum get out. That's why if you look at the American mint, you see last year they minted 64,000 coin in platinum. This year's 12. What? Why they decreased it? They said because you people don't want it. It's not what I'm seeing, but you know, that's their lie. So maybe it's because China bought most of it already, like what I'm saying. But check it out for yourself. I did. But go ahead.
Del
Good.
Val's here.
Go back
Hello,
to
Del Val.
what's up, Mark? Who else is here? Dale.
Zardos, Del Val,
Zardos.
Stardos, Mark Cassidy, ATM.
Holy cow, we got a small boatload. Maybe we go fishing. It's 13 people. Holy shit, you humongous. That's because I was giving away good business tips.
They thought you were giving away some osmium today, I think.
Mm-mm. Ain't happening, fool. Ain't happening. That's mine. It's mine. I'll be like Scrooge McDuck with that stuff. No, I'll put it in jewelry. And of course, I always will be kind. I'll once I get a return on investment and I'm not suffering, because like before COVID, I was making 80, 90,000 a year, guys. I have to do a shift because after COVID, my industry is collapsing, and I haven't made that kind of money since 2020. That's a long time to have your pay cut by 2/3. So I'm looking into doing different things, and I'm not going to jump in unknowledgeable about it. I mean, I will, but it's going to be, I know it's going to work. I'm not going to, because it's got to. So I'm going to do a little bit of research.
It took me 7 days to get my eye from LLC.
It took, once he got it in stock here in America and he mailed it to me, it took 3 days. That's Ian from Mark Silver. But now the problem they're having, and this is a good problem, people, and this is why I say buy this stuff, because if you want shortages, the first part of a shortage is back orders. And right now, osmium's got a 2 to 3 day back order. Crystallized osmium does, and that's just the start. It's going to get worse.
Sounds like Thule's thinking about buying some.
I would definitely suggest for an investment, if you want to be creative and amplify your profits exponentially and put it into some sort of a one-off jewelry piece with other minerals involved. I would say stock up on it right now. I'm going to be putting in probably $1,000 order just for different types of, like probably the 4 millimeter squares and probably some triangles. And I'm
We mentioned LLC and he came in. So we mentioned his name.
What's up, Long Live Coins? But yeah, I'm going to load up because if they're already getting the 1 to 2 to 3 day back orders going.
Does LLC have some coming in? Do you have some osmium coming in?
I don't know. Why don't we get him up here on panel? He can cover his face.
Yeah,
you can do one of these. You can do one of these, LLC. That's called modern technology from an ironworker's perspective. Hey, what's up, Seth?
What did she say? Thule talked to Ian?
Yeah, she emailed him.
Okay.
Yeah, I talked with him about an hour. For about an hour yesterday. He was loading up on firewood at his house. He's in the mountains. They still getting snow. I was like, dude, you don't ever have to worry about me coming to visit you. I don't go around that white stuff. That
I
means
heard
it's
something.
cold. Phone. It was telling me that Red Sea tensions are rising because Russia's sending warships out there for some reason. I think they're pissed at France. But I didn't do that story. We'll find out about it in a week. Hold on here. What's this? Our worker's perspective. This is so I can read your thing there, Jethro. Our worker's perspective. How come it'll take an investment 10 years to rebuild Francis? It won't. It doesn't. It doesn't take that long. That was a cheesy ass style bridge. We did the Bay Bridge out here, Oakland Bay Bridge. We rebuilt that son of a bitch. It took 6 years, and it's a suspension bridge. It's more complex style bridge. The bridge that if they're going with the same exact design, which they should go with a similar design for speed of reopening it. If it's actually closing that port down, they need to work a lot quicker, and it can be done, and they could have that bridge reopened within 18 months. But that's
Well, they did our bridges. They got them incentives. If it got done by a certain time, they got bonuses. And man, they had it up way before.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. I'll put it to you like this. When I've done probably more high rises than most ironworkers in the United States. I've built like 13 buildings, 35 story and up to 57. So, 47, 48, 37, 57, 40, 51, around that area. And this was easy work. It was 2 stories a week, 5-day work week. You go up 2 stories. And we worked slow to keep that pace. And that was a thriving pace for, Turner or Lamar or whoever the big contractor was who had the building. They were like thrilled shitless. And here we were taking lots of breaks and screwing off half the day and still getting 2 floors done. So it doesn't take long.
Well, that bridge was a piece of crap. I mean, it came down like nobody's business.
Yeah, it was old design, man. It was a I don't even recall the design. It was a
1977 is what they said it was built.
it was an 1877 design in steel is what it was, and they did it because it was the Francis Scott Key Scott's bridge, so they wanted to make it look, old revolutionary type thing. But that's not the big part of it. The big part of it's what happened to the ship that caused that. And then back to the question that I was asked from my perspective, will it take 10 years to rebuild it? Then you got to look at from that perspective, why are they making it take that long? And they are making it take that long.
Yeah, they should have it. They got to have it up in less than a year.
They, like I said, 1.5 years with safety and stuff like that at a quick pace, 1.5 years.
Well, it's near Washington, D.C., isn't it? You know how it is.
Well, it should be a national.
Nothing gets done there.
If it was such a national importance, it would be up. It wouldn't take 10 years. No, it was an H. Yeah, well, that could be it too, but that shows it's not an important bridge if they're going to milk the funds.
So, what you got? How many total now? How much osmium you have now?
555,962 pieces. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I wish. 12 pieces. Small. 11 of them are the 2 millimeter squares, and then the H. But I can do stuff. If I get some of those gems or rocks in, I could easily take like one of the opal I showed, slab it, and put in like the constellation of Taurus, and put those little small 2 ounce or 2 millimeter squares in the opal in the constellation, and sell it as a necklace for the month of April, because it's the constellation, the star placement would be the osmium 2 millimeter squares, and it would be on opal. So
do you have the purplish looking color kind? Kind of looks.
I showed earlier in the stream there was an amethyst for sale for $14 a piece that you could slab and inlay, and there's your purple. There's dude. In about within 6 months, give myself 6 months. I'll be like, it's in the description below. You can buy it. What's up, Salty Monkey? Good to see you, brother. Theodore Hands, what's up? Where's Jake? Call his ass. He's lazy. He's already in bed. I could call him, but he's got his phone turned off.
Too much pizza.
Boy, man, he is like, is there like a mascot for pizza? That guy, he can go to any town in any state and tell you exactly where the best pizza's at.
I know, Salty Monkey. They didn't have Moses on this year. I don't remember. This it was on last night. I always thought they put it on Sunday night. It's like 4 hours long. I did not see it. I go, you got to be kidding. Is this the first year they haven't put Moses on for Easter?
Yeah.
What is this world coming to?
Well, you got to look at who owns the companies, my friend. Look at Disney. Who owns Disney? Who owns who owns Marvel? And look at the trash they're throwing out. And they're getting called on it big time. Disney's going bankrupt, brah. And I'm happy. I'm so happy. They need to go away, be broken down into 1,000 different companies and allow people who can really entertain take over those companies and not feed a line of crap down our throats that we have to watch. Okay, chat's moving, but I want to answer this one here. United Worker, let me ask you this. How shall I dispose of an empty commercial 5-inch acetylene tank that no one will trade in or dispose of due to age and condition? At the recycling place, okay, whoa. First, I'm in Cali. We actually have a recycling place down about 3 miles down that road right down here. And they have separate areas for the gas, for refrigerators, TVs, vacuum cleaners, along with regular trash. So out here in California, we actually do have recyclable for those tanks. I don't know if the state you're in is as anal, but you should be able to throw an old one. It should be able to be thrown away. But I'm not 100% on that one because I don't know what state you're in or that state law. I know out here in California they'll take them, but you have to go down there and drive and put it in an exact receptacle for those things. Same with TVs, refrigerators, and they got specific areas, I guess, for recycling reasons. Yeah. Then I would just check with the if you don't have any kind of recycling whatsoever, just check with the trash people, or actually call. There should be a number on the bottle for where you could take it back to. But I really don't know other than that, Tully. I'm sorry. Yeah, pretty much, Theoran. Go woke, go broke. They won't take it. Then I suggest the places you buy them from, see if their distributor takes them, because someone should legally take them if the trash company won't. They can't sell you a product that you're totally responsible for the disposal of when no company will dispose of it. That's no bueno. Or, Tully, what you could do is you could have it partially filled up and take it to the gun range and have some fun. I did not suggest that. That is unsafe, and I would not try that. It would be fun, though. A gas dealer would probably take it, according to Jeff Robodine. Yeah, actually, the Zardos, the number one seller right now is the Cross, believe it or not. And that's where the back orders, the Cross, Heart. That's why you saw when I had Ian on last Sunday, he showed those big boxes he got in. Yeah, he saw the shortage coming or the back orders coming, and he didn't want to be part of it. So you call Ian, he's got some stuff in stock, and he's actually not well positioned as possible. But if like 15, 20 people call him for stuff, he'll be out of certain things, and it'll all go back order.
I'm about to win a platinum.
What? Really? Nice.
Platinum cross. I'm going to get it below spot, it looks like.
You actually be doing better than me. Every now and then I can get platinum at spot, but that's just every now and then. No, Zardos, don't believe that lie. The dollar is healthy. There is no inflation. It's transitory.
Oh
And
yeah,
that's why.
it would. You could use it for a guitar pick. I think you could do that. Zardos, or who was it that said it? Oh, Theron.
Diabolical Debbie, what's up?
Val Nickel. Oh, Seth. Yeah, on the platinum. I know it. Not only that, it's got diamonds in it. Of course, they're little dinky diamonds, so they ain't really worth nothing. But I would like to have that platinum.
Here, I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, here we go. Them right there. These are long-lived coins. If you got any ideas, these right here, like $10. They'll open opal slabs. If long-lived coins is still here. Hey, what's up, Chad? Matthew, what's going on? Bricks Unite. Hey, boy, you want to get kicked off real quick, huh, Matthew? Come in here talking that crap. No, I'm kidding, brother. I'm kidding. Uh-oh, hold on. Someone. Let's see here.
Debbie and Annie.
There
Debbie.
we go.
Oh, yeah, Diabolical. Yeah.
Yeah, Diabolical Debbie.
Chad Whoopin' Whatchamajigger. He's in.
Yeah, that guy. That's a long name to say. But anyhow, these right here, if long lived coins is still here, let's see. There we go. Them suckers right there, $10 a piece. You get yourself one of those jewelers grinding wheels where they grind stuff. You grind it down a little thinner, cut it to shape or grind it to the shape you want. Get a little Dremel or something, put some stuff in there. Like I said, do a constellation form and like that one right there of Taurus or something, take off all the rock on the side where you just have the color part. Put those little 2 millimeter squares of osmium, crystallized osmium in there, and like the constellation form of Taurus or any of the zodiac signs you could do with all of these, and instant pendant ring.
LLC won't come up. He must be raving. You raving again? I call his shows raving.
Raving, right on. And then you got more stuff, more gems. This type right here, different types of opal that you can use. And then it goes into gems. That's the amethyst. They call it blue amethyst, but and then you got these red rubies. You could cut one of these red rubies, slab it, do the same thing. And all these are cheap. The rubies going for $20. And then these right here. Imagine cutting a slab of that red, blue, and green stuff and slabbing that.
Toodley says she's got a great idea for a piece. Why don't she come up and share that with us?
Hold on, I got to get this thing up. Yeah, please do. Please do. Most definitely. I got to, what am I doing here? Share screen again. I screwed up.
I don't think, she's asking LLC. I doubt if it would do that. I mean, you're not talking about a very big piece, so.
That right there, those right there. $13. You cut down the middle, get yourself some slabs of that. You put one piece of crystallized osmium, say an eye. You cut the blue one, the red one, and the green one. You stick that eye in all of them, and it'll look different because of the light that reflects off of or through that gem onto the crystallized osmium. And man, you could have stellar pieces of jewelry, bro. Stellar.
I think maybe I should make mine into an earring and ear pierce. What do you think?
Well, like this green piece here, if you slabbed it and just cut a hole in it, instant necklace, and you could insert again the constellation format for the smaller 2 millimeter squares. You could put a letter or whatever inlaid in this, and all of your crystallized osmium would have a green hue to it because the light of the gem that it's inset into.
I
What
have
was
to
that?
say the texture's like sandpaper. That's what it reminds me of. It's kind of like sandpaper.
Yes, it will snag clothing. It's got a little roughness to it. So yeah, like if you got on hose or something and you drop it, it'll probably stick to the hose. I actually think it does, because when Nickel dropped his eye, he said he heard the abrasion.
Yeah, you did on the. You could feel it going across the table.
Yeah,
I
so it
thought I
does.
was
It
going to
does
leave a scratch on it. So
yeah, and it's hard.
great.
It's harder than a diamond too, so it would make sense that it would actually be possible. For whether or not it does or not, I do not know, but it makes sense that it would be possible. But if you had it inside that green gem there, cut into a slab, it wouldn't touch your clothing. It'd be like on a necklace, and you could do the blue, the red, the green, and people could order whichever one they want with the eye in it. And that thing costs $12. Your eye costs 70. You're into it for $80, and you got to get yourself a little hole drilled at the top of it, make a necklace out of it, sell it for $400 or $500.
Oh, there's no doubt.
That's all I'm saying. You can make money, guys. I don't want to keep this to myself, man. I'd love to get a group of us together to where we're doing this, because we'll be able to get it done, market, and take a small market share of a fleeting market cap. Because this is, again, if you go to order some crystallized osmium now, Ian's got pieces in hand, yes, but once they're gone, if he doesn't get them replaced quick enough, he's waiting 2 to 3 days on a back order.
LLC, he didn't see my video. No, I got it back. I put it back in. I found it. I got tweezers. It was even too small for the tweezers for me to get a good grip on it.
Yeah, and I dropped my H, and it was very hard to get back a hold of. But like I said, I have crappy fingers. I don't have jeweler's fingers. So, but it was hard for me to get back in that box. What's up, Debbie? Oh, I already said hello. I apologize. But that's where you just use the jeweler's tools, and you have a setup to where you got the tools you need to cut it, grind it in the shape you want. Cut in a little eye shape so you can inset it beneath the top surface of the gem that you're putting it into, so it gets all the color coming off of it. And you've created a one-off piece, man. You can really, there's a lot of opportunity here, guys. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let's put you this way. The heart that LLC sold, if you had a matching heart and you put that into jewelry, you could easily get $2,500 for it.
That's what I'm saying. And now look at those. And believe it or not, guys, if you do the research, I didn't even show the nice ones. There was these beautiful gems. I don't even know what they were called. They were like $20 each, and they were already shaped and everything. And all I have to do is like Dremel out a spot to put the eye in, and then attach the link to it for a necklace. And that thing would have $2,500. I mean, and if we get together as a coalition of people, get into this, we'd all offer it on our websites and get equal shares, of course, but get a lot more sales, because there'd be like six websites or not websites, but YouTube shows that are promoting it, and it would be our stuff that we're promoting, building our own jewelry empire. It ain't gonna last long. And if we keep a lot of the pieces for ourselves, you'll be grateful in 5 years when it's
we'll use your name, Neil Hahn Dynasty, because then people will, then you'll be as big as Tiffany, and they'll say, that's a Neil Hahn Dynasty.
I don't care about any of that at all. Whatever works, it works. I don't care. I think the jewelry will sell itself. I think each and every person would bring uniqueness to the party, that we could just, like I said, I'm buying the rock cutter and the grinder, and I'm gonna get started. I'm gonna order some of these pieces, and I'm gonna order some more crystallized osmium, and I'm getting started. I'd like other people to join in, but I'm not waiting. But I'll welcome you aboard, but I'm not waiting. This industry's moving too fast, and it's just getting introduced to America. The more people find out about it, especially during economic hard times, that's when people swarm to assets and jewelry. What's up, Crit? Oh, excuse me. Yes, I do have an example. Dale, hold on a second here. Let me get it. I got to turn the light on. Watch out. It's going to be loud.
Aloha, Craig Shelby.
Let's see. I'm gonna get the camera down here so it doesn't reflect as much.
Mine looks like his, except I just got one section of the H.
Yeah, basically. And this is not. This is like a 2 on the reflectiveness. That's why you're not seeing as much bling as I would like to see.
It still looks like diamonds.
Yeah, no, most definitely. And it does have that bling, but it's not as much as I'd like to have. Next, and I'm going to get more letters, but they're going to be a higher shine. I think they call it shine number.
She Thule wants you to enlarge it.
Oh, enlarge it. How do you do that?
Put it up closer to the camera, I guess.
Okay. Let me see here. Hold on a second.
Okay. That looks pretty big to me. Yeah, that's a nice piece.
Yeah, I mean, you see, it's hitting a. I mean, my camera's bad and you're not focused, but you're seeing the sparkle and the blue and a little green, and now just imagine if that was inset into a red.
She wants you to go large screen.
Oh, okay.
That was the polite way. She said, "Get rid of nickel." So I said, "Oh man," and I said, "Oh, she wants the one screen."
No, she just wants a better view of it. I understand.
There you go.
It's an awesome product. I wish, like I said, I wish I could get the focus in better, but this is like a $300 computer I'm on, guys. But I mean, it's sparkling.
You can even see the reflection.
I'm seeing blues and aqua, and I'm seeing lots of different colors come off of that. And like I said, imagine in the background right here, it's inset into a green gem or a red or a blue or a purple gem. Then the limited amount of colors you're seeing now would be enhanced 1,000-fold. It'd even be more awesome.
The back looks like, I would say, like when someone shingles a house, the part underneath the shingles, when they put it on, it kind of looks that color, like a backing.
Hold on a second here. I'm gonna turn my fan off because
I think I showed the backing on my video because I dropped it when I picked it up. I think I turned it the other way so they could see the back of it.
Here is a 2 millimeter square, but I think it's a 4 on the shine scale, not a 2.
LLC, there's a thing called jeweler's glue, and it's a miracle. It's a miracle worker. You'd be surprised what you can do with it.
It's yeah.
Really good glue.
If not that, I will definitely find some way to adhere it.
JM's here. I was wondering where he's at. JM took Easter off. He was gone. I didn't see him in Rocky either.
Hold on. This one,
I don't know if he was in Sal's or not. I don't remember seeing him in Sal's.
No, he wasn't. No one. Everyone deserves several days off. He deserves the whole freaking life off. If you could afford it, it'd be great.
Broke Stacker is here.
Here we go. I got it and it fell on the right side. You see the sparkle of that? Imagine that as a stud earring or a nose ring. Just a little bit of movement on skin, and look at the sparkle that gives. That's when I saw it. And yeah, it is small.
Yeah, it looks like a diamond. I mean, it's what it looks like. It looks like a really small princess cut diamond.
A $25 diamond, and it's got its own crypto signature. I mean, there's a lot to this as far as security. Again, I apologize about the camera, but you can see the sparkle off that. And I got 11 of these, and this is what I'm talking about. If I use like the piece of that opal, and I do a constellation format, like say the Little Dipper, I think it's got 6 stars. That would be 6 little pieces of this stuff. And man, I gotta be careful. I put that sumbitch in there, I'll lose it. I think I lost it.
Yeah, and don't go.
No, it was there. It wasn't. I just couldn't.
Don't go do like that, or it'll go up. You'll sniffing up your nose.
That's why I turned the fan off. But you can see the reflectiveness even there. I mean, you can see it's. I'm getting some red and some green off that little damn piece. But yes, it is little. But again, like I said, you use Constellation Little Dipper or something, and you put a piece of opal slab that's got all the other colors on it, and you just put little indentations in that slab of the constellation Little Dipper, and then you put these little things in there, and
Yeah.
boom.
Yeah, Julie wants you to show the back of that little one. Woo! I don't know if you can.
Girl,
Yeah. Don't ask them, Pop.
I mean, it's not fun stuff to work with here. I mean, I look at these fingers. You see that? These things are dried up and stuff. I can barely handle this right now. But because you're Thule and you asked, I will
He's
screw
gonna
myself
open it up.
And this is, well, see, I got a different set than you do.
Wait a minute, before you, yeah.
I got a set that does that, and it instantly
Oh,
holds it to where I don't have to put pressure on it.
Before you do, don't sneeze.
Oh, no, trust me. Here, well, in case it falls out, and it probably will. Bam. Is that the right side? Yeah, that's the right side. Oh, hot damn. Okay. Yeah. That's how I'm going to do that. Damn it, wrong side. Son of a bitch. Okay. Where's my tweezers? Here they are. Oh, holy shit. I got a two-sided.
Oh,
There's
you
one-
got it on both sides.
Yeah. I mean, there's the other side, but it's still got sparkly to it. Yeah, I got lucky. Holy cow. Most
There
of
you
the
go,
time,
Julie.
there's a lot of times that on the other side, it's just a flat surface of the other side of the crystallized osmium as it goes through its chemical process to be made. It's on a surface when it's being developed, and all the science that's going into it that I'm not quite sure about right now. I'm not that good on that. But it's flat and it's non-abrasive. Yeah, Nickel showed his. It's like a piece of tinfoil. It's the closest thing I can say. My piece is a double-sided. Ian told me those were rare. So,
Well, mine looked like I said, the stuff you put on your house just before you put shingles on, it kind of looked like that material on the back of it.
that's a good explanation. But yeah, that little thing, you got to turn your fans off because it'll blow. It'll blow. If you sneeze, you just lost however much crystallized osmium you had in your hand. It's like back to the universe. There we go.
Yeah. I think if he took the black piece out that it shows on, I think it would be too thin, and it would move. It would just go. It would be loose in the box. I think
That's why they put that there, because their plastic pieces come down close, but not touching each other, and that little black piece, it elevates the center of that plastic for it to actually like vacuum seal kind of sort of over it. What they could do is use a translucent piece of material rather than that black piece, so you could see either side by just flipping it over.
it should be magnetic. It should be. I mean,
it's a platinum group metal, so if platinum's magnetic, then that should be exactly. As a matter of fact, the only place they find, well, not the only, you can get some outside of platinum ore, but 95% of what you get of osmium comes out of platinum ore in the extraction of platinum. It's a platinum groups metal, so whatever happens with gold, silver, and platinum, it'll happen with that. So if you got a magnet and it works on those things, it'll work on osmium. You got that right, Jeffro. I'm surprised I got that thing the first grab, bro. earlier today when I was messing with it, it took me like 15 minutes to get it back in that package. I was very scared to get it out of that package again. So you're welcome, Julie. That looked easy, but it wasn't. I got lucky. Because last time I just barely opened it and the thing fell out, and I was like, holy crap, where's it at? Oh, there it is. And then I tried picking it up, and it didn't work for a while. And then I figured out a way. Yeah, exactly. Now, what they also could do, long-lived coins, is they could take and take out the centerpiece, center part of that black thing that's elevating it, to where that way you could see through and see the backside and it still have its elevation. What's up, the Broke Stacker? Yeah, for real, man. 30 years, I have all of them, bro. Hold on, where's the thumb? Oh, have all of them. It's like that. What's that? What? My thumb's gone.
Well, my piece would be easier to attach to something because the platform it's attached to would probably make it work even better if I was going to use jeweler's glue. So I'm probably better off with that on the back of mine.
Mark Cassidy, you say successful. How many ounces is successful in your book for the definition of successful weekend panning? I'm very interested. Chad, you'd be able to work with jewelry real well. Dale, what I suggest, Dale, Ian, I got him. He's actually, I turned over a couple of designs to him. He's actually working with his jeweler to have it placed on platinum, so he would know. So call Ian Ark at Arc Silver. He would actually have that answer for you. He told me it was being done, but it's his jeweler, and I haven't talked to him about his pieces that he's doing. But he did tell me he was applying it, or the Osmium Institute was starting to add it to platinum, 1 to 2. Either or, I don't have that answer, but they would. Ian would have that answer. Right on, Craig. I appreciate it. Yeah, we kind of not well liked by a lot of people, and well, so a lot of iron workers are jerks. Look at me. But without us, life would be different. Because I also built the Tesla plant here in Fremont when he first started. I was part of that. I didn't go down to Texas and build the other plant, although the company that I could have worked for easily because I knew the owner, they went down there, Connextex, they went down and they built the Tesla plant in Texas.
And Dale, I got videos on some of my gemstones.
What's up,
Not all
JM?
of them, but I got a lot of them on there. If you want to look it up, I got it under, I think gemstones, I think it's what I've got it under on my.
All I know is I'm excited. I'm excited to start buying, and I think probably within 2 weeks I'll be ordering the grinding wheel and the cutter, and a lot of those gems and a lot of those opal pieces, the $10 to $20 ones. I'll be snatching up a bunch of those, and then I'm just going to get started. See what the heck happens.
My favorite gemstone I have is my Savarite garnet. It's my favorite. Emeralds is my favorite, but I don't have a lot of great emeralds, but that Savarite garnet's a pretty nice piece. If I put that in, I want to put that in a platinum setting, platinum ring. It'd be a $10,000 ring if I once I connect them. But
I don't know about the price of anything going up or down. It's all kind of speculative on the up and down part because of changes that are happening in the world. Well, you saw Long Live Coins. My piece had crystals on the back as well, which I found very odd, but thankful for.
I tell you, my dressed eggs were good.
Craig, you deserve it, buddy. Pretty much. As soon as I get to know the Broke Stacker a little bit more, he's going to get one too. And Jay, I do know Jay, so I can put him in one.
Yeah, the Black Ridge opals, they're mega bucks.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. You know, all these gems and jewels, people, their natural thought process of humans is like when you see a gem, you're like, oh, it's expensive, it's perfect, blah blah blah. I'll never be able to use it or whatever. And again, for every perfect one, there's at least 10,000 imperfect ones that they're pretty much going to throw away. Use that. And crystallized osmium will be the centerpiece. So you can use a flawed gem to set it on top of, because the gem is not the eye catcher. The crystallized osmium's eye catcher. The gem is for color, transference of the color onto the osmium, so it reflects it, the color of whatever gem or opal you put it on. Imagine a pendant on an opal that reflects red, green, and yellow. And then you have a piece of crystallized osmium set just beneath the surface of that, so that way every piece of light of all those colors is hitting your crystallized osmium. How bad but would that look? You'd be like looking at it and it'd be shining yellow, red, and green, depending on you doing this. And your piece would, whatever the crystallized osmium would be like blinging.
Well, yeah, some are manipulated, but I don't think that the J.P. Morgan is going to be able to manipulate osmium. I'm doubting it.
No, it's already owned by one person. He's not allowing it to happen like that. That's not bad, Mark, but I imagine you probably went through a little bit more gas than, I don't know. You probably made a little bit of money on that. Hey, yeah, right on, Thuran.
And I'll tell you too, in the 60s, what they did is that you got a gold ring, and then you had a gemstone, ruby, emerald, and then they would take something and put it on there, and they would put the initial of the person's that owned the ring, and they would do it in gold. And that's why a lot of times when I would test gemstones, it would have that residue on there. So you could do the same thing. You could take a man's ring. Let's say, what's the first name that's I? Ian. Use Ian. And he could have a gold ring. Let's say 14 karat. He's got, what's it? I don't know what his birthstone is. Let's say it's a ruby. You could put that I, like I got, on that stone and attach it to that, and it would instantly make it probably 10 or 12 times more valuable.
And all I'm talking about is the exact same thing, except for slab that piece to where you can get more pieces off of it. And instead of buying a piece that's perfect, that's going to cost you thousands of dollars, get the ones with the imperfections in them. Because when you slab it, one of the slabs is going to be a perfect piece slabbed. You know, some flaws run all the way through the gems, some don't. Depends on how you cut it. You know, so.
Well, Colombian emeralds, all of them have flaws in them.
Yeah.
Inclusions, but that it doesn't affect the value. It's about the only gemstone that can have inclusions.
That won't affect the value?
Doesn't affect
that
the
is
value.
Amazing. That is amazing. Anyone else want to come up to the panel and run their mouth?
I think Tule should come up. I think LLC should come up, but
yeah,
I like Star Sapphires too. Blue Star Sapphire is my birthstone, Craig.
And see, you could probably get that blue sapphire. The defective pieces they throw away or try and sell cheap for probably $10 or $20. And again, cut it to where you get the best slab, and then use that, add the crystallized osmium. And then this is another thing. When I was thinking about it, about putting the two eyes together that I was talking to you about, Nickel, there'd have to be some way to hook a clasp on there to use it as a hanging earring or necklace or something. But if you if you use the gemstones as a backing for the osmium, you can just drill straight through the gemstone, add a chain, and boom, you're on. Seems like it'd be a lot more convenient of a way to add a chain, or even earring hookups would be to go through the gem rather than like a glue directly to the osmium, crystallized osmium. But I don't know. I'm not a jeweler. I will be though.
Well, Tule can triple task. Come up. I was on Rockies and I was washing clothes.
Depending on where you go panning, there's a couple places up here in California you can go panning for the weekend and come back with an ounce or two of gold. They're talking about panning in the chat. And that's why another reason why I don't buy gold. Because there's a lot of places that are off limits to get gold. But the places that aren't off limits are the places that had gold when we had 3 plus foot of rain a year, and all those gullies and crevices on the sides of the mountains actually used to run with water because we had over 3 foot. Now we have less than a foot. So I go to the dry spots, and that's where people never look for it in the past 100 years because there hasn't been water running over it, so they don't think to look for it there. And that's where you find
5
most of
a.m.
it.
5 a.m. You didn't take a nap, Tulin?
Well, I appreciate you showing up. And we got JM.
Hey guys, how's it
JM
going?
is backstage and coming.
Good to see you.
Glad you came up here. I liked your video with your dog. That dog, like he snuck up behind you. That was funny.
Oh,
You were
the
showing
German
the
Shepherd?
forest. You were showing the forest, then you turned around and your big baby was there.
yeah.
I like that one.
Yeah, Nick O'Neill's talking about a different one. I actually pumped out 6 or 7 videos.
Good. That's how you do it, man. Crank out the crank them out.
But the main reason I came up here, and I'll share a screen with you in a minute, is
Okay.
I heard you talking about, and I like your idea, with the gemstones and putting the osmium on there. But I think that you can do one even better than what.
That's why we're talking, baby. We
Yeah.
want to put out the best.
To the point where I don't think you even need to get a grinder or any of that. So I'll share the screen momentarily.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, like I said, this is why I want to get a group of people together to share the ideas, to come up with the best ideas. Because, I mean, we could all find different resources too, because we all have different thought processes to make it work. There's lots of things. It is a German base. They're industrial. You could probably cut a ball bearing in half and put a piece in the ball bearing, because the Germans are an industrial and they like industrial art. There's lots of unique things that can happen with this. I have to add it. I'm sorry.
that's okay.
That's why I was looking.
There you go. So, like, you guys may have rock and gem and crystal wholesalers. Here's one that's in Canada. So you can see shop jewelry, but I just wanted to show you crystal shop starter kit. But let's go to shop crystals. So you were showing amethyst before, which I think is great. I love amethyst.
Amethysts are beautiful.
Okay, so here what they've got is these large chunks, but you can also, because it's wholesale, you can buy an entire bag.
Yeah.
of
Cheap.
chunks. So like here, and tumbled, right? So
Yeah.
like this one's not your purple, but
Yeah.
like if you, maybe we'll go through here for a minute or
They're
two.
to the left. That one to the left there. They just went over that. Is that what you're talking about? You could use that piece. I can see right now.
This one here,
I guess that was it. It looks like the one. Yeah.
yeah, this one's huge though. Like that's
okay.
large. That's probably bigger than 5 inch. But I haven't been on this website in a while. But just there's 162 results in here, so you can see I've just gone
Yeah.
through that, and that's just on the one.
See, this is what I'm talking about. We could actually get a coalition of people to become jewelers off of this crystallized osmium, and we could produce all the different things as a unit or as a company and produce them out and take over. We could take over the jewelry business for crystallized osmium.
So even right down to small. So here's a bag of purple and green fluorite, $32. Obsidian,
Yeah,
a
cheap.
bag of it for $10.
Yep. That's like I was showing the opal
Calcite.
and all the other stuff. Yeah, no, I love
Amethyst
it.
chips, $12. So if I were you, and like I may do this too, but
That's
this
what I
is the way-
suggest. Let's do it together. You do your end, I'll do my end. You do mine, I do yours. We put it all together and offer it for sale.
yeah.
Because your ideas are great, my ideas are great, Tully's ideas are great, Chad's ideas would be great, Zardos's would be great. Not so sure about nickel. He doesn't believe Trump will make gold go up.
See, but
See, I'm
here's
not
the thing,
good with
they've
that
already
shit.
got this stuff carved. They've already got it carved into shapes for you if you want.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I know. Yeah, like
And,
that triangle, that pyramid. Hello. Oh, right to the left of that pyramid. Third line down. Go down one more. Those flat pieces to the left. That one. Those. Where?
this one here, far left.
No, one to the right.
Yeah.
Those ones. Those would make great pieces.
So now this is not a bag of them. These are the actual chunks, but this is 1 1/4 inch to 2 inch chunks. $4
Yeah, you don't need
each.
them that big. They probably have the
No.
smaller ones a lot cheaper.
They do. Like you'll be able to get a whole bag of the small.
Yeah,
chunks.
that's what I'm talking about. And you see how small the crystallized osmium is. If you use like I said, we could hit the people who do astrology and are into all that stuff by taking any one of those, like the slabs you're showing right there, and just putting with the 2 millimeter. And these things are like $25 for the 2 millimeter square of crystallized osmium. And you just take any one of those right there and put up a design of a constellation for whatever month, like that one there. It's even got the hole already drilled on it.
That's right.
drill-
Technically, that could be an earring.
Yes.
Like you could get
Yes.
the earring setting in there
Yes.
and have your osmium mounted.
Yes. All you got to do is mount it yourself, and there it is. There's a piece. That's another way to get there, to add to the warehouse full of options that we'll have available, because we have a lot of different people looking at it from different angles, coming up with different things.
Yep.
You know, I come up with great ideas. This is a great idea. Other people, they'll come up with great ideas. Let's all get them all together, do them, put them all together with this new substance called crystallized osmium, and let's make it happen. Everyone contribute their ideas, you know, and as the money comes in, we can get more creative with the ideas, because of the expense of doing it. We could, you know, do other things and expand out. But, you know, you want to make YouTube to make you money. This is a way YouTube can make us all money.
So here's a nice chunk of a gate slice tower lamp that an ultra wealthy person would buy for 2,100 Canadian. But let's say that's 1,500 US approximately. And you could have osmium mounted on that somewhere and, you know, tenfold its value.
You know, like I said, a lot of different people are bringing creativity, can bring creativity to a group. We do all of them. We cover all of the sales bases that we can, because we're all coming up with the different ideas for the same product, which is the base product is the crystallized osmium. And the different ideas, again, that 2 millimeter piece is like $25. But what you just showed, we could throw $250 at it, get 10 of those little 2 millimeter pieces, and do a constellation design or star pattern, throw a light behind it, you know, and sell it as an artwork piece, even not even jewelry, but make it like a wall art piece. There's lots of ways this can go that we could take it. I want everyone to get together and do this, man. We could be making money.
Like a 1 kilogram bag of rose quartz, $20 Canadian.
That would, you know, I mean, I'm seeing so many options on that. You could even use the grinding wheel and take those and shape them to like dice, and put the small little 2 millimeter pieces on each side and do the 1 through 6 on dice out of that stuff. That would probably sell.
I got a bunch of jasper.
You know, there's, like I said, we all have creativity, designs, options, avenues that we can all just, and who knows, it might go further than jewelry. Like I said, we might be making actual art pieces that aren't jewelry. Who knows? I don't want to put a limit on it. I want to increase the possibilities, not limit it, you know, because that's where you get success. And then when we find out what's selling, concentrate on making that, because it's selling. And yet all of us maintain equal shares of all these ideas, because one idea will pop one day, the next day it might be another idea. You know, trendy stuff changes, and as this stuff runs out, price goes up.
So like some of these clusters are like 10 grand.
Yeah.
And people are buying these. Like these two here are sold out, 12 grand and 11 grand.
That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
Those earrings that you showed would probably go for like $2,000 to $2,500 for a set of earrings with just a little bit of crystallized osmium on them.
And they put a light that changes colors underneath them, and it makes it shine different.
Yeah.
That's where basically what you're showing there is a form of design. If you put like a light in it, that would be like the crystallized osmium, only reflecting the purple, because it's the crystal of purple color.
So I'll post a link to this website, which unfortunately this is Canada for anyone that's not in Canada, but you definitely want to look for a wholesaler like this, in my opinion, so you can buy the stuff cheap.
Yeah, and that's why I showed is a place that sells it. I don't know if it's a wholesaler, but I just want to stock up on stuff, and I want to get this going. And so the best way I found to get things going is start. And so I'm going to start, and I welcome everyone to follow, join in, whatever.
Well, to Thule's question, I think smaller pieces you want to make earrings out of.
Yeah, that's why my first thought of this stuff was for like nose rings, single stud earrings, or a stud earring for the smaller piece, for mass acceptance and purchase type thing, ease of making and whatnot. And then I came across these gemstones and stuff. And now James showed me some more stuff. So my mind's going.
I posted the link for that website for anyone that wants that as a reference. And that was the main reason I came up. I just
reload the question. Yes, ma'am. Hold on. I don't want to get in trouble. I've totally kicked my ass before I even get to meet her. So, again, the piece that JM showed that they said was a light, it had the 4 sides to it of that one slab gem. I see doing that with little, wow, you could get really creative with those smaller squares, the 2 and the 4 millimeter and the 3 millimeter squares. And you could do, again, I go back to constellations because a lot of people, it covers a broad market of wealthier people, actually. And you could sell, like, one slab would be a whole constellation or a whole galaxy, even with the bigger stars and the black holes. And you could do the osmium on the different sizes and geographical pieces, not geographical, like triangles and squares and stuff, and put them all on one side to make like one galaxy, like the Milky Way galaxy, and do it in spiral form and do all 4 sides with light in it, sell it for like $250,000. People will buy it because no one's ever done it before, and it'll look bad, and if you had 250,000, you'd be like, I want that. So it's limitless. It's our imaginations with this thing. There are other people out there right now. If you look at the Osmium Institute and some of the creative ideas they've got, and that's where I said that they're German. They're industrial based in their thinking for art, because their jewelers have been programmed for that, because that's what they do. They're known for an industrial type art scene in Germany and that part of Europe. So they're stuck on that, but they got some creative, wild ideas for rings and stuff like that. That could, man, we could blow the lid off this thing with some of the designs and ideas we've just come up with. The main goal is not only to make money, but to acquire as much crystallized osmium as possible to keep in stock. So that way, as it goes up in price, we already got it for the cheaper price. And if we're already exponentially increasing the price by putting it in artwork and jewelry, then say like these little 2 millimeter pieces are $20-25 right now. In a year, they'll be $75, but yet we bought 150 of them. So we're still at $25, but we take the exponential growth of price off of the newer price of $75. You stock up on the things going out of circulation, and when this is mined out, it's out of circulation, and that's when the price of everything, and we'll already be known for making creative jewelry, and we'll probably be already going up to the upper echelon of sales over the lower mass sales, which is the smaller earrings, nose rings, stuff like that. You start off small with a new product with the cheaper stuff. That's why I got the 2 millimeter squares. I was only thinking because I didn't think anyone would want to do this with me, so I was thinking on my own, how can I make this work? That's the pathway I saw, and it's a good pathway to make a lot of money. You turn out a lot of product, low end, a couple $100 for an earring set, nose ring for $150, and then you move up from there.
I think that would look great, Craig. I just read Craig's comment. I think the three would go together really well.
Dude, the possibilities are limitless. It's the creative. Though, let me rephrase that. The possibilities for this stuff stop with our creativity. How creative are we? I mean, and it's great to throw out all these ideas, and they're great ideas. Getting to the point where we can get them to make them happen is a process, and that's why I wanted to start off with smaller, cheaper stuff that could. And if we've got like 6 people promoting it on their channels, we could probably be selling 100 earrings a month and making $100 profit off it. There you go, $10,000. Now we step in the next level, and we get the more expensive stuff and stick it on, and you progress. And that's how business works, especially if you're starting with no money. Now, if one of us was a millionaire and wanted to fund this idea, hey, we could start at the top. I don't think any of us are. I know I'm not. And again, I'm coming at it from the perspective of I'm a poor guy. My industry's dying, ironwork, and I need to get into something else. And so I'm getting into something else, and I want other people to get in with me because I see it as such a great opportunity. And as you've seen my whole YouTube career of 2 years plus or thereabouts, I always say behind kind, helpful, and grateful. And this is part of that because I live what I say. I buy silver, platinum, and crystallized osmium. I'm kind, helpful, and grateful.
I think Broke Stacker's in the basement, I think.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Hold on.
Hey, there he is.
Oh, did you want to take
How
that?
you doing, guys?
I'm sorry. Sorry about that, Broke.
Good to see you.
Oh, no worries, buddy. I always find what you have to say interesting. Thank you there, Neil.
I try and
So,
bring things to the table, my friend.
appreciate it. Yeah, I had a few questions about not only just osmium, but physical properties thereof. Is it brittle? Can you mold it? How's that work? Do you melt it down? Can you combine it with other pieces, or what? How's that all work?
Now, as far as the technical parts, I can answer a couple of those. I can't answer because I don't know. One of them, it takes the heat that it takes is required to make this stuff is such that I would imagine you could probably add like a silver solder type thing, mostly silver, to do your jewelry work, and it would hold it. If that's
Okay.
a question you wanted to answer, could you ask that again? Because I kind of lost all of those questions.
I apologize if I hope my audio is coming through all right here, but
coming through great. I'm smoking pot, man. So
okay, yeah, that happens. Got to poke some spot every once in a while.
I think
But
he
yeah,
wants to know if it could be recycled. I don't think
it's very expensive. To get it to go to the gaseous form that they fire the laser at the actual osmium ore to make it go crystallize is I think 9,000 degrees.
Excellent. That's
that's why
another good property. Know of it, but I was thinking more of a practical application for technology. It's a possibility. I'm sure being in the field there, you're fully aware of powder coating. What if we can pretty much atomize the stuff, grind it down really small? We can apply it to powder coating. It could be like a heat shielding material, if you will. It could be the
There's
next.
not enough of it.
Then there's not enough. Okay.
There's only 24
I'm
tons.
just trying to think of a technical
They've been trying
application.
that.
And
They've been trying that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Long Live Coins actually had a story on his show where his son was learning about light bulbs, and about, I don't know, 60, 70, 80 years ago, they tried using osmium as a filament for light bulb. But every time the light blew out, they'd make you bring the light bulb back because of the expense of the filament of the osmium. And they've been looking for over 40 years on some sort of industrial application of this stuff. And in that process is how they discovered how to crystallize it in a format that's not dangerous or toxic to humans. And it's been made available in a jewelry form because no industrial use of it's for the amount of it that's there. I'm sure there is an industrial use, but for the amount that's in, it's 1,500 more times rare than gold.
Right, and you're also, I remember you guys mentioning on the previous live stream that it's extremely reflective, reactive, and because of the crystallization, each piece is extremely unique.
Yes.
Maybe if we just take a piece the size of a pinhead, right? You can put that on a card, a ring, or whatever, and that could be your identification. That could be your new chip. That could be your barcode on your ATM card or whatever.
That's right.
And that could be
That's why I call it the crypto of precious metals, because I'm fixing to get to a page right now. Let me see here.
I'm just trying to think of a technical application we can introduce it into the industrial world outside of jewelry, and then it would really take off.
I heard that it actually has been used to some degree in the ballpoint pens.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there is
well-
that. There is that on the high end pens. Let's see here. Now, what were you asking about the osmium? I got this page up for a reason for the Osmium Institute.
Oh, like physical properties in general. Are you able to bend it, mold it, combine it with other pieces, melt it, make a
Okay.
bigger piece out of many pieces? You know,
Bending it.
that's
like
another
these,
way to do it.
These big round. That's like a 1 ounce. It's like 72,000. Ian held one in his hand, and it does flex a little bit, but it really doesn't bend. But what they can do is they can specially in the form when they're making it, because I asked them to make one that's convex, and so they're working on that, because they concentrated their first line of business was for like watches, so they had to make the process of the crystallization where it wasn't so high to where the watch band hours could spin and the second hand could spin, because the crystals wouldn't, 1 or 2 random crystals wouldn't be higher than the face of the watch, so it could still work. So they perfected the system for that, and they're still working on this technology, and they're making different, like I know Ian's given them 2 or 3 designs on how to pull a new style, and I mentioned the convex, because I think in like the 2 millimeter that I was showing, if you got like up to 4 millimeter side, if it was a little convex, it obviously would reflect more light, rather than being a flat piece. And so they are working. It's still it's very, very new of technologies. They've only been able to do this, I think, for like 7 to 10 years, and they're still like figuring it out how far they can push it, basically.
Yep.
on stuff. So it's not like, and because there's such a shortage of it to begin with, 24 tons, I believe, is what they estimates on the planet. So industrializing it, if you found a good use, well, hell, it's going to run out. So you better find a replacement real fast. So no one's really taking that part of it seriously, because there's not enough for an industrial use, in my opinion. That's why they
It
don't
would
use
probably fill it probably could fill up a kiddie pool. LLC's here.
Nice
Hey.
way of putting it there, Nickel.
Let's see. Do you know if osmium has a lower? It has a very, very. It starts boiling at 6,000 Fahrenheit, and it goes to gaseous form at 9,000 degrees, and they got to keep it in the gaseous form at about 9,000 degrees. And I think they like fire a laser at it or something, causing it to. It's real science. I'm not well versed.
Yeah, it's the 4th stage of matter plasma, right?
Yeah, it's got something to do. Ian's sending me some more information. I'm not well versed at it yet, so I don't want to speak as though I am, because I am not. I do know it's like it gets up to 9,000 degrees for the whole process to work out. It's got to be maintained there for a couple of hours. So it's not going to be like catalytic converter, someone stealing it to melt down the platinum, because not many refineries go up to 9,000 degrees, brother. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, trust me, I know. I did a lot of refinery work there in the Bay Area for about 10 years. I know.
Oh, you an iron worker?
Union worker, laborer, brother.
Okay.
I was local 324 there for quite some time. I worked over there in your area. The closest one over there would have been Dow Chemical. And let me tell you, the incinerators over there, the insulated fire brick, are only rated up to 3,300 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
So an incinerator for a chemical plant goes to 3,300. 9,000 degrees is insane.
Yeah. And hospitals' incinerators go to about 3 to 4, because they do the bio waste disposal.
Oh, yeah. Trust me, at 3,000 degrees, you're killing about everything.
Yeah.
You got another guest backstage now.
I do.
Sorry to interrupt you 4 or 5 times.
Hold on a second. I got
Been waiting a
several.
while. There you go.
Let me get rid of this here. Hold on. I got
Oh, right on.
a lot of tabs. Sorry, guys. Okay, there we go. All right, we got the bee man. Oh man, I don't have any of my bee crap up in here.
So hey,
There's one for you.
There you go.
nice. Yeah,
Just
bro.
poured these the other
I
day.
want to get you some shot for a silver pour of those. I don't know if I've ever directly connected with you on that, but yeah, I think you agreed to that, didn't you?
Heck yeah, man! Send it this way. I'll be more than happy to. We'll do a live on it, man. It'd be a lot of fun. I've been wanting to do some 3.9 fine and see how it reacts material wise. I tell you what, that 925 I was playing with on this guy, that sterling silver, that was a pain in the ass. That was difficult to work with.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You were saying that that they both have a lower boiling point, but together they become harder. And I hear that about like with what is it, the war nickels and whatnot. You just people don't want to deal with that type of and what do you call it?
Alloy.
There you go.
Yeah, it was they're both in the crucible were liquid, but as soon as it came out to room temperature, this one would just solidify much faster than the copper. And from what I've seen on videos, silver, it depends on the conditions outside. Your ambient conditions when pouring are going to drastically affect on how it goes. Like my pours I was doing later in the year in 2023, say October or so, when it was still 50, 60 degrees outside, they flowed smoothly. But pouring outside when it's 20 degrees, they want to solidify much quicker, and you got to be really quick to pour.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the slightest temperature change on that stuff starts solidifying certain parts of the metals that you're separating out.
So I wanted to mention to Craig, you was asking about what the boiling point. Yeah. So I know to get it in the crystallized form anyway, you got to get it up to like 9,000 degrees to vapor crystallize it. So it's like the highest melting point, and it's the most pure. It doesn't. I think it has to be over 5 nines pure to even be able to make the vaporization form and whatnot. What's that, Neil?
I'm waving an anti-attack. He just came in.
Oh,
he just came in. I didn't want to disturb you, but I wanted to recognize them.
Cool.
And I think they're trying to keep it fairly hush-hush, all the minute details on the processing of it.
That would be an extremely intelligent move.
They feel that they've already got a huge head start on it, but why let the competition even start running if
they already have a bunch of deals with like mines themselves. So they've been thinking on it for quite a while.
There you go. Yeah, it is proprietary.
Yeah, it is
intellectual property. So,
but something that's interesting is in this osmium magazine that I have here, or it talks about osmium in here anyway. They talked about sourcing it, and so all those already the bullion bars that are out there, it talks about in here them not using those as a source, and they probably won't for a few different reasons.
So ethical reasons being one of them, and I like that about this company.
Yeah, and that along with a few other reasons, kind of it probably won't, unless it gets to such a price it gets ridiculous or something, and very but so I found that a little bit interesting as well.
Yeah, no, I brought up the platinum mine I was talking about earlier in the show in Ontario, Canada. I had already brought that up and asked if they've already got a locked-in contract, and that platinum mine hasn't even started getting dug yet, and they already have a contract, the osmium from the platinum of that future mine. So they're locking everything down with contracts. So eventually, once they get all, and I found out about the crystallized osmium stuff. Another source was through looking for platinum veins and companies dealing with platinum veins, because that's exactly what the owner of the Crystallized Osmium Institute is doing, is looking for the newer platinum mines so he can lock down those contracts.
Yeah. Yep.
So, I think, well, here you go. You can answer this. I know you can.
What's that?
Do you see it on the screen?
No, I'm on a different screen now.
Oh, okay. It says, I highlighted it. It's from Craig.
Okay, now I got it.
Oh, okay. I know.
Yeah, it's the most inert product there is. So it's not like you can just drop it in an acid like that, and it is the most inert substance known to my knowledge.
That, and also you can drop it in hydrochloric acid and it won't dissolve.
And it won't dissolve. All the other metals, yep, exactly.
Yeah.
And
We
it's
clean
the
it
highest
nicely.
boiling point. That's why.
Go ahead, JM.
That's why I was talking about when thinking about setting. You know, for me, I want to set it in something that has a possibility of withstanding all kinds of different elements. Like along with Neil, I think platinum is kind of what I was pushing for. I think Ian was kind of hoping I would go for the white gold, but
they're going with platinum. They're doing some pieces in platinum now. He told me they're working with platinum.
Awesome. That's what I was kind of pushing towards, but I know that it's much harder to work with, and he was trying to warn me off on it. But I was like, well, just ask anyway. Just see.
No, it's not that much harder. They've got the tech to go up to 9,000 degrees, man. Platinum's only 3. You know, it's something. So
Good point.
They've got everything set to do that. There's the only reason they're not doing it is they didn't think about it. That's all.
So that's what I would take into consideration personally. I mean, this is gonna, like I said, it's gonna be for me. It's a hand-me-down thing. It's as long-term wealth preservation is in my mindset, probably because of the world I've been living in and thinking about. But
you're king of your castle, and that's your inheritable family jewelry.
Right. Yep.
And people used to have that.
And since platinum is undervalued right now,
perfect time.
It's the perfect time to combine those and something that won't tarnish, will last, and so I'm happy about that. Yeah.
Thank you, Anti. Yeah, no, it's this. I see nothing but opportunity on every scale. But what I do see is if we get into this thing, and that I'm going to do anyhow. If you guys don't want to, it's no big deal. I'd love to have every one of you involved in it. Is we start off, and it won't be long, with the smaller stuff. And that's why I started with like nose rings and single studs, because it's the cheapest and I'm poor. So I wanted to get into the cheapest. But as the money comes in, we step up the evolution of the jewelry or the pieces of artwork. And I don't know how well it'll work, but within a couple of months, I'll have lightning crystal, which isn't on YouTube because no one's made it yet. I don't know how it'll work with the crystallized osmium, but we could do artwork with crystallized osmium and crystallized lightning and do art pieces. So it can evolve a lot bigger, and we can all benefit from it.
Sure. One thing I was, it's probably Thule that was pointing this out, or made me think a little bit deeper on it anyway, was the back of the product that is not double-sided like yours and mine. That's cool that yours has some,
it is it's very cool.
But there might be more to that. I don't know that Thule will like it at all, but just her thinking, just kind of pointing that out, that she is not as big into the sparkliness as we are. And
they've got different grades. That the grade of the H that I showed was our Sparkle 2. They've got a Sparkle 1 that's a lot less sparkly. And
but it's still pretty.
Yeah.
It's not like the back where you have a flat non-sparkle back. I mean, it still sparkles on the back a little too, but not nearly to the effect that it does when it has time to build.
But who dropped out?
I think Nickel hiccuped.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
He'll be back.
This is the crystallized osmium thing. It's a new material. Like you're thinking of like
it's an old material. It's just recent technology has allowed us to use it because it's toxic in its ore form. If you try and smelt it in the ore form or touch it, it's hazardous to touch and to smell the gases that come from it. So there's been the technology has not been around to be able to do anything with it till recently, and that's through technology.
The physical properties.
It's the 8th precious metal. It's actually a precious metal.
Right. It's the physical properties of it versus silver versus gold versus platinum are probably going to be different. I think there still needs to be some more experimentation as to what you can or cannot do with it in order to figure out what applications you can put it to. There's just a lot of different things with different materials you can do, and that's because they are different materials. This is probably just like anything else. It probably does things we don't even know about yet. We got to figure out the physical properties of it first before we can think about the technical applications of it.
And one of the problems
Well,
is
dude.
that it's so expensive. You know, I think it's going to limit, you know, the applications.
That's it.
Right,
too.
like it's just like platinum topped spark plugs like that. Some of them like way back in the '60s or whatever on the what are those, the Pride Whitney engines that were in the B-52 bombers? Those were solid pieces of platinum on the spark plugs on that, and they figured out later on, like in your car, what you have now today, the iridiums, the platinums, and all that, they're not solid; they're just coated. So maybe we could figure out a way application like that just to coat it.
Again, I think it's possible, especially with the new technologies. As we go into space, we're going to need a lot of different new technologies, and that might be a use in that area. It's just the amount of it that's available. A lot of companies for industrial use aren't going to invest in it because there's not enough there. If they find a use for it, there's only 24 tons. You know.
So yeah, let me mention just a few things here. So yeah, it was basically recognized in 1805 is kind of when it was, you know, labeled and discovered and known about and looked into. And of course they've done, you know, a fair amount of, you know, I'm not saying that we're done looking into it, broke it all by any means, but they've looked into it a fair amount, scientists and whatnot. And in 1905, they were used as light bulb filaments. And so just the little chart, they also were using like a charcoal substance type of thing at the time, but they also used osmium, and for a time they had them in light bulbs, and I guess they would return the light bulb because of the value of the osmium that was in the filament once the bulb had burnt out. So even back in 1905, when they did use it for that, it was still a very high value substance. And it's 1,500 times more rare than gold, and you're only getting it as a platinum byproduct. And so it was also used in, somebody did mention that ballpoint pen tips, but what since I like vinyl records, it's very interesting that it was also used in record needles. So I would love me an Ozzy record needle, but. So I mean, but and it is also it's one of the best transfer of conductivity and information on like supercomputing at really high and cold temperature. It like super excels in that area as well, but it, like, you know, it's not, you can't do like an industrial use bigly with it because it's already surpassed industrial by its precious metal demand, just in value terms and in jewelry terms. And so there, I'm just kind of pointing those things out so that, you know, there's somewhat of, you see some of the limits that we already know of or whatnot.
Oh yeah, it's just like meteorites or whatever else. There's only so much that's going to come down from the sky.
Yeah.
I mean, but at the same time, if there's a practical application to it, let's discover that, and you know, then after that becomes price discovery.
Right.
Yeah, like what if you could drop a little piece in your gas tank, and that would fuel your car for 1 million miles?
Yeah, exactly, something like that.
I'm not recommending anyone try that.
Well, for right now, I do know that we can get in and do jewelry with it, and once other applications are looked into, we'll have to buy it back from the people at a higher price.
Yeah, they're gonna have to buy it. Exactly.
Unless we do the smart thing, and that's kind of sort of where I would like to emphasize some control over is inventory of the crystallized osmium. Profit margin of the sales of stuff goes back into securing more supply, so we have a large stockpile of the stuff. So that way, as the price goes up, we're not. It's like buying platinum now at 1,000 and waiting a year or two and it goes to 2,000, but there's no guarantee of that in platinum because it's being manipulated. But in the crystallized osmium, it's got a guaranteed 15% return year over year since they've offered it. So it will be going up. And
that's what it's had. I don't think they have guaranteed it, but it's just happened.
Well, I think. That's because of the market. It becomes less and less of it, and the market sees that and
Right,
equates
sure,
the price at it at 15. And using that same scale, it's like a BTC. Another reason why I compare it to the cryptocurrencies. Here's another relevant crossover. Just like in BTC, they say there's going to be less of it, so it's going to be more valuable. So every day that they sell this stuff, there's less of it to sell, so it becomes more valuable. And that exponentially is like slow at first, then all of a sudden, well, the slow at first is 15%. Once we start getting to all of a sudden, it might be 100%, 200%, 500% increase in value when they start going from 24 tons down to 18 tons and 7 tons.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I'm very bullish on it, but it's not like, I mean, it is possible that it could go down. I don't think it will, but that is possible.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
every business sense in me of supply and demand, and this is what I'm hoping to create, because this product's never been available, and now it's coming available in America. And Ian's the only one that's the retail or the seller of it, wholesaler of it here in the North America, Canada, and America. Long Live Coins and myself are starting to get something into establishing a market for it. And if we get enough people, right, I mean, it's that new, the first people in it, if we operate properly, we can control a part of the American distribution of the jewelry aspect of it that's not been introduced to this product line, because only the German and the European product line, they got like 20 outlets where you can buy and sell back to in Europe, because they've been dealing with it for about 7-10 years. And they've been working on high-end jewelry. The low-end jewelry market's untapped, never before tapped. I mean, if you've been to business school and you hear stuff that this is, you can't help but be excited. You're going to be the first one through the door of this new market.
Hey, Neil, I just wanted to share that screen one more time, because
most definitely.
I found the section with the tumbled gemstones, and I'll just scroll through it, and then I'll bring it back down. But just to get your creative juices flowing on how inexpensive, you could have these gemstones that could be part of a jewelry piece.
Yeah.
With the osmium in it to give it whatever color you wanted. And these are cheap. Like, you can see a bag. What's the bag size here?
20 something tumble bag.
So you guys
20 stones. Yeah.
Like, your idea with that opal you were showing earlier, Neil. That I mean, that's really pretty and interesting. I like your idea. But and I think it was Nickel, he was up saying that there's a really good glue. But I mean, that just, and I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm just putting out my I don't know how would that glue hold it with the rock crack. Like, we're talking about the most indestructible thing here.
And that's why I'm not above doing hand carving in for the H on that osmium to a certain depth, and possibly pouring silver in there and drop the osmium on top of it. And
I thought about something like that too. Yeah, maybe you could do. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely just think about.
I've thought of different ways, but then you've got the heat conductivity to the rock or the opal, and that heat would probably crack it or do something.
Yeah, I mean,
but
that's
new technologies they have. What was suggested to me by somebody was if I were to do it that way, make sure that the crystallized osmium sets down into the piece, glue it, and then like a clear polyurethane over the top, and then polish the whole thing. So that way it'll definitely stay in there, and you won't know that the polyurethane's on top of it because it's translucent.
So my point here just simply was that you can get a 1 pound bag here for $28 Canadian.
Beautiful.
So the idea with me sharing that was just simply be careful if you're buying jewelry and jewelry accessories and the gemstones, because you can get them really inexpensive. And I don't think you need the grinder. I think you can already get it in the shapes that you want cheap.
Yeah. I agree. I totally agree. And I think as to this question, I think a silver solder is because what Nickel was showing on his show the other day, he'd got a whole bunch of solder and it said there was a silver in it. He's 100% correct. I've known about that for decades because of the trade that I'm in. We deal with a lot of other trades in dealing with high-rise buildings, and I've known about silver solder for a while. And there's different percentages or grades of silver solder you can get, and if you get the one with the most silver in it, you could do that way, and it wouldn't be as hot as pouring actual from the furnace to the opal. It would be a solder, which is a lot less heat, and it would probably work a lot better. But then again, I don't know nothing about jewelry making. I'm diving in feet first deep in. That's how I do things, and I'll find out as I'm drowning if I'll drown or be able to swim. This is how I do things. So I'll figure all that stuff out. It'd be a lot easier to have other people in who bring other experience to the table, and that's why I want to get a whole group of people so that all of us go up together and we pull off each other's strengths to make this thing work. But for it to work, everyone's got to believe that it will work and that they can contribute to it to make it work, because the split's going to be, no matter who does what, split's going to be even across the board. Greed is not going to be a thing. I have no room for greed. So, all ideas and stuff. And that's why I'm throwing out all ideas and throwing all this out, because I want a good group of people to all come in and benefit from this, and we can, if we just go about it the right way. And there's lots of ways to be done to get there, but to start, my business experience is start cheap, especially if you're using your own money, and that's what I'm doing. So that's why I've come to it, the table, the way I've come to it, and showing what I'm showing, and I'm liking the interest I'm seeing. So I'd like to get this thing going. I got 11 pieces, actually 12, and within
Nice, Neil.
20 more.
Nice, Neil. Another possibility of working with the materials itself. We were just talking about alloys. Perhaps we can take the crystallized osmium and mix it with like silver, gold, whatever, what have you, platinum, and make an alloy out of it to where it is more workable a material, so we can actually use it in real life applications other than just like a ton ring.
We would fall under a lot of regulations and building codes and stuff like that, because you'd have to heat the osmium up.
No, I don't think he's talking about melting the osmium. He's talking about, or maybe you are. Were you?
Yes, and combining it with other metals to make it more manageable and workable in real life applications.
I don't think that'll be a.
Well, if it is a thing, it'll be after we make a couple $1 million to afford all the equipment and regulatory stuff, because osmium is a hazard. So now you got hazmat involved. So you got the U.S. Department, a couple departments involved for regulation. And then you got a couple environmental departments involved in regulation. Then you got whatever state you're going to locate in their environmental stuff. And it'll be a lot. I mean, it could be done. We're going to make a lot of money at this. It could be done.
I could see them
in Ecuador. They have less regulations there, and we could do the experiments on our own and take it to that level. And we could have a department of research and development once we start making the money. I have absolutely no problem with that, because the sky is the limit, and we might, as a collective, come up. Because again, I'm coming at the jewelry thing from an ironworker's lifestyle perspective. That's what I've been for 3 decades. I don't know crap about jewelry. So I'm bringing a perspective that the people that are dealing with the osmium now, they were looking for looking at it from a certain perspective that they might not have gleaned a different perspective or possibility, because they didn't have that mindset to where a larger group of people, we might could go further with it than they are. There's not saying that won't happen. And I'm just saying it'll cost a little bit of money, but there's money in this to be made to take it to where we could have, as a company that we start up, we could have a budget to where we send some of that budget to a research and development to where we get something like that going. Because this stuff is going to be out of circulation within 10 years, probably 5 or less, depending on how much we sell. And the more we sell, the less there is, the higher the price. So there's incentive to pull a Bitcoin, that's why I call it cryptocurrency of metals, and sell it out.
And I would say too, like Broke Stacker, just one thing I would point out, like, I see what you're saying, and again, I don't want to appear too short-sighted or not open-minded, but you would probably, like, for what you're talking about, you would probably want to go with just the osmium itself, because they already have it where you can buy ingots, like Salivate Metal was showing.
Yeah,
right.
You can buy just an ingot of osmium in a much safer form than the raw sponge form. And you could probably, if you want to mingle it with other, I mean, you still got to be careful and whatnot. But I think that would probably be more appropriate. Whereas like this, they're going to, that's why they're talking to mines ahead of time. Then that's why they don't use those, or one of the reasons they don't use those ingots is that they're trying to get, they get it to 9 over 5 nines pure before they can even get it to a state that they can work it to get it vapor crystallized in this form where it's the most inert substance on Earth with the code that goes with it. And so, I mean, it's kind of a different.
They did try to make mirrors out of it for space use because they were going to like James Webb type stuff with it because it was better than anything. But
that's the regular osmium.
Yeah, well, once oxygen hits it, it starts corroding back into its powdery natural form, and that's where the toxicity event comes in for humans. Is when that conversion of a hardened substance back to a powdery substance. So the control in the form that it comes out of the ground. A lot of things have to be done to it to make it usable. And that's where opportunities to find new stuff come available. But it's expensive, but not undoable at all.
So yeah, Chad, that's I sold a heart on my auction here not long ago for a little over 100. It was like 150, 160 bucks or something. And you could, if you had a couple of those and just like that's a way to get some earrings that you got to be careful where, I mean, they pop like in that size, you just be seen from miles away.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you can, and yeah, I mean, I agree with you. You're going to get a lot of bang for your buck if you just take that heart that I sold and you don't even have to get that crazy with it. Just a matching set of those and put them somehow on an earring. Like that's kind of what I'm doing with the piece I got, making a pendant out of a double-sided pendant. And putting it in something like platinum. That's the way I went with it as well. Just letting the metal itself do it, and that way you're getting a lot in kind of a base form. But
nice. I also just had another idea, guys. You were talking about applying it to an application and almost like setting it like a gemstone or whatever, right? You were trying to figure out ways to do that. What if say you had your surface, nothing just giant, of course, but like a ring or whatever, and you heated the ring up a little bit just where the surface starts to melt, and then you can just place it and set it in place.
Yeah, that's
or you could put a little piece in there and hit it with the torch on the outside to where that little flake melts and fills in the gap and will actually hold it in place.
They've got different solders, jeweler style solders of silver that you can use that and do that. And again, not having ever done it, I'm going to try a lot of different things, see which one works the best. And, we're all going to collaborate and see which one works the best, learn from each other as we're trying this stuff, see that works the best. Because no one's done it, guys. No one's done it with.
You know what that would be really. I'm sorry, I'm talking. I can't. It looks like Neil's still in my screen. Looks like I'm talking to one. Anyway, you could take a piece of osmium, like you were saying, Broke Stacker, and like, especially if you weren't covering much of it up, but just stick it into like a melted poured silver round where just a piece of osmium sticking out of it. That would be so cool. And and I don't know.
That's artwork. That's the artwork part of it.
That's an interesting idea.
That's
you can come at it like a jewelry maker standpoint, like you're saying there, and or a gem setter standpoint, and just treat it like a gemstone and put it in whatever, like you're saying, earrings, pendant, and all that stuff. But at the same time, maybe you can just use straight flakes of silver or silver shot with a torch, and that you can use that to set it in place.
Yeah, and even gold, even better. Like on their, what was it? Not dice that they had it set in, but what did they had a bar of gold that was with
the osmium in the upper right corner.
Yeah, well, it was like a diet had the number 6 in it. I
didn't see that one.
Dominoes. It was a domino. And
yeah. Okay, dominoes. Yes, I did see that.
It was a bar of pure gold with like 6 of osmium. It looked like osmium set in instead of how a regular one looks with the black spots or whatever. It was osmium for the spots, and that looked amazing. But that's I
Wow.
like that idea because you're using something that is pure, that's not gonna corrode at all. Like, and so gold or platinum, I really like that idea where you gotta, at least for me, thinking really long term, that would really speak to me as a precious metals person, like knowing that you're getting a hold of something that's not going to tarnish and be there forever and have a code that can't be broken, and like all that stuff is what drives me in that side of it. But anyway,
Yeah, a tasteful, timeless piece of art, if
yeah,
you will.
yep,
It's something that'll outlive us when we make it, and that's where I like using the term. Is the every man is king of his castle, and what we're creating is their jewelry of the king and the queen of that castle. It's one-off stuff that's going to increase in value year over year as you pass it down, and it'll help. Like in the old days, it'll help your family through time maintain their wealth, not by selling it, but maybe get a loan against it during bad times, but keep it in the family and teach kids more about economic stuff and start building wealth in families instead of taking it away every generation by generation, saying, oh, grandpa's dead, let's sell everything and get the cash. No, that's not how it's supposed to work.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, it's amazing.
Hopefully after we all get our hands on it, it goes up kind of like this stuff right here. I mean, you guys seen the price of freaking cocoa in the last year? I'm like,
yeah, cocoa's going to be going extinct if the planet gets any warmer. That's already kind of sort of a fact. That's why chocolate's going to be going up. It's actually a good investment.
Right on. Yeah, it's just I thought that was like the most amazing stock out there right now. It's like on parabolic. It's gone like 4x in just the last year, just on cocoa alone. It's like, what the heck is going on here?
Yeah, well, I think it was, I don't know if you guys watched the Market Sniper or not, but he was talking about that and saying when the soft commodities start looking like this, that's when I get excited about the hard commodities. So I was like, I don't know. Yeah, interesting.
Nice. Awesome, guys. I'm hoping to do this again with you real soon. I'm going to do some more research on the crystallized osmium, physical properties, physical applications of it, other than just jewelry. Any kind of new substance or material is always exciting.
Oh, yeah.
For its application. Shit, for all we know, it's going to be the next cure for cancer. You just atomize it, put it in the body, and electrify the body, and it goes straight to the cancer cells and just destroys them, or something like that.
And it is a precious metal like silver, and silver has great medicinal purposes, so it's possible. It's just that
exactly
humanity being what it is, the people who are doing the investing and to make this thing were looking to more profit margin than anything. So when they came across it as in jewelry form, they probably said, okay, here's our profit margin, and stopped with the research there. That's a possibility, very much so, because it's economic and we're economically driven people.
Sure. You know what's interesting about what you mentioned there is I was on with JT Coin Rings, and he was thinking about turning coins and precious metals into rings, and that you have to take into account when you're talking to the person, do they have an allergy to any of the metals, like silver or gold?
Yep.
And I was like, wow, I didn't even know that could be. But like this here, we have another, gold is pretty, and like silver is antibiotic. It's got a lot of good properties in that way. But here we're looking at osmium, that is the most inert substance on it. So it's more even, so I wonder how it goes. And obviously, from talking with Ian about it, he's saying that, it's great as far as they've tested it on the skin and whatnot. So that would make sense, being it, it's so inert, which is another, just like you were talking about, another interesting thought.
Yeah, reactivity to organic tissue. That's a good point.
And they probably didn't look at that aspect of it. But if you do the research, you can let us know. That's what they're going to.
I will. It takes some time, especially when something's so new. The information is going to be limited to what's accessible right now. But it is what it is. So it's not like I have a whole. It's not like I got 5 pounds of the stuff in the back here I can just play and experiment on with.
That would be quite expensive, actually.
Yeah, just real quick, just for a base point, so I know, and we all know, how much is like, let's just say a gram of it going for right now? What's the
$1,400.
market?
Yep.
1 gram is $1,400. That's
Yep.
freaking amazing.
There it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Long Live Coin, what sparkle level is that price point?
That's just by weight. So like you could have a sparkle grade 5 small piece like Neil has, and have it be the high weight, a gram weight. See, because that the sparkle grade just means there's more metal there. Again, it's all pure 5 nines pure at least. So it's pure metal, and it's just literally the amount of time that is the process is taking place to allow the crystals to build, and so you're just getting more of the metal as your sparkle grade gets higher and higher. You're just the crystal is getting bigger and bigger.
So I can put it in layman terms. So it's like buying an ounce of gold. Let's just say we're buying a bar and we're paying $5 over spot, and let's say I'm going to get a buffalo which has a premium. Would that be in the same analogy as I'm getting gold, but it's a buffalo, so it has a premium, more desirability with the sparkle factor?
Not necessarily, because if you're a watchmaker, you want the sparkle grade 1. You want all of the properties and all of the sparkle, but you don't want those high points to be grabbing your gadgets or the arms that are going. You want a smooth, even, nice, pure. So it just because you have a high sparkle grade doesn't mean it's going to be your most sought after product necessarily. Now, for some applications, yes, but not all, obviously.
So I'm still, but I watched Tuli's questions earlier, and she just does not want it in jewelry form, it seems, but she does want to invest in it. So she would be more the likely candidate for like, not to exaggerate the size of it, but like the disc that Ian shows, but in a smaller form, obviously.
Yep. In fact, we have, I don't know, I think Ian so I think I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but so he has talked to them about a product that is related to me and kind of the hexagonal shape of a beehive type of a thing, and to go out in the form of bullion discs in that form, because it's kind of a natural cut for them. And so I think they're going to be putting those out in bullion style form, which is not bullion style form, in a style where you're not paying for a certain cut. You're buying it as you would buy it at a spot base level. As far as it'd be like buying a silver round, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're just getting it as close as you
A
can.
standard design.
Yep, standard.
So another question for you: the video that we're watching, they keep showing that disc. If I bought that disc in what's like $70,000 or $80,000, could I take that disc and cut that up into smaller forms and sell it?
No, like that's not what you want to do at all. Like that's kind of a last step, in my opinion. I shouldn't say that, I guess, but because you buy the small piece that you want, because it would be easier for them to do that. And as they make them, they catalog them, and that is kind of where your code is coming from. So if you take a big disc that's worth $70,000 and you cut it up into a bunch of small pieces, now you got to like recategorize all of that stuff and redo your codes, and like,
that's right. Okay, yeah, yep.
It's just not the way, like can it be done? And yes, you could cut it in half, and then each of those pieces are going to have a unique code. And, you could say that this is 2 halves of one. I'm sure you could do all that. But again, it's kind of like not, I don't know.
I don't think you'd want to buy it's like buying like a kilo of gold. It doesn't make much sense. You're better off buying it in the smaller forms to make it more
right.
affordable.
Exactly. Yeah. Just buy if you're getting, unless you're, just want a big piece and then some small pieces. Sure. You can get a big piece too, but otherwise, you would just get the 1 ounce gold round, like you're saying. Yeah.
For someone that's got a lot of money, I would recommend getting some that are perfect for inside a watch. You know what I mean? Like or the exact same diameter of an American Silver Eagle or American Gold Eagle.
That's what I think I think now they're kind of doing that. So they already have that bullion form in the circle about the size of a watch that they have. And then I think they're doing this bee hive as well look. So
So another question is that could you form that osmium into like a ring? Like let's say you had a platinum ring and you want to make a center ring in the middle of it, osmium. Is it pliable to bend it, or does that have to be in a flat surface always?
I've seen
You can have it formed as I think you can do like special orders, you know, if you're
Yeah,
rich
you
enough or
can.
not. But mostly they do it in this disc because that's the way that it works best and can be used in most forms, and like its most basic in its most readily available form, kind of to be used somewhat.
The easiest way to transport wealth, basically, because one of those discs is like $72,000.
Yep.
It's better than platinum, silver, and gold, because that much of either one of those three metals wouldn't be that small and transportable. And that's kind of more the use for that size of them.
Mm-hmm.
Is a store of more of a, again, back to BTC and cryptocurrency. It's also a store of value.
Yeah, and think about what's cool is they've been working like
there you go, right there.
They were thinking about it, and they got the cross border already taken care of, where you can move this from country to country. You're talking about moving big chunks of wealth without having it seized and you know, all kinds of tax and held and blah blah blah. So yeah, I think there's some big that, like, you know, that's probably what attracts a lot of the big, like that's what some of those wealthy family offices are doing with it. They're trading on large, you know, large boxes of discs. So
yeah,
there's that side of it as well.
Yeah, that's why I tried to. I texted you a couple times over the weekend. I have a client who has a problem I don't have to worry about, is having too much money, and he wants me to bury a bunch of stuff, get rid of his metals, and he wants to get into something different, but he doesn't know what to get. And so I thought maybe I would have you talk to him about this.
There you go, right there. There's the watch.
Yeah, you're more. And Neil, if you back up a little bit, you'll see they had a ring.
That's JM's doing that, I think.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Just I don't know. I don't think I got that. I must have missed your text message, but yeah, just reach out to me and I'll talk to him about it.
Now, see that ring right there is what I would call industrial design.
Yeah, there is right there. There you go. Yeah, I knew I saw that.
There's one that's all the way. Oh, there's one right there too. Yep, that's oval, like on her finger. I think
if you go back to those two different variations of it, you were just on it. It was looked like big crystals and little crystal versions of it.
Yeah, those two discs.
Yep, that's the sparkle grade. You're talking. Yep. So that was a lower sparkle grade and a higher sparkle grade. Yep.
That's awesome. That's what we needed. That's what I needed.
So the one on the bottom right of your screen is like a sparkle grade 5, and the one on the top left would be a sparkle grade 1 or 2.
And the one on the right, I think, is also higher. Like there's more depth.
Yeah.
So you're looking at it from the bottom
up.
Yeah.
It has more flat surface for reflective purposes.
Yeah. Like I'm wondering, even, you know, Neil was talking about having a grinder earlier, but you know, like a sharpening stone for knives, have it on as one of those discs, you know, for a grinder.
That would probably cut a lot of stuff, man. But I wouldn't use osmium for that.
Well, I wonder how long it would last, though.
Oh, quite some time. It would. That is stronger than a diamond. How long do you think it would last? It's stronger than diamond.
Well, it goes. Yeah, it's more abrasion resistant. This is what I'm not the expert, but I was told it's more abrasion resistant than diamond, and goes back and forth which one is harder. So
okay, I'll go with that. Maybe I saw it when crystallized osmium was in the lead.
I mean,
okay, so you're saying it's not very brittle,
right? Right. There's like on that big round disc, you might, you know, put a lot of pressure. They say, you know, you could get that to pop a crystal off or something if you really tried. But it's strong, really strong. I mean, we're talking, you know, strong stuff and dense stuff, and it's pretty indestructible.
It looks good in jewelry. As JM was
doing
all the jewelry designs, and that's all high-end jewelry. The low-end jewelry market has not been tapped. It is virgin ground, especially in America. America's virgin ground. Look at that high-end jewelry. Yeah, let's get some low end jewelry going. Look at that. That's expensive high end stuff. We can get low end jewelry and make a killing.
Kind of like that.
I
piece
like that
there.
right there. That's a pretty piece.
Yeah, it is nice.
Yeah,
I don't know if that is like a Celtic knot thing. I mean, be kind of like a Celtic knot thing going on there. I don't know. I like it though. That's pretty. Nice design.
It's a nice chunk. For them to shape it and form it like that is something else.
What's that? Are those spots that the osmium is missing out of, or is that an overlay of another material over the osmium there to make the design?
They cut the osmium to fit in that design.
So it's like a black velvet backing, and then
Yeah, something like
Okay,
that.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
And
the
then
osmium's on
parts-
top of that. Black.
the parts that they cut out, they probably sold as unique pieces too.
Yeah. Oh, you would, of course.
Yeah.
Or actually, they
Interesting.
do recycle. They do recycle them.
Yeah, I think there's kind of a big story behind that though too. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Behind this piece.
no, behind recycling it,
Oh, gotcha.
it's not just as easy as recycling.
No, it's not. It's not at all. It's a complicated process that costs a lot of money, because anytime you got to get up anything to 9,000 degrees, it's not cheap.
Hmm.
And it's not something you want to do if you don't have to. But yeah, it's just a remarkable opportunity. We've been showing several, James and other people have been showing and talking about different things that we could do on to get it out to, I hate to say average person, because I don't know what the average person makes, but we could turn out like, a stud nose rings and a stud earring, probably for $250, $300.
Neil, I think that I'm glad to hear you say it, because I think that's I'm not even really thinking that much down that, aside from selling it to the jewelry shops. I might be down for that, but I'm not thinking in the jewelry way that you are. But if I was, you just did what, I mean, that's what, man, to me, look at that tiny piece that you have.
Yeah.
How much does it cost to put that on an earring stud and
Yeah.
just have it be your basic stud? Because
Yeah.
you're going to get all of your pop in a
Yep.
little package. And
Yep.
I mean, that's what people are going to want. That way you're not probably going to get robbed for it, because people won't even know what it is, but yet you're still going to have people who are looking go, wow.
And that's
And
where the
so-
average person could afford a stud nose ring. And a lot of
Exactly,
people
and-
have nose rings.
Yep.
And it'll be a special occasion. It costs $325, $275, and
That's what
one-
I think that's a good idea right there. Yeah.
I-
And
I
put it in something and make sure somehow fit it into something that is going to last for it. Whatever you put it in, make it
Yeah.
last.
Yeah, no, and it, I see it going a lot further, or going back to the saying of every man's house, every man's king of his castle, and his castle is his home. But they don't have jewelry. I want to do jewelry lines, like, bracelet, ring, pendant, earrings, all, one set. And
It's a good idea. It's a good idea.
These are things that JM was just showing on that little video. They're not doing these kind of things. That means this is a new market. This is like the Corvette, the first year it came out, and only Chevy fucking sells it. Everybody freaking wants it. It's a new thing. It's hot market. It's from looking at it from a sales perspective and a business perspective, dude. If too many people see this, it's going to be closed up quick.
Salty Monkey, the lowest that I've seen is around $20. Oh yeah, Craig's got you there too.
Yeah, that's the 2mm piece that I have. It's like $20.
Tiny.
But it's perfect again for a nose ring, because it, as Long Live Coin said, it gives you the bling, but it's not enough for someone to want to fucking beat you up and take it.
Yeah, rip
You
your
know? But it gives the average person, I guess a bad way to say it gives the lower income peoples an option for some bling in their jewelry. It's not out there now, basically.
Hey Neil, have you talked to a jeweler yet about making that nose ring yet? Or
No, I'm going to do it all myself, it seems like. Unless I can get a group of people together, and between all of us, we can find someone to do it. Other than that, I'm doing it solo. till that opportunity comes to me where other people come to the table and bring stuff that helps us get there. I'm taking this rocket ship to the launching pad, baby.
Well, I've got 2 jewelers that are my clients, so if you and I should just chat off of here and figure some stuff out.
Yeah, and that's what I want. I want to try and get it going. That's why I brought it up in this live stream, because I want everyone to be in. Once we figure this part out, we can get everybody going, saying, hey, we now have a source to create this. Let's come up with a few different designs. And maybe we could take because it's so small, I don't know about pearls or much about pearls. Go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking about the way you're talking. Like I'm just trying to be supportive of your idea there, but I was thinking, like if you're wanting people to come at, like, each put in their own ideas, and kind of, it'd be interesting. You could put like
well, it's not even that. You don't have to even come here with any ideas. If you just want to be a part of it, I want you in, because you can help distribute it. You can help bring ideas. You can throw a different perspective at our ideas. This is one thing I have found in business. The more holes you poke in your own idea before you introduce it to everyone else, and you fill those holes, the more successful you're going to be at selling that idea.
I got a great idea, Neil. The high-end dentists that do work on rappers' teeth.
Oh yeah, no, we could actually do one better, JM. We could make a set of teeth like what they do with platinum and gold, and rent them out, because that's what they do.
Yep.
And we could get a constant income from osmium set of freaking teeth that they pop in their mouth, which is what they rent them. Believe it or not, these rapper guys, they rent them for red carpet events only. They don't own that. Most of them don't own those cap teeth. Yeah, they rent them.
A lot of the bling that they're wearing too.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a market there for that. Yes, everything is again, it's a new product. Everything that's old is new.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, it would be. I'm not trying to make it. I'm trying to get away from the competitive side of it, actually. But I was just thinking, like, it would be interesting for us to all bring our jewelry pieces and all present them like at once and see what each other came up with, because it could be funny or interesting, like, and somebody's might just blow everybody else's away, like.
And that's why, and that's how we could kind of sort of get this started. See who comes up with the best thing that the majority of us, and it would have to be at least 6 to 8 people to have different perspectives. Because if you have that many different perspectives and a majority agree on a certain design, that's probably a winning design for the general populace. Yeah. If you only have 2 or 3 people looking at it, you're going to be hit and miss, because on as far as sales goes, every person has about 8% of the population will see their point of view straight up. You got to manipulate it a little bit, get another 8% and another 8%. So if you have ideally 12 people looking at an idea, you're going to probably capture 80% of the perspective of your possible client list, which is going to increase the sales. So you've got to be open enough to know that, hey, your idea by consensus of the group wasn't the one that they saw the best viability in sales for. Doesn't mean it's not a great idea. Doesn't mean that you can't sell it. It's just the group will focus on the one that the group sees as being the most beneficial for the group, because everyone's going to get equal percentages on payout. There ain't going to be no, I'm getting 10, you're getting 5. No, everyone's equal. This is all new. We need to make change. You got to be the change you want to see. You want business to run right, run your business right. That's my perspective. And my perspective is greed. I'm not George Bush. Greed is not good. Shared wealth, I feel, is a better way to do things, and shared equally, no matter with input. If we get a crowd, then that crowd is in, and we all do something. It doesn't matter what it is. Some of us will be more creative. We're not. That's what makes humanity great, man. People start tearing everyone down for being different. That's the great thing about us. We're different. If you can harness that difference and put it to good use, you're going to succeed. But getting people to realize that and work together, realizing that, is the hard part. After you get that together, man, the sky's the limit, guys.
Yes, sir. Hey, guys, I'm going to go ahead and tap out and get off of here. I got a few other things I got to do before I get to bed. But
thank you for showing up.
Thank you for
appreciate it.
I appreciate you having me on, man. Thank you very much.
Anyone's
Yeah,
wel-
man, I got to do a lot more research on this. Again, once you know the product, you have it in your hand, you feel it, you move it, you know what it can and cannot do. I feel like you can better understand the applications of it. And that's what I'm going to try to figure out. So
Right on. I'm glad it caught your interest, brother. You have a great rest of the Easter Day weekend.
yes, happy Easter, everybody. God bless. Spend some time with your families. You know, don't forget that, man. Stay humble, stay kind. I'll catch y'all later.
It's good to see
Okay,
you.
Brother Becker.
Indeed, Broke. Expect some shot here. Hopefully soon. I'm not sure how soon, but I'm trying to get around to it. So it's coming.
Copy that. Copy that. Thank you. Yeah, it seems like I figured out my PO box issue. I about took the PO postmaster over there running by the neck, and I got it all resolved. So
Oh no. All right, cool.
awesome, guys. Have a great night. Bye bye.
Take
You
care.
as well. Yeah, Salty. That's the way everything works best, in my opinion.
And he may figure out one of the first massive industrial uses for it.
Who knows? In which case, we'll need to buy more of it because it ain't going to be around. And
Is
it,
the
and
Right.
Broke Stacker in Canada?
what was that?
Is the Broke Stacker in Canada?
I have no idea.
I'm not sure either. I'm in Canada. I'm near Toronto, but the Broke Stacker, I'm not sure.
I'm glad he came up. I enjoy having different people's perspectives, man. You always learn something when something new comes along, you know, and another perspective is something new comes along. So I love it.
Yep.
And that's why I'm glad you guys came up as well. You've been kind of quiet. See, what's up? You taking notes?
No, it's actually been a long weekend. I got a couple of big phone calls Friday and Saturday, so I've been busy. I went and did I call them estate sales, but people just call me when family members pass away and they have coin collections.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I went to dinner with this family about 4 months ago, and he said he would call me. Well, he called me, and I went over there. He ended up just giving it all to me, let me go home and process it at the house. And within 2 days, I had it all processed and done, and I was able to buy it all.
Right on. I got a friend in it.
And then today I was getting ready our Easter dinner, and I got a phone call from a guy I haven't heard from for probably 4 years, who I sold a lot of gold to. He was another gentleman that's well off. He's called me today and said he wants to liquidate everything tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
So I've got, and he didn't even know that the markets were closed on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then it opened today. And I said, "Hey, dude, I didn't buy or sell anything this weekend until the markets open today to figure out what's going on." And then I called my distributor up in LA, and he even said the same thing. He goes, "Don't even call me till tomorrow to figure out where prices are at because they have no idea what's going on with pricing." But if gold keeps going up, a lot of people are cashing out. He said if people start cashing out this week, that he thinks by Tuesday at the latest, all these guys that buy all this stuff are going to be broke. They're not going to have any money to buy anymore. So I locked in what I have coming in tomorrow. So I said, save me a spot. This is what I got coming. I'll lock it in tomorrow morning with pricing, and we'll find out. And they're hitting me 5% back a spot.
I don't understand, but okay.
So a spot price. So when you deal with a distributor, they want to buy it back a spot so they can make their margins when they sell. When they basically they have to sit on it and we sell it.
Normally, at the height, they were you could buy and sell over spot there. Yeah, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know the business part of it.
Yeah, so I asked him. I said that he's got maples, Cougarans, eagles, and buffaloes, and Philharmonics, and he just hit me at one price. I said, "Hey, is that each piece or what is it?" He says, "Any ounce, any gold. This is what it is. It's 95% back. Period." So it's a bar, it's a Cougaran, it's a maple, it's a buffalo. That's what they're paying.
Silver is silver and gold is gold.
Yeah, the same old adage.
Yep.
So, and then I got a sterling silver deal in San Diego, so I might be buzzing down to San Diego, stopping by and picking up the gold, and then heading up to LA tomorrow. So it might be a long day tomorrow.
Right on. At least somebody's busy.
Yeah, I'm pretty busy for being retired.
Busy and playing with gold.
Yeah, but I had fun today. We homemade our Easter dinner today, so we've been working on that all day today. So it was a fun day. So everybody's in bed. Everybody gets up early here at my house. My wife is up at 4:30. My other two daughters are up at 5:30, and everybody's out of the door before I even wake up.
What part of Hawaii are you in, Craig? Yeah, I typically,
I think he's on the Big Island.
for years, I woke up early since COVID. Well, since 2020, work's been so slack. I've learned to sleep in till about 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I got you beat. I'm 8:39. Depends on
Oh,
how many-
sweet. Yeah, I can't get more than 6 hours sleep though. That's the bad thing for me to sleep till 6. So I have to stay up till midnight. Oahu. I actually built a building in Oahu. It was a medical center. What city was that in? Hell, I don't remember. It was one of the cities in the middle of the island. It was like southeast of, what was that? Paradise City, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chad, I'm not sure that it will. I hope it does a little bit, but I'm not sure that it will either. So that's that's why you want to have both and just kind of.
No, see, that's why you want to get into something where you can make 600 plus 800%, 1000% profit, and you can do it quick. And those opportunities don't come around often.
My jeweler friends tell me their average percentage is 400.
Yeah, and that's for the metals they're working with.
Yeah.
And if you get into another metal like crystallized osmium, whose numbers are a lot different, it's
Hey,
even.
Long Live, do you have any more osmium coming in?
Huh?
Let's ask Long Live if he has any more osmium coming in.
Yeah, but it's not here. So
Is Ian sold out of it, or is he sitting on any inventory?
oh, I'm sure he's got some, but it's just.
Oh no, he showed a couple boxes he had on the live stream last Sunday.
Yeah, it's just like though that shooting star that I got double sided. Like, we bought those out when I was down there, and he, that was the one that I got double sided. He hasn't seen another one like that. Neil has a double sided H, but yeah, I mean, it's just some of those pieces that you want are not always there, and then depending on, like right now, there might even be a little bit of a day or two. I mean, there might be a bit of a crunch coming already. So, and just some certain pieces, but there's I'm sure he has plenty of odds and ends around.
Yeah, if you're not picky, he'll always have something, I'm sure.
Well, they're also getting to the point right now where they're having to 2 or 3 day backlog.
Yeah, backlogs. Yeah, and
that just means they're selling out. You need to get into it even faster.
Do they have zodiac signs in their wheelhouse of designs on jewelry?
Oh, I haven't seen those.
I've not seen those either, but
they have some animals up there. I don't know.
Yeah. So I was thinking about that the other day. I said, well, I wonder if they have zodiac signs. That might be another avenue to go down.
That's why I think adding, like, if getting those cheap pieces of the crystals that JM showed, or the opal and other stuff that I showed for $10 or $20, and doing a constellation layout for those 2 millimeter squares that cost $20 a piece. That's why I say there's a great market for that, because not only do you have the Earth gemstone, you have a constellation and what looks like diamonds on it, and you just opened up 16% of your extra market that are interested in that.
Yeah, what I just found. That's what you guys were talking about earlier. This was in looking for.
Yeah, there it is.
Possible zodiac. But this is on buyosmium.com under custom made.
She's probably pouring silver, nickel.
Who, Thule?
Yeah.
Then like symbols, they've got dolphin, cat, violin, raptor. Musical note, lizard, cross, elephant.
But now what you got to look at, these are just their pieces that they went with
Standard.
to have a book of stuff for sale. They do custom. You can custom order whatever, and it'll take longer because they'll have to cut it out. And but the stuff they're showing is the stuff they have like in stock, and they have a lot of. And that's those designs. They figured those designs would be the ones to go. So that's why they went with those.
Need to go back to that unicorn. We need to send that unicorn fart dust. We need to send that unicorn to Ron's basement.
Ron's basement, yeah. Yeah. How much is that sucker? Maybe we all throw in 200, 201.
0.34 grams is $700, and
Ouch,
0.37 $760.
It's about the size of the piece I got there.
That is nice, though.
So,
10 millimeter, yep.
Long Live, you're working on a design with your beehive with the Osmium Institute right now?
Well, it's not mine, and I shouldn't price, but I hope I don't get in trouble for that. It's just Ian. Yeah, Ian was. Ian said he put in. He thought of it and talked to him about it, and they did it. And he showed me one of the pieces. And
what's up, Finn?
And so it's not like I contacted them or anything. It's just that he kind of threw in a good word for me, and
there you go.
And then the product appeared. So
the wheels were already in motion, so to speak.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
It's like what I said. It's Ian, Long Live Coins, myself, and maybe one or two other people that I don't know about that are into this. And this is we are the ones that are starting the market in North America, which is Canada and America. And so they're taking what Long Live Coins, myself, and more so Ian, what we say to heart when it comes to designs, because it's that new of a market in America. That's why I'm screaming for this opportunity.
And they have the Osmium Institute has commented on my channel a couple times.
Yes.
So I know that they know of me, and
yes, they do. I mean, again, there's only there's Ian, and then there's you and me. I don't know of anyone. Ian told me of this other cat. I've never heard of him. He's got a YouTube show. So there's like 3 or 4 of us in America. So who are they going to listen to when it comes to advising them on what we're seeing? They've got their eyes on Long Live Coins.
Well, isn't Space Miner doing Osmium?
Yep. He's got a few pieces doing some videos on it.
Yep.
Yeah, I just saw a video the other day. He has like this little case that lights up when you open it up, and it has all his osmium in sitting there. And it's sitting in styrofoam, and as he gets it, he cuts out new pieces of the styrofoam and puts it in that case.
I actually should subscribe to his channel, I guess.
I did too. I saw those, and I just subscribed to your funny brother.
Yeah, I've been subscribed to him for a while. I like him. He's got some good stuff over there.
Yeah, and he's short and to the point too. Doesn't sit there and ramble on for hours about nothing.
Yeah, smart.
Back to those designs. Did anybody see a butterfly by chance? I was looking for it. Didn't see it.
Oh, I don't know. It's a good idea.
Again, yeah, it's that.
Butterflies are very, very, very key. I'll give you my scenario. So when my mom passed, she used to talk to my wife and my daughters about butterflies. She goes, "After I'm gone, look for butterflies." And I swear we came home from the funeral and we had butterflies in our backyard. So I know that's sentimental to people who have lost people that talk about butterflies.
There's a butterfly coin right there.
So that's a Montana morning cloak, and I got that. I was born in Montana, and I got this in a program just by randomness, and I paid $140, and it's like $1,000 to $1,500 now. So it's one of my best turnaround coins, and it's a morning cloak.
No, I've never even seen one of those.
But it's a U.S. Mint Animal Series. It's a United States Mint coin. And
wow.
Yeah, dude, when I paid like $130 for this thing, and then now it's like worth anywhere from like $1,100 to $1,500.
Oh, that's a gorgeous coin.
I'll double your money on that right now.
You double my money on that?
Yeah, you paid 130. I'll hit you at 260.
Oh yeah, okay.
Take full advantage.
I like to have a little fun with you sometimes. Long live.
Nice. I wasn't listening until it sunk in. You say double?
Yeah. First you were thinking 22 what? I caught that one quick. I'll give you double your money back. Not the value of the piece, just double what you paid.
Too funny. Nickel back with us?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
And it's hard with the coin.
Yeah,
like
you can
that.
take those.
Go ahead,
They
Nickel, sorry.
what? Oh, this you take that those like the studs he had. That's that osmium. You can get the earrings, and you can get them where they just pop right in. That's what they do with gemstones. So you wouldn't need any glue or nothing on those. And I mean, you'd instantly have a product that you'd have for sale. Very
I bet you-
buy them, and then you just pop it in.
That's what we need
Great
to get
idea.
all of and do is and we need to come together, a group. Like I said, get a group, get us all together, and
Or
start.
even in you too, Neil. I mean, I'm not against at all your group idea, but dude, you got those 12 pieces. Like
Yeah.
Nickel says, dude, grab some of those studs and pop them in, and you could flip those. I mean, it doesn't have to be your last product. I mean, that can be your first run, and you can just, I mean, think of the money right there. That's honest, good to me. I mean, there's a, like, you're talking. Look at all the possibilities.
Rate of return. Wow.
Right, rate of return quick, and it will give you an idea of what you're looking at. And I mean, I don't know anything about jewelry at all, so don't listen to me. But
Oh, I don't either, bro. I know.
that's
Yeah.
an interesting way.
And the
I mean,
And the women in the
soon-
metal community be the ones, they'll buy them. They'll buy them all. You'll sell them out like that because they'll buy them.
Yeah, who was in? Hi, William. How's it going? Someone was in the chat earlier. Said that they would sell 300 of them in a month if they were produced.
yeah,
So we've already got interest. Again, it's a brand new market. I guarantee when someone see it, there's going to be at least 16% of the nation's going to want it. That's two different perspectives of people. So 16% of, let's say, of the adults, 150 million, 16% of that will want it. What's that number? Tens of millions?
and
Okay.
that's and also not to, I don't know about those numbers and whatnot, but let's just say you're right, Neil. That's probably not accounting for a worldwide fiat
Oh yeah, no, not a, that's
system that's setting in worldwide.
yeah, no, that has nothing to do with that. That's
Right.
yeah.
Right?
No, that didn't have any. I'm just going off of basic
yeah, that's what I figured.
business math is perspectives. When you go for sales, you look at perspectives. If you can get two different perspectives on board with your perspective, you've got approximately 24% of the marketplace will agree with you and go with you on whatever that perspective is, as long as you present it properly.
No, I see. What
That
you're
gives you a better market cap.
Hey,
So
long live.
and that's how I'm looking at it. And from the numbers, man, this thing is rocking the Casbah like no other.
When you guys chat with Ian, have you guys talked to him? Have they done the research to find out what they think their customer base is going to be, like middle class, upper middle class?
I think I don't know, but I do know this. I think Long Live Coins and myself will be the first ones to introduce it to the low end market, which is where we are going to get the retail, or the low end market, also known as retail, going to get a mass amount of sales. And on top of that, retail will have access through this jewelry to something that'll gain in value, which very few retail people have.
I would say that I think they have definitely thought about it, but I don't think they've thought of a Niels Han dynasty.
I can't tell you this. Igor did say he's expecting great things from me because of my ironworking background. That's what Ian said.
Oh, that's cool. Cool.
Yeah.
They wanted to go after the high end right away because that's
Yeah, great.
how you
Yeah,
break
greatest
into
return
any
on
industry.
investment. He's thrown a lot of money at this.
Well, they have disposable cash.
Oh, I'm sure.
And I like that, like I was saying before, I know that they've spent a lot of time looking into it. And what impressed me was that they spent so much time looking at how and the abilities of it being a monetary, solid, unmanipulated trade system with the code built in. I mean, it impresses me that that's where their focus is, not
It's the cryptocurrency of precious metals.
and that they brought it to a base like us. It's there. You can see where, they're not with the elites up there trying to keep it away from it. They want things that I would want, I think, in that.
Spread it, get it out to as many normal people as you can. Again, to that same point, we're working on that exact premise.
Yep, and
doing this, getting it out to the masses, even if one poor succotash out there only has one nose ring of osmium right now that he paid $325 for. In 10 years, he'll be able to sell it for several $1,000s.
Yeah, and it gives it naturally like the term is so often used, gold and silver sell itself, right? This thing is going to sell itself.
Yep.
The way that they're getting it out on the bottom like that is awesome, and the way that they're trying to make sure that they don't drop the ball on the possibility of the solid money aspect of it really impresses me. When looking at it, and just when you're thinking about like how are they looking at it, and from what I've looked into, those things impressed me about how they were looking into it. So
there was a question about the security of them and how it's I forget the number, but it's multiple X
10,000 times greater than the fingerprint and
Right.
the size of the tip of a ballpoint pen.
Yep.
Yeah. So I was thinking, whenever you get a chance there, Neil, if you can show that slab again, like it's got the QR code, it's got the other code, and so anyone that buys this can punch that in, and it will.
it only has the one code. It doesn't have your security code on it, but it does have the identifying code on it.
Not for you.
Right. Yes, it had because the piece itself has the code built into it, right? And just so that code that identifies it is on that box. However, the code that will come to you from the Osmium Institute for your security is not on that box.
Hey, Craig, why don't you come up on panel? You're asking a lot of good questions. I think it'd be easier if you came up.
Mm-hmm.
Heck yeah. Make it easier on me. I'm trying to do 3 things at once. If you guys,
I'm sitting there I'm trying to listen to you guys, but I'm also trying to pay attention that we're not ignoring everybody in the chat. But
yeah, no, that's I'm looking at it too and trying to bring up stuff.
that's why I came up. It's just easier for me to ask questions. So by the time I type the question, and you guys
Yep.
want to know the subject.
It's an open panel for any and everybody to come up. Everyone's welcome.
So Homestead Aquarius makes a good point here, and I just wanted to point something out about it. And since Neil has the mind for it as well, I'll give everybody else the credit. But notice, so Homestead here says anyone actually creating custom osmium pieces and building the market will have the advantage. That is what it will take though. But your market is first frame. So when Scarlett Klaus is like the kind of right below the owner, basically. I think she's kind of the vice president chair. She's up on privy on the information. And when they launched, that was kind of her thing, I think, was that she got to have kind of the first business, and that business was a high-end jewelry line name from so like connected to the Osmium Institute is her store, and it's a jewelry store, and she's kind of the one behind some of those designs that we're looking at are her designs, or we're looking at earlier. So in a sense, Homestead, yeah, and that obviously didn't go unnoticed by them, because that's exactly what she did, was opened her own jewelry store line. But to Neil's credit, there's probably something there, because that's what she did.
So he makes a good point too. The advertising or getting someone in front for the company, someone that's well known, respected, that has a good following that people would listen to and invest in.
I wonder if he means that you need to have a massive marketing budget and actually do
No,
Is that
no,
what
you
he
don't.
Exactly, that sell itself, and that's why I like that they're getting it out to the little guy that gets it out to everybody without.
Dude, imagine if 8 of us who have YouTube channels, so say each of us only have like 1,000 at this time, just make numbers easy. That's 8,000 people that will be hitting with this free.
And I would agree. It's a nice way to just sort of
And that's where it starts.
surface in the market. I don't think you need a massive marketing campaign.
We don't, dude. We will be overwhelmed with orders,
and it'll be gone. It's gonna be gone on as it is. Let alone,
yeah. I mean, we'll be starting out with these stud earrings and nose rings, and in 2-3 months, because we bought so daggone many of them and sold so many of them, that's depleting. That's depleting the supply. So that's why at the same time we're doing that, I say we need to buy the bigger pieces as well and have them in a stockpile and move out of the nose earrings and go into the mindset of what would I know my parents were poor. I don't know, and I'm not suggesting anything about anyone else. I'm only speaking about my experience with my family. When my mom and dad would go out on like quote unquote date night, but back then it wasn't called that. They were just going out, and she wanted to look good. That's when she put on the good jewelry. So my thought process is the evolution from introduction into the stud earring and that genre of people to get a capital buildup to buy the supplies needed to go into the next genre, which would be the family mom who wants to go out one weekend or one weekend a month or whatever and dress up nice. That would be her go-to jewelry. So it'd be a little bit higher end, a lot nicer, and step it up, because I don't think we could. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the stud earring thing, I think that could probably train the market if it takes off too much.
JM, if he's still here, do a search on snap-in earrings, and it'll come up. And what you do is you find the right size. They got all different millimeters. And when you put that thing in there, if you hear it snap, it's secure. So you won't have to worry about it coming out. You ought to see those. You can get sterling silver. You could get, probably the best for that would be gold
Platinum.
over sterling silver. And you want to get
a picture.
What?
What's up?
Do you want a video of it or just a picture?
Yeah, a picture of that. I found it, but I can't save it because it's a HMTL or whatever file. So.
Okay.
JTV has them. If you want, I'd get it somewhere else because they're more expensive. But you can find them the same thing, and other places will sell them cheaper. You probably can get them wholesale if you bought enough of them. You probably get in different sizes. You probably could get them down to about $5 a pair. That would be sterling silver. So you'd have that, and then you can get gold over sterling silver, which is probably what most people's going to like. Most women are probably going to like the color. And it'll just snap in there. You'll hear it. You got to hear it snap. It'll go boop. And then when it does, it's in there for good.
I will definitely put an order in for some and get some. Hold on, I see it there, JM.
Dude.
That's just the first thing.
Pop some of those in there, Neil. Put your price tag on, send them over, and I'll put one in my auction.
And you want the ones with 6 prongs because that'll keep it better than the 4. You can get them in 4; they're cheaper, but I'd get the 6.
Yeah, secure that baby. That's the key. I don't know. Again, that sounds scary. Just pop it in and don't worry. That's
Is there a 2 millimeter pop in?
It's true. I would go with
they got all sizes.
They got a 2 millimeter pop in. Oh wow, those are.
You can get real gold. You can get silver. You can get stainless steel. I think I'd go for the gold over sterling silver.
And they'll hold a 2 millimeter piece.
Yep, it'll pop it right in there, and you don't have to worry about it. It'll never come out.
You don't have to bend the clasps over or nothing. It snaps in.
You just put it in there with a little bit of pressure, and then it goes in and they close over. Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Indeed. See, this is the collaboration part, guys.
Yeah.
This is it. And as far as point goes, I'll buy a couple of those and just we'll start off triple cost.
Yeah, I mean,
You know.
you put some pieces together and put your price tag on. I'll try to put it up for sale. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what.
It would be very interesting to see. I think the 2mm. Now that would actually. That wouldn't look that bad, like for a nose ring with that little piece inside it.
But to me, there's a huge space between the not the post, but the end of what's holding it and the inside.
Yeah, you couldn't use them for nose rings. Those are for earrings.
Well,
The nose ring will come like a circular thing on the top part that hooks to the stud or the
piece.
Post,
Okay.
and that you have to use jeweler's glue for those. But like I said, that jeweler's glue is really good. So for a nose ring,
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is what I'm saying. And you know what? The great thing about this is, guys, anyone buy this osmium and we can just fucking all do it, man. We can
if you can get that size anymore. How many does he have of that type of size? 2mm?
Yeah, that's that's another thing. I mean, I might have to give up the 2mm, go for the 3 or 4mm, since it's going ear ring and not just nose ring. Because I don't think a 2mm would be a real as nice a set for an earring.
And what's the best shape that would go in there? Would it be like a circle or a square or?
Yeah, it'd be a round. But his is kind of a squares design. You can get
it is.
You can get them in that size, that shape, and you can get them for the round too.
Yeah, I'll definitely.
If it's a square, you probably are going to have to go with four prongs. If it's a round, you can do 6. And I would do the 6. The 6 are the better ones. They're better. That stone or metal ain't coming out of that once.
I would do the better clasp, and I don't know. I would always want some type of metal around. Like maybe this glues some really good. I'm not arguing with that, but I would
silver solder.
Make that sucker as solid as possible because
silver solder.
And the better the metal, the higher the price. Gold would be more than silver. Silver would be more.
Yeah. Hey, Nickel, have you worked with jeweler's glue before, or know how it works? Is it epoxy or 2-part or 3-part epoxy?
I'm not for sure what it is. I just know that it's pretty good stuff that the jewelers use. Yeah. So I mean, it's kind of like, I guess, super glue for jewelry. I guess you'd say. Probably better than super glue. Probably better than Gorilla Glue. Gorilla Glue is pretty good.
The glues they have nowadays are awesome, dude. They have a light activated glues. The ultraviolet light stimulates the adhesiveness of it. They use for teeth.
Yeah, I think you'd have to heat up jeweler's glue to get it undone. You'd have to heat it up, I think.
You guys read. Put Craig's statement up on so everybody can read. That's pretty funny.
What is that?
Maybe get Eminem to rap about osmium, or get his brother.
Oh, that's where making the grills and renting them out.
But the thing of it is, if you get the smaller market or the cheaper type deal, the richer dudes are going to have to market it, so they'll do that for you because they'll be the ones to get the word out because they're going to pay bigger money to get the word out.
We'll be getting the word out because we'll have like 6 to 8 YouTube channels, and each of us knows a couple people that they could do. Put it on their YouTube channel, and we could probably reach a couple 100,000 people just ourselves, and that right there is fucking more than big enough to get things rolling.
The secret's Tiffany. If Tiffany were to get into it and have a couple pieces, they'll really put the advertising out, and then everybody will know what it is.
Neil, you need to start working these pieces and get a good feel for them, and then when you get your masterpiece, you can take it to Tiffany and let them buy you out.
I actually,
I would never let them buy me out. I would give them a percentage, and then you get returns like dividend checks for the rest of your life.
Oh yeah, for pieces, design pieces, yeah. I actually, I don't think I've told anyone this. Ian told me that they're using one of my they're actually going to make one of my design pieces that I sent him already for a piece of jewelry.
That's awesome. So
Tuli's back. Yeah, I don't know. Just the one thing in my mind that just keeps I don't know, ringing my ear or scaring me or something is for me,
Interesting, salty.
I just be careful about putting a piece that don't underdo it in its piece. Like, don't put it in something that's gonna break or fall apart in a little bit.
Yeah.
The product itself.
Yeah, no, that's why I was looking, and I was interested in Nicholas showing the silver solder on his show. I was like, because they got different percentages of silver in that solder, and I do know they have a jewelry grade silver solder. That's
like the 9010 is really expensive.
But that's jeweler's solder, and it's silver, and that covers Long Lives Coins Point.
Yeah, and like Tuli says, if you make some, make it quality. That's
most definitely. No, I'm not.
I also really like the idea of keep it simple, stupid. Like for an initial turnaround process, getting that bling in people's ear, just a stud like that. Basic, just make it so that it's going to last and not fall out from
a quick, cheap turnaround. As the money comes in, everything gets better.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we're starting at turtle's pace. We're going to end up at a rabbit's pace. It starts off small. Like I said, I'm throwing everything at it, and everyone's welcome on board, man. Everyone's welcome on board.
We'll have Tuli model it for us.
She's a great hand model.
I wonder if Tuli's got her ears pierced. I wonder if she has pierced ears.
I actually have a design because I got I had the ones closed up. It's the little cleft part of the ear, which is above where people normally get the earring put in. And I used to have a chain run from one to another, and with little circles going through the ear itself, and then a chain running from circle to circle. And I was thinking of those 2 millimeter pieces inside that chain because it was always swinging. But not everyone's got double piercings on one ear.
A lot of women have.
Well, yeah, but back in my day they didn't. Nowadays, I don't pay attention to what people look like nowadays, so I don't know. I'm not hip on that stuff anymore.
Hey, Long Live, is Ian open tomorrow?
I don't know for sure, but I would think so.
Hey, Zardos, and yes, you do.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Zardos, you got it. You got it.
Yes, 110% get some, brother. And you're more than also welcome to the party of a coalition of people I want to get together to become a jewelry company.
You can ask Ian about it and about different kinds of glues and stuff. He probably knows. They probably know, what you can use, what you can't.
Here's a thought. If have any of you guys seen the runs on gold jewelry in China?
Well, China's buying gold with full fist right now.
Okay. So you're aware of that. What would happen if someone introduced, and you got to think it's percentages, maybe only 0.1% would understand what osmium is right off the bat. But if you introduced a small earring right now in that marketplace of osmium, how much do you think you could get over offering it somewhere else?
So, hey, Neil, remember when Ian was on with us, we were all chatting and talking. I said, territories. This is what I'm talking about. How many people is this company? I know they.
Well, it's not really territories, I don't think, because from what he's explained to me, is it doesn't really work like that. They seem to be more of inclusive.
That wasn't my point. My point is, how many people are they going to allow in North America to represent their companies?
That's where
50 per state, 100 per state. I mean, to where we all
that's where I think it's 1 per state, and he's trying to get that broken up because states are different. And just like what I had mentioned to him, I said I encouraged him to try that route because I know Northern California on 2 occasions we've voted to break away from Southern California, and he had mentioned Oregon to the same. So I think he's bringing them to the table that maybe they should break up the states instead of just like having 50 representatives here in America, one for each state, that they should now one in Utah. I mean in Wyoming or one in North Dakota would make sense, but one in Florida, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 2, possibly 3, because it's a large population. Easily 2 in California. I see where, but that's not my call. But he did say he was talking to him about that.
Like I said, these are one of the many questions. I was going to try and get and call him this week, but I just ran out of time, and it looks like this week's going to be just as busy as last week.
But that's the feel I got from speaking with him about it.
I got the impression that he didn't want it to be territories.
Yeah,
like a car dealer.
And that's why I don't understand about the representation per state, but I don't. I don't.
Here's the sad part, Neil. You say we all go in. Let's just use round numbers. Let's just say 5 of us decide to go in on this, and I'm using just fake numbers here, and we each go in at $20,000 a piece. And
No, it's not. Let's see, you're looking at it all wrong.
Well, hang on. Let me. If we're going to do that, I'm talking about if you invest or if I invest or whatever, if we do something together and we all say, hey, we're going to go in with X amount of money, and then all of a sudden.
But that's not how it's going to be. I've already stated I'm buying the first pieces of osmium. I'm buying everything. I'm getting it started, and I want everyone to jump in. And as the profits come in, we use the profits, because I don't want to cut people out who don't have 20,000 or who don't have 10,000, because I don't know. I know I see all these names in chat, and I feel I kind of sort of know them as well as you can online, and I want to offer opportunity.
Let's say the buy-in's $200 a piece. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, there you go. I like that better.
Okay, so I was using that to make a point. That's all.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Is that I just don't want the osmium. They go through like you said, the 2-step process. You get interviewed. They want to make sure you're right for the company. And let's just say you got Northern, I got Southern California. Then all of a sudden, you and I wake up one day and there's 10 more people on South, and there's 20 more people doing it. The same thing you and I are. Then we've got some time, money, investment, advertising.
And this is
get the leg off, and then these guys are pills.
The reason why I have a different perspective, I'm not looking at it like that. The way I look at it is, if I'm selling it in jewelry form, that doesn't apply to me. I'm now a jeweler who's buying crystallized osmium and sticking it in my jewelry. So whatever the crystallized osmium thing is separate from the jewelry sales part. So
what happens if they start competing with you and making, if you're selling those nose rings at $150 and they come in at $75, then what do you do?
Well, welcome to America, man. That's why we need to move up and onward and stay with the trendy stuff, make our money, because we're the first ones in the door. That's the whole point of it. I don't see retirement. This thing's going to be gone in 5 years. I'm hoping actually that no one picks up on it, except
right. Like what if Walmart or one of the big boys?
Okay, here's the thing about business.
They're like,
if you want to get a product in a major corporation like that, first thing you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to get an appointment with someone, and then you're gonna have to wait for the board to meet to decide if they're going to vote on or even hear about that idea. And it might make 2 board meetings before that happens. So a couple of months to a year has passed by before they even vote on it. And then after they vote on it, they vote on setting up a part of their business to do it. So that's why big things work slow, because they do things in a manner that's slow. The bigger they are, the slower they move. This is a quick moving thing.
I want to upset everybody here.
Damn it, I'm upset.
say a couple things that I think are important. I'm excited about this. I want you guys to be excited about this for the product itself. Whatever comes in the future, great. Okay, but just the product itself is worth being excited about. But I want to point out too that we also need to recognize, although this is a cool chance for us and I'm open for hearing things, but it's also not our product.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We have to realize that part of what I like about their vision is they are making it a little bit of chance for the regular Joe like me. But I don't think they really are going to hand the market over to me and say, oh, here's this guy over in America and he's representing himself as a B and he likes our products, so I'm going to reserve this corner of the market of the United States to Kevin.
Yeah, that's exactly what I see.
So I think that it's an opportunity for us, but in the way that to each sort, if Neil's does what he does and makes money, it's good for Neil, but it's also doing exactly what they want to do. Plus, it's going to the little guy. Like, I like how they're doing it, but I don't know that there's going to be a way for anyone to, how do I say it?
Corner.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, I think they're trying to get away from cornering.
Yeah.
They've got Ian right now. Like right now, they've decided.
And they've got me and you, and I think they'll let this run with that. But you try to come up with a bunch of people to get them all together, and we're going to corner. I mean, not that I'm against hearing ideas, but I just kind of don't think that that's why we're a part of it right now, is because they're kind of not doing that.
And I'm not talking about cornering the osmium market at all.
Yeah,
I'm talking about jewelry.
I'm just pointing out what I'm pointing out. I'm not trying to get down on anybody. Just kind of pointing out, like, we got to keep in mind too, like,
it's a good point.
There is theirs, and we're lucky to be a little bit of a part of it.
Actually, what I see from my perspective on what they're doing is I think they're looking for certain like-minded or thoughtful individuals. And for some reason on their paperwork, they want to label them for certain areas or districts or however they do it. But I don't think it's like for normal business purposes or whatever.
I think they have a bigger vision. They have a bigger vision, and they want anyone that's directly associated with them is cohesive with their moral fiber and everything.
That's the way it seems like.
And they're welcome to, if they come up with a great product, like if Neil comes up with some amazing thing, like they've already said, we'll tour this thing around for you around the world and help you. We'll give you some free product for 5 years. Like they're offering things, and they're happy to work with us. But I think it's also like, do what you can, and that's great. But
all I know is my first thought, and I usually go with my gut, and I have been called stupid by a lot of people, but I'm actually kind of not. So when I get, I don't know, man, I don't jump off the deep end running on every idea I hear. It's very few and far between. And on this one, before I even knew anything more than the first time I heard about it, it seemed to be enough for me, and the more I'm finding out, it seems like it's just a right fit for how I've always wanted to run a company, and that's why I want to involve everyone and not worry about percentages, because anytime you let money in at the base of a thought process, there's always going to be issues. So if you don't concern yourself with the money part of it, and this is my perspective only, it's not theirs, this is my perspective. If you don't involve yourself, and that's why I say I'll buy an osmium, I'll buy all this stuff, and I plan on doing that. And even if that doesn't go that route, I still plan on getting that together, because what I envision is a bunch of us getting together, no cost or anything, just start marketing the first things that I have created, and then the money that comes from that, we will do other things, and then we'll start looking at marketing. We'll start, because we'll have the funds. I'm looking at building with no investment on anyone's part other than your creativity and your natural ability to be awesome. Because everyone who's here, in my opinion, and that's why I don't mind my channel not growing that big, because everybody in my chat, I've seen in other chats, I see what other people say, and everyone here is a pretty kick-ass people. Each in their own right have vision, you might, none of us millionaires by far, but some of us well off, others not so well off, but sound in mind and principle, basically all in the same area. And I just want to enrich people's lives who, in my opinion, have the proper way of looking at living a good life, because those are the people that need to be rewarded.
I mean, you probably fit into their paradigm there, because that's kind of what I was saying when they were talking. I'm talking about that sound money where it benefits everyone equally in the way that
Yeah.
if they have the mind to get into it, then it should benefit them. And I agree with you, Neil. That's a great thing about this particular.
And that's how I see it. And that's kind of the group I want to start, is people like-minded like that, to where, because the money will come, man. The money will come. It's, that's not, I don't see it not coming. It's just a matter of doing it to make it come. And then it's all about, who are we wanting to go to party with when we get together monthly for the company parties? What are the type of people that we all were going to want to hang around? And those are the people I want in this, even though we haven't met each other, all similar minded, similar principles, gather together similars, and cool things happen. So I want to get similar people with similar morals, principles, values, ethics, because we're the ones usually being crapped on. and I see a great opportunity to, what's that song? Go take the money and run. Woo, woo, woo. We can all benefit off this and benefit. And this is where morals come in. Not only will we benefit, but this is why I haven't done other businesses that other friends of mine done that made millions on. It was my vision of making things. It was immoral. It was not good money. And I've always held myself to a higher principle. And I don't see anything about this. As a matter of fact, everything I see about this is very, and immoral might not even be the right word, but the possibility of helping others while making money is the best way to make money.
Hey, Neil, can you put up Tully's comment?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to
address that, because I'm just going to speak for myself and how I ran my company before I sold it. And I did an auto repair for almost 20 years. And my mission statement was very simple. I wouldn't put your family in a car. I wouldn't put my own family in. And that was it. So I approached every car with integrity. And if it didn't fit my standard of a car, that if I knew it was in an accident, if I knew it had frame damage, if I knew it had a bad Carfax, I would just take it to auction. I would never put that type of car on my lot. So
that's the great thing about this. Every piece that we sell is going to do that person good, because the piece itself is going to gain in value as the mineral itself depletes. So everyone who actually purchases this is purchasing an investment, not just a piece of jewelry. And that investment will do the same thing as precious metals do. It'll hold its value over time and gain value. So everyone who buys this is buying an investment, even though they don't know it.
Yeah.
And that's a plus, because not only they're going to have a cool piece of jewelry and whatever, look cool at the nightclub or whatever reason they're buying it for. That's going to be cool for them. That's why they bought it. But in a couple of years, they're going to realize that, holy cow, that diamond earring didn't gain as much value. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Julie, I wanna read off here at the beginning of their. This is their little pamphlet that they put out.
Yeah, I saw that piece of paper in your hand. I figured you had something that you could share with us. So thank you.
And yeah, there's a few different things in here, but I'll just go over the front. Their first thing that they want to say.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, put him full
There we
screen.
go.
I've also got another thing from the Osmium.
Yeah, I'm setting you guys up. Go ahead.
So who are we? The Osmium Institute is the leading authority for the certification and distribution of osmium. The Osmium Institute was founded to facilitate worldwide standardized trade of the rarest precious metal on Earth. And then it goes on. They want, our company objective is to inform individuals and companies about osmium's use in the tangible investment asset sector and in the jewelry sector. It talks about it's the eighth precious metal and goes into some of its character. And over here it says, we create encrypted identity codes for every single piece in circulation. This new form of osmium and its secure database represents the marriage between tangible assets and digital security. So I think that, like right there, what what their key is here is that they have the 8th precious metal, that like Ian was saying, it took those scientists, 40 years of work to come up with this product. So their main key is that they have come up with this product that has within itself to marry those two aspects, kind of like Neil's saying, where this is the digital crypto of the precious metals.
Yep.
In that, they've married those two things together. They've taken the solid asset, which I like. That's what drew me to it, and then they've securitized it with that secure code that's built into it. And that's key. That can't be replicated, being the most dense product. And they've married those, and now they're distributing it among the world. And right here, their objective is to inform individuals and companies about the osmium use in tangible investment asset sector, and in the jewelry sector. So, I mean, there's a few things right there that kind of, that's some of the things that they're focused on, and obviously how that as well, like I was tying into the secure money aspect of it. So yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of their thing, and how it gets distributed. If Neil moves the most amount of product through nose stud rings, then they're all for that. And I think that's where some of the opportunity lies, and the rest kind of sells itself. And I kind of like that. That's one of the things I like about them, is they kind of left that up to Neil's Han Dynasty, or whoever.
Yeah, and that's it, or whoever.
Yeah.
And so let's get a whole bunch of whoever's, all of us whoever's together, as many as we can in a group, and multiply our marketing and sales availability through that marketing, through different acquaintances or shares or whatever that, these algorithms. Think of the algorithms, okay?
So how do you think of this? How do you think of this as a nice little line? Deal with Neil, the Wizard of Osmium.
That's funny.
The jingle. Just a jingle.
So, long live and Neil. Questions for you guys. When you get the osmium from Neil, Neil, I know you bought the 12 pieces, and I know Long Live, you bought a couple and sold them already. When they send you the pieces, do they come in like a box like they show on the thing, like what you show?
Actually, hold on a second here. I'll be able to show you the other form they come in. I'll be able to show you both forms. Let me put it that way.
Well, no, my question is, when they wholesale it to you, they just send you the osmium without it being registered. Then once you sell it and retail it, basically you're responsible for registering the piece to the person. Is that correct?
Well, it's a combination of that. Yes. I'm doing it. So funnily enough,
I'll let you handle this one.
Yeah, so I'm doing a video on that very thing, which is why I ordered those 2 pieces to be sold and did sell them, and I'm documenting that transfer. In fact, the piece that I sold to Nickel, specifically, I'm documenting. And just as I asked him to have some patience with me, because these are first time processes, and I'm not worried, but just like I was thinking, you might need a little time. So I have not received that code yet, and Scarlett, I believe, is on, or at least Ian said he was going to talk to Scarlett about it. So it happened once before, and she worked it out, no problem. So so this has happened. So I have not yet received them. However, I did receive my code for my first piece that I bought for my wife. And yes, you receive that code. It comes to you. No one else knows it. So, you're the first to lay eyes on that. And now no one can buy that piece unless I specifically go onto the Osmium Institute's website, entered my codes in, and say, yeah, I'm ready to sell this. So with, like in the case where I sold to Nickel, I'm actually still the owner except for as live on YouTube that I sold it to him, and that it's in the interwebs as of right now. So, but the main thing is that Nickel has the actual asset. And again, that's
Yes.
another important thing, and the rest is documented on live.
And I can actually throw you a life. I can throw you a life ring here.
Don't report that stolen.
Say again.
Don't report that stolen.
Well, they've already got it. It can still be tracked.
Well, the case in point to the question was, Neil, I see you got those 12 vials with a little piece in each one. How do you know which code goes to which piece?
And that's why I wanted to. Let me go ahead and hold on a second here. Sorry, guys. Let me.
If it's on the bottle, then that would explain it. But
yes, it is, and that's what I want to show the code and everything. And
so your worst case scenario is you open up 6 of them and pour them out, and you don't realize which one goes with which one.
Oh well, if you're going to be a little bit foolish with the precious metals, then you're going to pay the price. Yeah, you're going to have them all re-examined at that point in time to get them.
And if you're going to put them into jewelry, you need to make sure the jewelry, like I think the way Ian explained it, was the osmium. The osmium will own the jewelry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That number right there.
Yeah, the ATP.
And that numbers, these numbers here, and where I'm throwing long lived coins of life raft is the reason why they're being delayed on getting the paperwork for these pieces is because where the bottleneck right now exists in the Osmium Institute is the availability of documenting and because the process of taking these little pieces and sticking it under a magnifying glass and then taking the pictures that they take and then documenting that and putting it in their system is where the bottleneck is right now.
Administration.
Well, you would think they would do that in the process when they put the number on the vial. You think they'd already take the picture, they already got the number for it, so that should go right into the database.
Well, it's in the actual doing of the work of doing all that with all the increased orders. It's just a temporary bottleneck. It's going to get taken care of probably within 2 to 3 weeks.
So I'm really a guinea pig then.
Yes, but I did tell you that in the auction itself, right before I auctioned it. So
you are a guinea pig.
There's another design idea.
Go ahead. Or
Did we lose him?
No, I'm good.
Anyway, yeah, Nickel, yeah, we'll still I'm still gonna get with it. Yeah, and I got your email. I have not watched your video yet, but I'm gonna go back when I get a chance here and watch that. Sounds like
it'll make you nervous, but you'll see why. Because I sure got nervous for a second. I said, "Oh no!"
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you didn't lose it. That's good.
That truly says she read on their site there's a charge to have them recertified. So I think that speaks to this bottleneck too. I think there's going to be an administrative bottleneck.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I was saying, have some patience here. This is a new product, a new process. You don't have anything to worry about. You're going to have the actual product in your hand. But this is and
well, yeah. I mean, you saw my product. I actually have it. I don't have any of the codes, but they sent it to me. That I've got the paperwork. Oh, there we go. Let me show you the paper. There we go.
Yeah, be careful on showing some of the paper. Well, I guess you do you, but
I thought I'm not showing any of the paperwork because that's a great idea. But there is paperwork of the sale of it, listing those numbers. So there is a trackable already, even though I don't have that in-depth paperwork where the company of the Osmium Institute or whoever is actually bottlenecked on their administration part. I actually do have a trackable sale with those numbers, so they still are attached to that.
Well, so does Nickel. Yeah.
So you do have all of it. You just don't have it physically. But you have the important part. You have the
you just don't have the information to resell it yourself yet, and it's there. It's just that you haven't seen it yet. Yeah. But that's funny because the pieces that they don't have the code. The piece that I bought for my wife, I actually have the code. I just don't have the piece yet. So
Cart before the horse, horse before the cart. No, it's just a great, unique opportunity, and what excites me is every piece that gets sold. I know that person within 5 years is going to be able to turn around and triple their money if they want to sell it to someone else, because the value of the precious metal itself is going to increase, which will increase the piece of jewelry. And the way to get crystal osmium into people's hands as stackers is through the jewelry end, and the way to get it to the poorer people is through the low end jewelry. This is a perfect thing to spread the wealth, man.
So does this mean you're selling all your platinum and you're all in on osmium?
Oh, hell no. I didn't say nothing about that. No, PGMs, man. Platinum's still platinum group metals. Osmium is a platinum group metal. Platinum's right there, platinum. No, I'm still in love with platinum. I just see, I don't see a business opportunity like this with platinum. I don't see platinum jewelry. I don't see the same appeal.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Grab your platinum, liquidate half of it, and get into osmium more.
It depends on how quick. If it's that there is a pathway for me to probably drop an ounce or two of platinum to get osmium if things don't work out financially for my job, and I see the market changing and accelerating quicker than I see it happening now. Then I would buy as much stockpile of the crystallized osmium as I could.
Yeah, to Thule's point, you don't want to mix up the pieces, and that also kind of goes back to the point of cutting up your bigger pieces as well.
Yeah. You'll have to be certified.
That's why I asked the question. Like I said, these are just asked. These are asked and answered. So if we run into these in the future, or someone talks about it,
no. That's why we're having these.
This is what I know.
So you want to have a clear objective for anything that you buy, right? Like either it's going to be for jewelry, or it's going to be for sentimental, or it's going to be just for stocking, or you want to know that right off the bat. And you don't want to have a game plan of it being swapped a whole lot. Like, it's not trading; it's generational. I think it's generational wealth.
That's what it seems like to me.
It's definitely generational wealth in jewelry form. If you guys when you guys actually buy some of the letters or the numbers or the pieces, you'll see what it is, and you'll be like, "Wow, I got to be careful with this."
Yeah, but and that's us on this little end. On the other side of it, you got big players moving large sums of wealth in a secure product, and that
will crush this market quick. If someone comes in and buys 50 ounces,
we're out.
Securitized wealth. Yeah,
buy a couple tubes of discs.
Yeah, that's all it would take, bro.
That's literally what I was saying. Those family offices are buying, like he said, boxes of those big $32,000 disc, boxes of them, and trading just on with that value, because that you can move a lot of value in a small.
Oh yeah. You know what they're going to call that? The osmium squeeze.
Yeah. And that's that's again, it goes back to it's the cryptocurrency of precious metals. It's a quick transfers of wealth, untrackable, other than you giving up the security code when you transfer it. And heck, if you're dealing, who would want to do that if you're dealing in like boxes of the chips? You just
are you going to tell us that Dorothy in the Wizard of Osmium was actually wearing slippers made of osmium, and it wasn't ruby or silver?
You got that right.
The osmium slippers.
Hey, so story for the time.
Neil, Julie's asking why the letters.
Why buy the letters?
Yeah.
For one, what I see when we're not, and I look at things differently than other people. And I've never been in the jewelry business. I don't wear rings. I don't wear. I've got this one earring, and earring, and I've had since 16. I've never taken it out, and that's when I bought it. So it's like 40 years ago is when I bought jewelry. I don't wear jewelry, but from my perspective, if I was to make a piece to sell to somebody, I could see a first name initial or a last name initial as being a point of reference to want to buy that piece.
Hmm.
And that would, of course, be better than like getting a 1 or a, hearts obviously would draw. But as far as the letters go for names, that's why I got the H for a ring. Han being the last name, so the ring's going to be an H. People will have the last names of all of the letters.
Well, I was wondering what the H stood for. Thank you.
Yeah, it's for Han.
Yeah.
For me, in my use of this piece, it's for Han.
Or a Star Wars.
Yeah,
TIE
TIE fighter. If I turn it sideways, it'll be flying at you.
But I still think the symbols and like the animals, the hearts, the crosses, things like that will actually be more popular than the letters.
Most definitely.
If I buy something, that's I'd be buying those and the little discs.
It's going to take me too long to spread do the psychological spreading of royal treasury for each man's house since he's king of the castle. And that would be, they'd want the letter of their name on their ring.
Are you guys reading what Nichols Nichols
Oh.
put?
I was reading what Homestead and Tutor going on it about.
Yeah, same here. OCD is obsessive compulsive disorder.
Yeah.
So Neil, you're available during the week to chat?
What was that?
Are you available during the week to chat?
I'm unemployed, man. I'm always available.
Well, I'm retired. So like I said, I got a pretty busy day tomorrow. But Tuesday, I wouldn't mind jumping on with either you or Long Live for a little bit, and then getting on with Ian a little bit. If you guys have time, I don't know what your LLC, what your schedule's like.
Well, I'm hoping to make Ian so daggone busy he doesn't want to take my phone calls.
I think we're already there, Neil.
That's kind of because he mentioned to me, he goes, "Yeah, you can start selling it." I laughed and I said, "I ain't doing that daggone paperwork." I said,
How long does it take you to long that you've already done 2 processes? How long does each one take? 5, 10, 15 minutes?
For the processing of the code?
Yeah, getting it all registered and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, I haven't. But yeah, it would take about that. I mean, it literally doesn't take long at all. It's you go on the site and you answer a couple questions and buttons, and that's you're good to go.
Okay. And you can do that on your own for your customer, right? You don't have to the customer doesn't have to be there with you when you do it.
No, but the customer needs to give you a valid email address.
it could be a one-time use, never used again, so you don't have to worry about.
Oh, that's right. I remember that part. Yeah.
But yet, if you lose your osmium, that email address would be used to contact you to guarantee,
Or if it was a theft recovery type of situation. Too.
Yeah,
that's your online connection. That's your
contact.
That's your Bitcoin for you right there.
Yeah, that's your security code.
That's the big difference, when you lose electricity or something goes on. Like I said, I never ever will be on board with Bitcoin on any level. I think the government's going to use that platform to put it to the working man who's trying to get ahead, and they're blowing these numbers up for nothing. I think one day it's just going to disappear because people say, well, silver people, they're going to have confiscation. Well, they're going to have to go over guns first, which will be our first indication that they're coming after our gold and silver, and I don't think they'll get past that.
No, and like I said at the beginning of this, a way to quote unquote confiscate metals from us would be to increase the value of them in a fiat currency that's fixing to die. So that way you trade in all your metals for fiat currency, then they kill the fiat currency. That's a type of confiscation.
Everybody's got all kinds of reports and beliefs and what they think.
Oh, I don't think that's just a pathway. If they want
what logic and common sense tell you, you see what's going on in the world, and you see what we're all trying to do. We're all trying to take care of our families, and I've yet to touch Bitcoin. Is anybody else?
When I saw platinum, I was hollering from the rooftops about platinum, and everyone was like, "Well," because I learned so much about platinum. And I'm doing the same thing with this crystallized osmium because I'm seeing the same thing, actually better.
I'm gonna try. If I get home in time tomorrow, I'm gonna try and get a hold of Ian. I'm gonna order some just for the heck of it. I've been showing it to my wife. My wife shows no interest in it whatsoever.
Yeah, and that's cool. It's not for everybody.
Yeah.
But
I thought I'd get her a piece. Maybe I'll show it to my daughters. Maybe I'll just get some for my daughters.
I'll put it this way: the only reason I'll wear jewelry ever in my lifetime is if I create it. So it looks like I might be wearing jewelry, but it'll be the only jewelry I wear. I won't go out and buy it because I don't care for jewelry. But if I'm going to make jewelry, I'll wear it, of course.
Yeah, if Craig was still with us, if he was on chat with us, so like I started as a mechanic, and when I got married, I never wore my wedding ring because I worked with through the course of my career 3 different mechanics who lost that finger with having a wedding ring on.
Yep.
So my wedding ring still looks like the day we got married 30 some odd year, 30 coming up on 34 years now.
And that's cool that Tully said she likes the holding of it more than jewelry. And that's cool. I myself, when I said, as we sell the jewelry, I want to take a part of the funds of the capital income or the gains and invest in building a stockpile of the crystallized osmium, because as we sell it, the price of the osmium will be going up because as we're selling it, we're depleting it. So
did Ian say when the next? Because I know they said they raised the price of osmium periodically.
It's coming up soon.
It's going up soon.
Yeah.
Did they say by how much, or did they say it's going up?
I don't. He doesn't have that. He did not give me that information as of yet.
Percentages at all? Nothing.
What are you talking about? Percentages of what?
Year over
year.
year.
They periodically raise the price of osmium.
JM showed that chart of the osmium. We spoke about it on the last live stream, where
I can pull it up. I'll pull it up in a minute.
Yeah, where they lowered the price of the osmium after the raising the price, and they sent people extra osmium to make.
Oh, you mean you're talking about the halving or whatnot? So it's not a halving, but yeah. So what the process that they made so they came up with a more refined method of producing it, basically. This is my understanding of what happened. And when they did that reduced the price of it. And so that new price, what they did to make up for the people who had already bought in, they just sent them that amount of osmium.
That's what happened.
Yeah, I remember all that. But my question was, when Ian was speaking, he said, "Hey, periodically we
15% year over year."
Is that what it is?
Yeah, 15% year over year, except for that one hiccup that we just spoke of.
You're talking about the natural. That's just the natural price rise of the osmium.
Yeah. Natural price rises. 15%.
I'm going to mute myself for just a second. I got to take a phone call.
Not a problem. I think he was asking who sets that price.
Yeah, no, that's just the natural.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yep, that's the natural price that people are paying for it. Like I was saying, it already bypassed industry. That's what I'm talking about, is because people like you and me, with our excited dreams of what we can do with osmium, are already willing to pay more money than most.
Yeah. And the more people that get involved with it, the quicker that goes up.
Exactly. So
and that's why I said there's a parabolic. It goes up slowly at first, and all of a sudden, well, the more people that get involved, and since we're the first ones to be introducing it into the American marketplace, a larger marketplace of people who have a greater wealth, even though it doesn't seem like it, we have a greater wealth than most of the European families. It's going to go quick, exponentially.
And so for people who are wondering about it, so I bought in. Let me see. Are you guys still looking at that chart?
Yeah.
So so I bought in like almost at the tip. So I'm down from where I bought in.
Oh, I just got mine a couple of days ago, so I'm with you.
I'm not at all worried about it. But
by no means, no. I actually want more.
Right? Yeah, me too, no doubt. But I just pointing that out. Like it obviously, it goes up and down like anything else too. But I think it'll. Yeah, I know I don't need to go into how.
Yeah, well, year over year, it ends up an average of 15%, and has.
Yep. So far, that's
that's the thing. Yeah, there is ups and downs. Yeah. But it's a year over year, which means from this date to this date, they take it, and the average is 15%. So the rate of return is 15% year over year.
Still looks pretty stable. Like,
Yeah, no, it's just
compare that to
Great chart.
anything.
you won't find it. Not even BTC looks that good.
That's what I was going to say to some of you people who are good at graphing and math and stuff. Now,
BTC retraces 80 to 90% from its all-time high every 4 years. That makes it a roller coaster looking chart. That chart there was pretty much straight up with little hiccups and bumps going upwards.
Yep.
Never.
Yeah, they talk about there's no other thing in its performance that's come close, and I was like, well,
yeah.
I guess because we're starting there. Osmium already has a high price from where they started this product at. But if you started that product at zero, I bet we would have beat it in Osmium. I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. But yeah,
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Totally agree. I totally agree.
Somebody should do a video on that.
Yeah.
It's just I'm not very good at math, so it's not me.
Well, get your son in there. He'll help you out.
I know, right?
Well, it's so rare too. Like, I wonder how good and how full the data is for years going beyond that chart.
Well, that
like before 2000.
1805 is the farthest you have to go back. I know that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's when they started charting it.
Well, that's when they became at least documented as a thing.
Yeah, and that's, well, documentations or charts.
Right.
Or at least information for charts. So, yeah. In one perspective, one and the same. But I do geopolitical thinking. That's charts. Some weird, right? Although I did have someone buy a $340,000 house over there in Ghana. I told him, I said, look into it, James. You got the money. Next thing you know, he came back to me and said, yeah, I just bought a house, man. You need to check it out. I was like, sweet. And here's a funny thing, too. My buddy James, I told him, I was like, yeah, man, I want to go over to Ghana and see your house. About last weekend, I was talking to him. He's like, yeah, tell me when you're going to want to go. I'll call and clear you in. And I was like, no. I don't want to go over there and use your house like a hotel. I want to go over there when you're over there. Let's go together. He's like, oh, okay, August is when I'm going. But I thought it was cool that he was going to open up his private gated resort house to me halfway across the world without him being at it. I thought that was kind of cool.
Mm.
They arms guards and everything. They don't let people in unless they're authorized in that neighborhood. It's a high-end neighborhood. Pacific View Beach. It's one of those kind of places. But hopefully in August, if I have the money, I'm going to be going over there and I'll be doing some live. I'll be doing some videos from over there, since I do a lot of African videos. I'll be doing one from Africa hopefully sometime this year.
Nice.
And picking up ideas on jewelry too. Trust me, man. Crystallized osmium. They might have some special kind of bamboo or something. Who knows? I'm always keeping my eyes open for something.
Oh, Art Collector, you missed the whole show. You got to start right back at the beginning.
Dude, yeah, go to the part where we gave away the 5 ounces of platinum. That's gonna really piss people off knowing they missed that one.
Good to see you again. I know Art Collector was in here earlier though.
Yeah, no, he was. No, just a discussion about the morals and principles of company and this one in particular organization, and something I want to get started that I want everyone to get involved with, and a baseline for getting in on that. So that way, what I've always seen as a problem for every company, and Disney is the most one right now, is money. Money is always a problem. It always causes rift. So my idea is to take that out of it for everyone else, and I'll put the money up to do it, and let's get started with that and reinvest it as it grows, and then we'll all make profit eventually equally. And I figure that's the most fair way, because I don't give a poop about the initial investment, because I see I see tomorrow, and I don't want to I would rather talk you guys into seeing tomorrow with me, and the easiest way I can do that is not have it cost you anything except for a little bit of your time and knowledge and creativity. And we all have that equally. So what we don't have is, cash. We're all at different levels economically, and I don't want that to be brought up. So if we're all equal without cash, then I'll take care of the cash part of this, and we'll go equally. So that way there's no bitching in 2 years. Well, they're getting 2%, I'm getting 6% or whatever. No, it's all equal. Doesn't matter. It's all equal. So that's what I want. The fact that this product actually will benefit everyone who buys it, that's just a plus. And a reason to sell it. And then, it's morally sound. It's something I'll sell. It's not aluminum siding, or a Kirby vacuum cleaner or something like that.
Well, yeah, your fingernails aren't going to get dirty selling this. In fact,
I am turning 56, so I'm not looking to do ironwork forever. And something dropped this opportunity on me, and it is an opportunity that I will take. For which many I've passed up so many opportunities because they're just not right. They weren't right for me morally on a moral base. And this one checks all my boxes. Don't make fun of Kirby. I sold Kirby vacuum cleaners, girl. Door to door. This is a lot easier.
People I was going to say, I'm glad I'm not hearing anything about an upline and a downline and a recruit this and multi-level marketing that.
No, we don't need none of that. This does it for us. This product, that's another great thing. This product it sells itself. All you got to do is look at it and just look at it. And the people who don't like jewelry won't buy it. People who like jewelry, they'll buy it.
Just look at it.
Just look at it. Exactly.
Look at
that.
I'm not all that much on jewelry, but I'm still buying it. I did put some into jewelry because that's kind of a common sense.
And you're not into jewelry. And you're not into jewelry, but you made jewelry out of it. So that's another good thing about this. People who aren't into it will get into it and buy it. So that opens up the market right there, which also decreases the amount of time we have to get into it and before it's out, because there ain't that much of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know,
and we're fixing to introduce it to America. America's bigger than all of the area of Europe that they're in now. America, Canada included, is 3 times that size and population. So their numbers they're looking at for time it gets sold out and no more of it was based off of numbers they have. That's why you can't trust charts, because they're opening a new market and we're the first ones in. And it just
Thule, you still need to explain the osmium and the importance of it. Well, that's a good one that you're pointing out there, but it's kind of like, I mean, I don't know that you can just say one thing, or I mean, it's kind of looking at the whole thing, right? So you've got the 8th precious metal. You've got the rarity factor being 1,500 times more rare. You have the built-in code of the most dense, rarest precious metal element on Earth. Therefore, also having the built-in code and the backup information, making it a kind of an even more secure wealth preservation asset, possibly, along with it already being built into it itself, has bypassed so far all of the industrial aspects that it could have been plausibly used for. Of course, now I still do want my osmium record needles, so I'm gonna have to figure out how to try to remanufacture that. But it being itself sells itself already, and I don't know that we know all of the uses for for my raised nickel. So yeah, I mean that's a good question, but I mean it's already in itself encompassing a lot of those answers, bypassing all of that, all
Well-
of the possible uses just in its precious metal or uniqueness, however which way.
And that what's on the screen right now is another reason why I like this precious metal. Not only is it the most crypto like precious metal, is because people will want it okay. So yeah, we're coming at, we're stackers, we're into, you know, gold, silver, platinum. Some of us are smart and into platinum, but most of us gold and silver. No offense to anyone who's not into platinum, but you should buy some platinum. Crystallized osmium is a precious metal, but unlike those other three I mentioned, it's not. I mean, yeah, it is used for jewelry. It is, but this like replaces. In my vision right now, in the time and history we're at, diamonds are being proven to be overvalued and a totally manipulated market. I've seen several shows where people are like, "What? My $10,000 wedding rings only isn't worth that." It's like the American fiat dollar, but people are figuring out it's not really worth that. It's the diamond company perceived an amount of scarcity to something that's not scarce at all. It's in quite frankly abundant as heck fire, but somehow they convinced everyone that it was scarce. But now people are finding out. So they're at this time in history, people are finding that stuff out because knowledge gained, the internet, however they're doing it, this knowledge is getting out and it's made the news. I've seen a couple of articles on diamonds basically being a big hoax, like what I feel other
monopoly. It's a monopoly.
Well, and that's why it's got its value. It's got no value other than a created value, a manipulated, created value by greedy people, and that's why the price keeps driving up. It's not scarce at all. If you didn't mind getting shot, you could go pick it up on the beach in Nambia because it's just laying there. It's been laying there for thousands of years. So many of it. They came up with a story about blood diamonds to make you not want to buy the diamonds that people were picking up for free and putting on the market, devaluing De Beers' control of it. So that's going on right now. And this right here, I dropped that little 2mm piece in my hand, and the first thing I thought of was, dang, that looks like a diamond. I mean, it's even glittering more than a diamond. And that was just a 2mm piece. And so I was for sure nose rings would catch, just because what Julie said was jewelry sold because of the way it looks. But then above and beyond that, it's a precious metal. And it also has different uniquenesses because of that, the 8 being the 8th precious metal. But you don't have to I don't feel as though you have to really explain that part of it, because they already want it because it looks like a diamond. And that psychological sales point is where it sells itself in jewelry. So in ultimate, if you want to ultimately wake people up about precious metals, you got to get it into their hands, is what they say, right? So what we're doing is we're getting precious metals into people's hands in the form of jewelry that they don't know is a precious metal. Probably one of the best for return on investments out there. Oh, who did we lose? Oh, we lost Long Live Coins. Hopefully he'll come back on.
I think he will.
Well, it's 11:30 where he's at. He might have to do some stuff with his kids tomorrow, school and whatnot.
It's 1:30 here. But that's okay. I can sleep in.
Hey, hang on one second. Hey, are you guys jumping off?
No.
Okay.
Long Live Coins has lost connection. I still see him in like a backstage kind of thing, but it doesn't seem how long he might be connected. Yeah. Okay. There he is. He's connected.
Yeah. I saw somebody buffering there saying they were having an internet.
Yeah. It looked like it was. That's why I.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a couple more minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
Jame Unleashed, did you just make that picture
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
your video? How do you do that?
Okay, so I'll show you one more. I'll switch it one more time here. Hold on. There we go. So what you do is you're in StreamYard right now.
Okay.
Down at the bottom in the middle says settings.
Yeah.
Go to settings.
Okay.
And then virtual background.
Okay.
And what you do is go down to the plus and upload images that you've cropped into the exact same format as a thumbnail. You want to go crop it first. And that's what I did while I was muted there. I went back and forth and I was like, oh, I got to put something osmium in here. And in StreamYard, you can have, what is it, at least 10 of them.
Okay.
I got one here with nickel.
Let me see if I can find one. All right. Yeah, I think now I can figure it. Thank you for that, Jam.
Yep, no worries. Yeah, as long as your camera's covered, then you just turn the camera on, and if you've got that as your background, it'll show it.
Yeah, but where did you get that picture? I can't find that picture.
I got that off of Osmium. I'll drop the link. It's right off the Buy Osmium website.
Okay, now I got that website.
Custom made.
Okay.
I'll drop it in the chat for anyone that wants it.
Oh, yeah. For other people. Oh, yeah. Someone's got platinum up there. That's JM.
Yeah, so I screenshotted, I did a screenshot off their website, and then I cropped it for the same parameters as a thumbnail. And then I added osmium. I should have put the text in the top right-hand corner, though. My mistake was putting osmium in the bottom left. But whatever, we're live.
Check out mine. It's because my camera's on and you can kind of see through my.
Yep. So you got to cover your camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. I use.
Yep. There you go.
I use this.
See.
Now watch. It won't have any.
Yeah, and if you uncover it, then you'll kind of show up if you don't have a green screen.
Okay. Interesting. So, okay.
But covering it's the way to go if you want that background.
Okay. And then to put it back to the camera.
Yep, you got it. You just go back to the same
place and then
settings.
None. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Virtual background.
Woo.
Yeah.
Got it. 10-4.
Sweet. See, we're all learning.
Jeffro Bodine, yeah, but I don't think we're going to see that because they're, that's what gives them their monopoly. And I shouldn't say that. Along with 10 years of preparations and deals with mines and foresight, I mean, they're a long ways into it. It's not like, but I don't think they're going to show us the process from raw sponge to final form because it's kind of a secret. It's like the chef's secret sauce or whatever.
Well, hopefully one day maybe we can get a tour or something.
Proprietary, as Jay says. There you go. That's probably the word I was looking for.
Well, there's a picture of my new girlfriend. Quick, screenshot it before she's gone.
So Craig here says, would love to see how osmium would react to acids such as aqua regia.
We had that exact same question right near the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, that's probably what I'm looking at here. I'm going back through this.
Yeah, I think you are.
The aqua regia, is that I
think it's a heavy duty chemical. But we know like hydrochloric acid it'll be fine with.
Yeah, so I don't know.
If it's mixing through hydrochloric acid, I'm thinking, wow.
Yeah, I wonder what that stuff is. That's what I was kind of wondering. What's aqua regia?
That I don't know. I've actually never heard of that one.
I've heard of it, but I don't know.
Me too.
About it.
see what it says.
Silvershire, hello.
Yeah. What's up, Silver?
Aqua regia is a mixture of concentrated nitric acid and hydrochloric acids, usually 1 part of the former to 3 parts of the latter.
So I guess it would be a no, I think.
No, I wouldn't. It wouldn't touch it.
I think you'll be okay. Gerald Draper, hello, hello.
I think so.
Good night, Ardos.
But that just speaks to it. Like, people are trying to pick holes in, the product, the opportunity.
Yeah.
And that's a great thing.
And it's like nothing's perfect, but dang.
It does a fair job of holding its own, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
A very good job. I'm impressed.
I still think the biggest issue is going to be the administration, the administrative end. And I think that they've actually already figured that out.
Yeah, it's going to be a short-term thing. What I compare it with is the same problem SD Bullion had for about 2 weeks when people were complaining about the length of time it took. He had a similar administration thing, and all he had to do was a couple things to correct it, and he did it, and it was taken care of.
But as a business model at the beginning, it's going to be profit margin on selling it. But I think, once it really starts to hit, what do you call it? Like capacity, where like there's not a whole lot left, then they're not going to be making so much money on selling it, and it's going to have to be more on the administrative, like the ownership change.
Actually, due to rarity, the price will go up, so they'll make money on both ends.
Yeah, just throwing like, I'm trying to be the not devil's advocate, but
oh no, please try
debate the other side.
Yeah, that's a great thing.
Poke holes in it.
That's how we find out. Does it fall? Is it a bunch of BS?
That's the thing that kills a lot of businesses. Great business model, and then all of a sudden administration can become top heavy. Hopefully, lean and mean is keeping the administrative low.
Well, what the problem is in the documentation, and it's for speed. The way they've been doing it is one way, because they weren't growing faster than that way could handle.
Right.
So it worked for them. They're in another sector, North America, and the need has grown. So all they need to do is streamline what they got with the employees they have, add the technology to cover. Basically, what I see is they just need to add more cameras and a couple people. And that's a one-time purchase. And when it comes to the people, I think once this product gets to a certain point, they'd release a certain percentage of those people, because there'd be less of the product to go through, but the price would accommodate that lack of product because of supply and demand. But yeah, and all businesses have that. I would hope that they would, be business appropriate, but that'll be a later thing and not our problem. It'd be theirs. No offense, but I don't see them having that problem, because they don't seem to run like every other company. And that's one thing I like about it. Because if this guy was greed driven,
you would have went different directions.
Yeah,
or he would have sold out to Klaus Schwab by now.
That's one thing that's got me very interested, is why they are choosing the route. I'm happy with. I'm really happy with the way they're doing it, but why, it makes me wonder a little bit, because
I think they want to make sure you're not a swamp creature.
Yeah, I think
that's where the money. I mean, that's. I agree, but why? That's not where the money's. I mean, that's an amazing ethics behind it. Like he sold 5 of his businesses that were not probably bad businesses to do this. And where's the money at?
It's probably for the same reason that I haven't been a multi-millionaire yet, like a lot of my friends, is.
Well, that could be, but I mean,
it's morals,
right? Yeah, exactly.
you know,
Makes you
morals.
wonder,
It
but
holds a lot of people back, but when the proper thing comes along,
that's what it looks like.
that's what I'm getting.
Yeah, I mean that's what it was for me too, but not that I'm in his position, but that it kind of seems to be that, which is impressive. So
Yeah.
I
Well,
can dream. I can wish.
I hate to say it, but I'm not surprised he's German coming at us with this perspective, because they'd be the ones that I would think would have the intellect enough to, if they had an opportunity, treat a business like this. And that's basically find the good people, for lack of a better word, that find, or let me rephrase that so it's not so exclusive. Allow the cream to rise to the top.
Yeah.
There we go. No
Yeah.
matter what it is, allow the cream to rise to the top and go with that one.
Yeah.
I
That's what
sold
it's-
I sold Robomores when they first came to America. I became a dealer.
A what?
Robomore.
What is that?
It's a robotic mower,
Oh, okay.
Oh, Robo-mower.
Okay. Yeah.
and it was based out of Israel. They came here, and so I had, let's see what areas. I guess I was Kentucky and Indiana. And
Yeah, they ran their business by regions.
yeah, and what happened was the price point was so high, and it was just, it was cheaper for people. People could buy a riding mower cheaper than they could it. And I told them, I said, if you could get that price under what a riding mower goes for, you probably would then have better sales. But I said, people's going to pick that riding mower over this robo mower because you had to have copper wire, you had to have invisible fencing, you had to have the parts you had to replace, and all that kind of stuff. But where they sold the best was California, because they have such strict laws on all that stuff. You almost can't use a power mower there anymore, and so they sold best there. People would buy, but around here, it was like pulling teeth. You just couldn't get anybody ready to buy them. I used to have 3 of them going in the yard here. One in
My
each
buddy
section.
used to
That's
sell
because you're
the
lazy.
Roombas, the vacuums that did that. And I can imagine that for a lawnmower, you'd have to have that hardwired. That'll have to be plugged in.
Well,
Operating
the
on
Roombas, I looked
Yeah.
into it about selling them because I was selling robotic products. So I had office space, everything, and I was going to do it, but they told me I had to buy, see how many units was it? Initially, you had to buy, I think they said that was something like 20,000 or something. And I'm going, ain't no way I could afford to do that,
My buddy
And
made
so
a
I was going to sell those and the Robomore. And at the time, there was really only like two companies that made them. And Friendly Robotics made the Robomore, and they were the top. They were number one. But again, you just gotten better. Each model's gotten better. It used to be cut a pyramid formation, and then it got to the point where it almost goes back and forth. And now they got them where they'll go and recharge yourself up. But still, the price point was the problem. If they could have been cheaper than a riding mower, I think they would have taken off.
You watch what people are saying in chat, Nickel.
What are they saying to that?
Let's see. Let me go ahead here.
riding
Robo
mowers are fun anyway. They're fun.
Well, they got robo wives now. So
Yeah, they do. In Japan, it's actually causing divorce.
Yeah. What do? You buy it, it takes half your money and runs away.
No, actually, they're a good wife. They sit there.
They run out of
anything. And
they run out of power.
in the argument, and they don't.
They run
come
out
back
of power. They run out of power after they get 4 blocks away. You just go pick them up and plug them in.
They're subservient.
And for any of the ladies that are watching and listening, we're just joking around.
But they do have those
Watch
robots.
Julie. If she's not asleep yet, she's going to say, "He's
There she
pushing
is.
that line. Nickel's pushing that line. You're pushing it."
It's only in Japan. They looked at bringing it to America.
They do your dishes during the day and then reshingle your roof while you sleep.
And they have in Japan. They've got robo nursing aides, and they pick the up and carry them around and stuff. So
That's right. You want to see? This is bizarre. I never thought I'd see this. They actually created, and I don't know how. I'm sure they'll advance the technology to be able to use it one day. But
I think
they had a robot that was a connector. It did my job connecting the steel on high rises. I saw a robot do that job.
I think a robotic wife would be perfect for constitutional. I think he could go for that.
All right, I'm back.
Nichols fixing to get slapped in the back of the head by Tully.
Again,
And constitutional.
it's constitutional.
Punched by constitution. Really. I don't even think he's thought of that angle. I think he'd be all for that. I ought to suggest it. Cheap. It's cheap. It's cheap. He can do what he needs to do when he needs to do it, and he don't have to worry about taking his gold and his silver. Yeah.
Neil,
Until they get robotic lawyers. Then the next thing you know, they have robotic lawyers, then it'd be a different story.
Neil, have you invited Thule up yet?
Yeah, she doesn't have a computer or something like that.
Oh, okay. Usually, we're talking this long. She usually just jumps in. It makes it easier. But I'm sure she types 10 times faster than I do. I can't type with a dog. All right. So what did I miss besides the robotic caregivers?
Yeah, that was pretty much it. It was all on robotics. The caregivers was the nicest part of it, I think.
We talked about how I was a dealer for Friendly Robotics when they came to America with the RoboMoors. And the reason I got into them, nobody's asked me that question yet, I'll answer it.
Because the silver inside, you could dismantle them and take the silver out.
No, it was over. I was allergic to yellow jackets, and so when I got into a nest, I could bring that RoboMower, and it would cut for me, and it would get stung, and not me. That's why.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those things.
I'm allergic to them too, but I don't think it's actually an allergy. I just don't like the pain.
I'd take shots for it. Almost killed me. One of my numbers, I can't remember. I think the whole number, my blood pressure got down to 11. I got stung. I was down on the ground, dude.
Yeah, at 11, you'd be passed out, wouldn't you?
Probably did.
You'd be on the ground white. That happened to me one time. We bought some bees from this Chechen guy, and I told my partner I didn't feel good about it and I didn't want to do it. But we got him anyhow. We had to carry the beehives a certain distance, and he didn't do a lot of things right. And I was disgruntled. And anyhow, I got stung like 60 sometimes, and I ended up passing out, turning white and shit. But I got better before my buddy called the 911. I came around and said, "No, don't bother calling the fucking 911. I ain't gonna pay that money to go."
But that's what brought me out of it. I was almost in a coma. Then I heard somebody say, first this little girl was there with her grandmother, and she says, "He ain't gonna make it, is he?" And little brat. Let's call an ambulance. Then I said, "Ding, ding, ding!" I said, "That's $1,000 right there." And I came out. I said, "No, I'm all right." I said, "Oh Lord, I'm all right."
Can I pay with scrap aluminum?
Out here it's more like 2,600, but that's what I thought too. I was like, "Fuck that shit." Sorry for my language.
So, Nickel, would an EpiPen work in your case if something were to happen?
I used to carry it, but I had no way to keep it cool. In the truck, it would get too hot. And you know what they got up to at one time? You know what they was asking for those suckers one time?
Like $2,000?
Yeah, it was up there. I go, man. And then most time you throw them away because you don't use them and you have to throw them out after so long. And I said, I'm not paying that money not to use it. So I never would do that. Pretty much with the shots, I went to a doctor and he gave me the shots. I took them for a year. So now they won't kill me. But man, one time after that they stung me. My leg looked like it had a cast on. That's how much my leg swelled up.
Wow.
And so it's still dangerous. I don't know how long they'll last. They never said nothing about getting boosted, but I did have. I had to go a year taking shots to build up immunity to it, and so I've been stung since then. I always get Benadryl, and as soon as it happens, matter of fact, when I know when they're nesting and when they do, you know your enemy. That's what the saying is. So I know when they nest, so I take the Benadryl before I go out. It makes me a little drowsy, but then I already had it in my system. So if they sting me, it doesn't have much effect on it. But I got to play it safe.
Were you taking Benadryl when you bought your osmium?
Well, no, I didn't have a reaction to that. I told you, everybody was giving their reasons. Everybody was giving their reasons why they bought what. Because it was absolutely 100% the cheapest one. And I said, that's why I bought it.
Yeah, that's funny. Sorry. I like to pick on you a little bit. That's all. Just having fun.
Yep. So anyway, Yellow Jackets, they're like sharks, man. And once they get your scent, they will follow you all over that yard. And their job is to sting you to death. You know, their job is, we're going to kill this sucker. And here they go. They hit you. Huh?
It's all relative, because what I used to do when I first got into beekeeping, I was living in another address, and I had a back porch that was like at the second level, and the bottom floor was kind of like a basement. And I kept the bees up there, and I was sticking jars of honey out for the bees to come, because I was taking close-up pictures of their tongues and all their activities, and I was learning everything about them. And the yellow jackets would show up, and this is the only time I got stung. I would take, and actually my business partner, I got him to where he was in the same mindset as me. And in 1 month, I was able to squish with my thumb 71 of them fuckers.
Well, when you kill one, that draws more in. If you didn't
That's
know
what
that.
they say, but if they're you kill enough of them, they get scared of you, I guess.
Well, the bees, I watched a video on this actually that we're talking about this. I know that they set off a hormone. It goes out to the worker bees.
A phenome, they call it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, thank you.
Pheromone.
Yeah, whatever.
Pheromone.
Pheromone,
yeah. That's how you capture hives as well.
Yeah.
But the worst is hornets. Now I'm allergic. I took the test. What I'm allergic to for this, they give it to you for the area you're in, and I'm allergic to two: bald-faced hornet and yellow jackets. Not a bumblebee, not a regular honeybee. What's some wasp? I'm not allergic to the wasp, but I'm allergic to those two. Well, I'd hardly ever see a bald-faced hornet, but hornets are worse, because if you get into them, they will chase your butt for like a mile. So, I mean, it ain't hard no getting away unless you can get to your car and shut the door before they get to you.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Listen, Tully, if you kill an ant, the rest of the colony will come and carry like a funeral. Yeah. An ant funeral.
It's your
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Don't let the ants know that osmium might be worth stocking.
And
Coming
you know what they do? They put the ant's body in a peanut shell.
Be nice. Be nice.
And one of these days soon, they'll be coming for the osmium.
Tuli said, you better not be sharing it. She's going to lock me in a car with yellow jackets.
You know what's really scary? They got these Asian hornets over here in the Northwest. Are about 3 to 4 inches long.
Aren't those the ones that fly into beehives and then try to eat the bees?
Oh, no,
Yeah.
Those are regular hornets. And actually, my design that I came up with for the bottoms of my new beekeeping system, which I call the Han system, it overcomes that. Because in the Langstroth system, they got a flat bottom opening. It goes pretty much the length of the box, and you can close up little pieces and parts of it with little sticks or whatever to, make it a bigger or smaller or whatever. My system, I use a 2x4 or actually 2x6 front piece, and I drill holes in it So that way it gives an 1.75 inches of a hole the size of a wine cork. And if you do the math, the size of the hole, if you put 3 of those holes, it's the same as like a 9 inches long for the Langstroth size. So that's how I'd know, to close 2 of them up with wine corks, leave 1 open, depending on the size of the hive. But while the hornet is inside that 1.25 inch long walkway, the hole that I drilled, bees can still go over on top of it and beside it and send out signals for the bees on the other side to block its path. And what happens is if the bees get an opportunity, such as catching a hornet in a tube like that, it takes less of them, because how that bees kill hornets is they surround it, about 12 of them, and they start flapping their wings, getting the whole body temperatures over 103 degrees, and that fries the hornet. So if they have that little tunnel for the system the beekeeping guy came up with, it only takes about 6 or 8 bees to get on a hornet. And it also buys them time, because in the Langstroth system, you've got about 3/4 of an inch before that hornet cuts up into the comb area or the brood area and does its damage. Or my way, it gives them time to alert other bees and stop them from even getting into the hive. But yeah, they're the ones that bite off heads and just walk away and can destroy the hive.
Those ground hornets, they call them cicada killers. You've seen those, haven't you?
What?
They're technically called cicada killers, but man, they got a stinger on them, you wouldn't believe. Well, they say they will not sting a human, but yet I have found their nest or whatever, and I've seen dead birds laying around, everything. I said, I ain't about to find out. You used to take a wolf ball bat and swat them suckers. And one time a guy came, we were trading baseball cards or something, we was kid. We got them wiffle ball bats out there, and they go, y'all crazy. Yeah, I think they took off. But if they, I think it's the swamps at them, but they're big. They're as big as that Japanese hornet, but they just not as aggressive as the Japanese hornet. We used to swat them suckers. They break in 3 pieces. So.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't have too much of that stuff here. Biggest thing I have to worry about is ticks.
Too cold there for them. They say, we ain't coming here.
Yeah. We do get wasps and bee. Like the bees are nice though. Like I've never found the bee to be aggressive unless you accidentally sit on it or disrupt it. The worst thing that we've got to worry about here is ticks. With Lyme disease. But I recently found out that possums are great at getting rid of a lot of those unwanted insects.
Skunk, they'll eat them.
Yep.
And
probably wolverines and badgers.
We got some crazy ones around here. Possum. One of them was coming across the street, and I was walking by, and this sucker tried to climb my leg. I'm telling you now. I'm going. I think he was rabid or something, because he was coming after me. I go, man. I said, man, if that Chico was living then, I said, if I had Chico, it wouldn't have been no contest. He wouldn't have come there, because Chico would have gone nuts. But man, they're mean. They can be really mean. So they got sharp freaking teeth, I'll tell you that.
The possums?
Oh yeah. They're jagged. They're jagged, man, and they could really rip you up pretty good.
How do we go from osmium to bees? That's pretty good.
Because long-lived coins is the bee. Remember?
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. All right.
It's a variety thing.
I missed part of the conversation, so I apologize.
Stacking precious metals like it's pollen and nectar.
There you go. So Neil, what's your time frame for getting your? I think you first have to figure out what kind of stud you're going to use, and then what you're going to use to put the osmium onto it. And you're going to attempt this yourself, or are you going to go find a jeweler, or maybe work with a jeweler?
No, I'm going to attempt it myself.
There you go. And what's your ETA? I think you might have your first product up for sale.
2 to 3 weeks, maybe a month at most.
There you go. Cool.
Like
You
I said,
decided
I'm
what-
jumping in the deep end, both feet moving forward. Whether I'm running or sinking, I don't know, but I'm going.
Did that website that JM found for you, is that going to help you out to order your studs?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, keep us posted on that. Let us know. Kind of update us on where you're at on that.
I wouldn't get with JTV. You can get them other sources. You can get them for a better price. JTV is pretty high.
You know, I'm at the. I have a different thought process. Hey, what's up, Daryl?
Hey, Daryl.
I don't care about the small amount of price of a $5 or $10 difference on something. I just want to get it going, more of a proof of concept to myself. And the sooner I prove that to myself, the more I'm going to even be more sure that this is a good thing.
I like Nichols' ideas, though. Like make sure you get the don't go for a 3 or 4 prong. Go for a 5 prong.
Well,
sure.
the 6. You can get 4, 5, and 6. 6 is, I think you may even be able to get an 8. But if that's like, they get more expensive, the better or more secure they're going to be. But if you're going to square it off looking one, you probably would want to go with the 4. I think it's going to fit it better than all the others.
Well, the ones I have are 2 millimeter squares. I'm probably going to order the 3 or the 4 millimeter, get several of those, and that'll take a little while. So definitely within a month.
I'm excited for you, brother. Like that. I hope this thing pans out. If I borrowed nose ring, I'd get one from you.
Well, like I said, I want other people involved.
Yeah, I'll order one and send it to Nickel.
Oh, there's all sorts of rings, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Earrings, nose rings, unmentionable rings. I can see them becoming very popular because it's bling. Like I can see.
I never even thought of that concept, bro.
Bling.
Yeah,
bling.
They go.
Right?
They got them for their eyebrows too. You got eyebrows. You got multiple ears. You got the tongue. You got the nose.
See, I was just going off my own experience of the left ear.
We're showing our age now.
They even got one they can put in. Somehow they do it right around the neck area. It looks like they're wearing like a diamond pendant, except there's no chain. And I asked them once, I said, how the heck you got that on there or something? They said it's pierced some way and they put it on, pop it on.
Yeah, man. Some of these piercers are right out there. They'll pierce anything.
Oh, yeah. Guys get their long john. Long john done. I'm going, that's got to be painful. I mean, ain't no way I could do that.
One of my previous roommates was a tattoo artist and piercer. Absolutely. It's very, very popular.
Yes, it is. Real good friend of mine did most of my tattoos, and my half brother, both obviously tattoo artists. But one of them, my friend, his wife was a piercer. When we started mentioning that stuff, I had to obviously blot it out what she had told me, but I had recall when you mentioned the genitalia stuff. And the needles they use, that is, I would call that sadomasochistic.
I think so too. Yeah, I'm not into that. I don't think it's.
Yeah. And a belly button, you got those.
Those are a lot more better to deal with than some of those other things, man.
Yeah.
No idea. No piercings and no tattoos.
I got 7 tattoos and my left ear pierced.
Yeah, I got my left ear pierced when I was in high school, but no tattoos.
What does it used to be? Only it meant you were sweetie pie, and then if you got your left alone, you were all right. You were mancho, right?
Yeah.
You were cool.
Right here was fruity or fruitcake.
Yeah.
Right here, you needed to go to San Francisco.
And
now I have one in the left ear living right by San Francisco.
Neil, where do you live again?
Across the bay from San Francisco.
Oh Lord!
Actually, I can see the water of the North Bay from the front door.
Well, there you go. So On a different subject, everybody have a good Easter. Everybody hang out, get some good eats.
I had some family over here for supper. That's why, and I wanted to shout out to Salivate Metal and Rocky Superstar. I missed both their lives, and I also wanted to shout out to, if you guys have ever heard of Neil Hahn's Dynasty. I was a little bit late getting here too.
It's quite all right.
Yeah,
I wasn't expecting many people because it's Easter Sunday. I was expecting maybe a 1 hour stream and then cut it.
Yeah, I'm the only one that's retired. My wife and my two girls both still are working, so they'll go to bed at between 8 and 9, and I bounce off the wall, so at least midnight every night.
Right on. What time zone are you in? Mountain?
No, I'm the same as you, but I'm in California.
Oh, okay.
I'm just south, you're north.
Oh, okay.
Well, I can tell you what Rocky's show was. The first part was we had two subjects. The first part was this constellation stuff that's going on, the eclipse or whatever, and then he had Hoosier Stacker on as the main guest for that, and then we talked about. After that, we talked about the bridge getting knocked down with the barge. That's basically what we talked about.
Did any of you guys listen to Frostbite's deal on that? He was in the military and was on the ship. He had a pretty informal or pretty informational.
the whole thing seems really fishy to me. The
well,
more I look into it.
Well,
I watched the one he had on military currency because I suggested it. And then I told him next week it's got to be about Confederacy, the Confederacy currency. Because, it wasn't back with gold. It wasn't. That's why the Confederacy ran into some financial trouble because their currency wasn't backed in gold. The North was.
So I got a little tidbit on that ship. Did you guys know that the lady that owned that ship was found dead 4 days before it crashed?
Nope, that's news.
I just read that today.
I knew that it was Ukrainians that were piloting it, and that the black box malfunctioned right at the most important point. It had all the data right before and after, but not the critical time.
If you guys get a chance to listen to Frostbite thing, he went over a lot of stuff. And the other thing is, they always have tugs to the bridge. Why were there no tugs at 1:30 in the morning with this ship?
So I
raised that question, and the response that I got was, JM, usually the tugs are going to help the ships into the dock, but when they're going out to sea, not so much.
You would have thought that the first time the thing went down, that they would have maydayed and have some tugs on their way. And they had 3 pilots that were up and dealing with that when all that happened too. They have 4 pilots on and 3 were on when this was going on.
I don't know. I mean, that's what Rocky thought. He thought it sounded fishy.
So you guys don't know anything about the missing tape?
No, that would be cool.
They have like a black box, a recorded black box usually going, and on these big ships, and this one had one too. And 2 minutes and 2 seconds were missing of that black box time.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Maybe it's in Hillary's email.
That critical 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That was most important. Similar to Mr. Jeffrey. Oh, I can't say it.
Good night, Silvershire.
But if it was a terrorist thing or something, or trying to do damage, shouldn't the pilot or the captain been a Russian?
Well, shouldn't they have been interviewed before 2 days after? I heard they weren't even interviewed for.
Here's a conspiracy that probably will pan out.
Have a good night, Silver.
Russia's accusing America, CIA, and English Secret Service for being behind the bombing attack at the museum that happened, and they've been hacking our systems for quite some time, trying to get to us. And I could see that if you know what that ship was carrying, it could have been a lot worse than it was.
A lot of hazmat.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of right at the bow.
I think a lot of people at the last minute did a lot of things on that ship that need to be commended. But this is just personal feelings, and the facts will come out later. But something happened where they lost control. I understand they dropped the emergency anchor to stop its forward momentum. So they apparently did everything they could within their means, and that's like a last ditch effort, is dropping the anchor to stop your forward momentum. So they did. It could have been a lot worse, and we'll find out exactly what happened. But I think it was a Russia hack retaliation kind of thing.
For the pipeline?
No, for the bombing at the Moscow Museum that killed 144 people here recently.
Well,
MI6 is to say about that's England's
Yeah, CIA,
MI6.
FBI.
So you're saying that these Ukrainians are only Ukrainian in name, but they're really Russian?
Huh. I did a video about 3 months ago. We said the war for Ukraine was over because their own general came out and said we're losing 150 men a day and we're only gaining 50.
Mm.
Yeah, he did the math. So everyone who's fighting over there isn't from there.
Oh, they got
Where's that?
mercenaries.
Yeah, I was gonna say mercenaries.
That's all they got because their military has been downsized by 90% through attrition.
Crazy.
There I am. I'm the abominable snowman in that shot.
Yeah, and also I think Putin already said like a year ago that due to the agreements that were made with NATO for whenever, that London is actually a target that they can hit for nukes. So don't go to London. Huh.
Aren't they supposed to launch a rocket the same day of the eclipse?
No clue.
I was talking about the surfer. That's who the phone call I got from. He was touching on that a little bit. I don't know if it's us or somebody else. I'll hit him up tomorrow.
No clue. I know whatever's going to happen. If something's going to happen, it's going to be planned and staged. It's not going to be a supernatural event.
Mm.
And having said that, I would tell everyone once again, on April 8th, the eclipse, whatever, don't be around crowds.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to stay here and or work. I'll probably be working. I'm not looking up.
I would reevaluate your neighborhood's safety and security measures with your neighbors. And if you don't have any, I'd at least talk to them one time before the 8th, just as a precautionary measure, and see who else might be on board that you could count on if some shit hit the fan.
I probably did. I got one. I live on the top of a hill on a cul-de-sac, so I have one neighbor. I'm at the end of the cul-de-sac, and he's at the beginning of it. So he's stocked with food and ammunition, and just like I am. So
Right on.
feel fortunate for that.
You are.
Yeah. The rest of them, I can't say that.
I'm on the top of the hill, and I'm the only one who's probably got a gun on this hill. And no one else is on board with taking care of anyone else except for me. So
What are you eating? What are you eating, Neil?
chocolate chip cookies, man. You can't just have one.
I knew something. The guy can eat like a whole bag of them. Wouldn't gain an ounce.
So, hey, Nickel, if you don't mind me asking, do you own your own company, or do you work for somebody, or are you retired?
No, I own a lawn service.
Okay. Oh,
That's how I found out I was allergic to yellow jackets. I got hit.
Yeah.
He hit me in an artery, I think, and I went I think 2 more rounds around, and I was gone. That was it.
How long ago was that?
Oh, that was back in
1643.
2001. 2001.
You sure it wasn't 1643, Nickel? I've heard some stories.
And
Hey, I've
I
been
can't say
around.
that. Nichols younger than I am, so I can't. I got no more room to speak.
What's the first president you can remember?
Who, me?
Mhm.
Oh, Kennedy.
Washington.
He was killed
Really?
exactly 1 month before my birthday, or before I was born.
Yep. But see, but my first president I can remember was Nixon.
Yeah, same here.
You know,
That's only because my parents were bitching about him.
Well, he was. If you say what he did, is it worse than what we have going on today? I'd say no, but he definitely lied to the people. If you listen to his phone calls, he's a racist. He's all these things you say, and he went out and would tell the people exactly the opposite of what things were.
And
And
he
would come back.
also cut NASA's budget.
I just remember my dad going through the house saying, "Yeah, that's Tricky Dicky again."
Yeah, Tricky Dick.
Well, he and talk to people on the phone. I told American people this, but it's this. He would. They had all the phone calls recorded because, as smart as they say he was stupid to do that. That was a big stupid mistake. He made recording everything. So
Yeah,
Well, they
It's
still
all in the
record.
past.
They still record, but now they just blackmail everybody instead of turning
pretty
them in.
much. That's the type of society we live in.
Yep. I think it started with Hollywood.
Oh, of course, you got to hit the masses.
Yep.
Best way to get it on them on your side is through Hollywood.
of course Carter, he was a good person, but terrible policy, and he was terrible at picking people for cabinet positions. I mean, absolutely terrible.
I actually
That-
had one of Ronald Reagan's Secret Service members fired before he was president. He was touring, not touring, wrong word, campaign trailing, and he came through Pensacola, Florida, and it was 1979. I don't know. Yeah, I think it was
What,
79.
Reagan? Yeah, Reagan.
Yeah.
He announced in '79, and
Yeah.
but he
Well,
ran. He ran many times before that. I think he won on his third attempt.
All I know is he came through Pensacola Airport, and I was going to a private school. We had come back from Europe like 2 years before that. I was in 7th grade, and we were along a barrier, and I saw him coming down the stairs, and he had these guys that were in black glasses and whatnot. And I thought to myself, Neil, and this is just how I am. I was like, how could you get past those guys, get in front of him and shake his hand? And I came up with a plan real quick, and then I executed that plan. And I ended up right in front of him with my hand out saying, "Hey, Mr. Reagan." And as soon as I got that out, what wasn't part of my plan was someone picking me up from behind and setting me back over the barrier. So I never actually got to shake his hand, but I did get in front of him. And before I got set down, I had a signed picture of him in my hand.
That's cool. Still got it?
No, I don't know what happened to it. I was just real impressed that I outsmarted the Secret Service. I thought that was pretty good in seventh grade.
Yeah, well, Reagan was, when he was younger, you could not beat the guy in a debate. He was sharp. He was really sharp. And he should have been the nominee instead of Goldwater. He should have been, even then, he should have been the nominee, but I remember Goldwater. I'm old.
Yeah, but the aliens weren't behind him then. They were behind him when he ran.
And but
Yes,
Goldwater, I like him better than I did McCain.
I don't like any of them. I say vote for Neil Hahn in 2024 for POTUS.
Hey, Neil, you said you have some Scottish heritage?
No, not some, half.
Half. Okay, I know you're not big on alcohol at all, but here's a beer that my brother recommended, and it's Scottish. Guinness and Gun. And man, it's really nice. That's a Scottish beer.
What's the alcohol content in that?
Probably like 10%.
It might be 7 or something. Let me take a look.
Can Can you play the horn? Can you play the horn, Neil?
It's bagpipes.
Yeah, pipes, horns, pipes. Yeah, can you?
I used to be able to literally a millennia ago.
Do you have a skirt?
No, I don't. I do have.
Give me a kilt.
Call it a kilt. They call it a kilt. I call it a skirt.
Well, if you call it a skirt, I don't have one.
6.3. 6.6 alcohol.
So it gets you getting drunk real fast.
Yeah, that's a tall boy.
Yeah, that's a tall boy.
Yeah.
You know, Roddy Piper, he wore a
Kilt.
Yeah.
a skirt. I would never tell him that though. If he was right in front of him.
I was about to say, man.
What's the skirt?
See if you say it to a Scotsman's face while he's wearing one. See what happens.
That's a nice beer though. For anyone that likes to just sip a beer, not power drinking, but you just want a really nice beer. Innocent Gun.
I wouldn't know what that's like.
Do y'all?
I don't want to promote that.
Roddy Piper.
I don't mean to promote it on your channel, but I just thought it was.
It's all good. It's all good.
Am I old because I remember Roddy Piper?
Nah.
I remember Roddy Piper.
I even remember the movie came out with those where you put those special glasses on. You could see those
Those
aliens.
aliens.
Yeah. I came here.
That movie sucked, man.
He said, I came here to kick butt and chew gum. I'm out
And
of gum.
I'm all out of gum.
Yeah, that was good. And I liked him. I thought he was hilarious. I liked him myself. But
Yeah, I always go into movies, no expectations, no disappointments.
Yeah, you seen any Star Wars lately?
I disconnected cable from my house about a year ago.
Right on. Yeah, the Star Wars kind of suck.
Yeah, I'm over Hollywood. I won't support them in any way, shape, or form. I haven't
That's
watched
why
TV.
they kind of suck.
Yeah, I haven't watched any TV in probably well over a year.
the last movie I went to see was the movie by the religious movie. What is it? It's about the end days. It was from that religious channel.
Oh yeah,
TBN. The Mega Code. That was the last movie I went to see at the theaters.
I think I bought that movie and streamed that at the house.
Yeah, I saw that, and then the second one, I saw the second one. The second one's not as good. I wonder if Thule saw the Mega Code. I bet she didn't see it. She don't watch movies if you didn't know that.
Neil?
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of movies either.
Yeah, I don't either. I care less. I don't think I've even stepped foot in the movie theater over 10 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say even 20. Like, I think I went to my last movie theater was around 2007.
In fact, I'll tell you the movie I watched. You guys might know it. I think it was called Wings. It was a guy who was a pilot who flew a plane over fires. A real popular actor. I kind of liked him. And then he got killed, and Holly Hunter was his girlfriend. Man. I can't remember the name of that movie to save my life. I remember what it was about. I thought it was a pretty good movie, but that's the last movie I think I went to the theaters and saw.
I almost went and saw the second Top Gun movie at the theater. Both of my brothers were trying to get me to go, and I was like, "Ugh."
Wait till it comes to TV, or wait till it comes to video.
Yeah, I watched it. I watched it on TV. Yeah.
Well, the movie that there's that Civil War movie that's out. They say it might be worth going to see. I don't know.
The other one was what is it? The Sound of Freedom. When that one came out, I almost went to see that one too.
That new one that came out that's about the Civil War. I can't remember what it's called. It
Civil
just came
War?
out. Huh?
Civil War?
No, it came. It was in. It just been out like 3 months, and it sounds like it might be a decent movie, but I ain't gonna go pay to go see it. Because what's the average movie ticket now for a theater now? $15-$20 now, and it's ridiculous. So I'm not gonna go that way. I will wait till it comes, and probably on YouTube, and I'll probably watch it.
Yeah, and the wacky $15 for a bucket of popcorn too.
I know it. You could pay going to a movie. You'll pay what you go to a ball game. for
Hmm.
it's unbelievable. Parking for a ball game, you got to pay parking, then ticket. Anything you buy, hot dogs, probably $8 or $9.
Yeah.
Hey, Nickel, I'll tell you a story. Some friends of ours gave us free tickets to the Anaheim Rams game, and we were all excited. Ask me how much I paid for parking. And you have to do it online. You can't even go there and go park. You got to do it online and reserve a spot, because if you get there and you don't reserve a spot, you don't get to park.
I was going to say 25.
No,
75.
50. Keep going. Keep
75.
going. Keep going.
Come on, man.
90 bucks.
150?
Nope, 90 bucks. First and last football game you'll ever see me go to.
10% for the big guy.
See, you could have got $9 cheaper if he wasn't there.
Oh man, I tell you, it was I could not believe it. The beers weren't that bad. They were tall boys, and me and my daughter got one each, and I think they were like $11.
Was that a football game or baseball?
Football game?
Oh, okay.
Well,
I avoid
football
all
game's
that.
longer. At least it's longer than, say, a basketball game, so you got to enjoy it a little longer, I guess.
Yeah, it was cool. Would I do it again? No. It's much more fun to stay at home, make your own sandwiches, drink your own drinks, and you can pause it if you want to and come back to it.
I went to one football game. It wasn't a football game. It was a scrimmage game when the Panthers stadium first opened, because I had something to do with the putting the handrails up, so anyone who worked there got to see it. It was a pre-game. It was a preseason scrimmage type game. Other than that, for baseball, a buddy of mine had some tickets to not Braves game, San Francisco game when Barry Bonds was with the team. And we sat right behind the, third base foul line. They had a big pole up in there, and we got there like an hour early. And had about 24 balls hit that I could have caught had I wanted to, but I didn't care to. And let's see, Barry Bonds hit 2 into the bay. The pitcher threw a no-hitter and hit a grand slam home run. And with all those, there was like 4 records broke during that game. And so I looked at my buddy and said, well, fuck, because it didn't cost me anything. He paid for everything. I was like, well, it looks like I'm never going to another game again, because I never thought that I'd have 4 records broke in one game. So it was supposedly exciting.
So
everything else would be more boring than it was.
So that name of that movie was called All Boys. It was with Richard Dreyfuss. That was it. Sorry, guys, I had to type it in and Google it. I couldn't remember.
That's all good. Yeah, I'm Googling stuff all the time, too.
That's how you fucking learn stuff, man. You learn it.
Oh, yeah.
Who left? Oh.
Nickel.
No, Nickel's here. Long Live Coins left.
Let's see.
Yeah, Long Live Coins. He's probably going to bed. It's 12:30 his time.
It's 2:30 here. Wow.
It's only 11:30 here. I know what you guys are complaining about.
For real. It's still early, guys. Come on, hang out.
Long LLC, he's probably another rave. That's probably what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And a spinning bin?
Yeah, I call them raves.
Oh, do you? Raves or raves with a V?
V.
Yeah.
Yes.
Come on, Zardoz. I think you're only a couple years younger than us.
Was he 50?
I think so.
I can remember records. Then we
50.
went to cassette, 8-track, then cassette, then CDs, now digital. So I learned. I've lived through all of that.
You know what I just saw today? Guy next door, he came back from Mexico, showed me a video of his buddy of his at this one store or one, I guess, manufacturing plant. It was a real small plant though, and they made records, vinyls. I saw the whole process. The guy had made this video for the guy next door about a week ago, and I actually, for the first time in my life, saw how they made vinyl records.
You modern vinyls?
Yeah,
Really?
guys in business today making vinyl records. Yeah, my neighbor's opening up a bar probably around like October, and he said he got the idea from a Japanese themed thing, and he's buying all these vinyl records, and you're supposed to go. He's gonna have like 2 turntables, and I don't know how he's got it set up, but he's got like a couple hundred vinyls he's been buying, and that's what. And he's the one who showed me that his friend was at another friend of his plant that actually makes the vinyl records.
Huh.
I didn't think they were being made anymore.
Well, I know my oldest daughter, the one that went to Alabama. We bought her a really nice record player for Christmas and bought her a bunch of records, and she plays her record all the time.
Oh, right on.
It's kind of nice. I used to take them to school every day, so I used to play 80s music. So I would have contests with them to have them guess the artist and the name of the song.
Yeah.
Hey, the first music I ever bought was a vinyl record.
Yeah. That's why I was amazed that it was still around and they're still actually making it.
Then
But it's newer technology. Apparently, when they pressed this stuff and it came out in the record format, and then they like took off the edge of it to make it in perfect round shape, apparently the music was embedded into the process, and it was like, how the heck? I didn't understand that part of it. Yeah, because it was a press. It was like how you press coins, except for they stuck this globule shape in the center, and they had the sticker on the bottom and on top, and then the press came down, pressed it, and when it opened it back up, and after like 5 seconds, there was a vinyl record.
You know
And
who
supposedly music was on it.
you know who invented the 8-track?
Marlon Brando?
John Lear of the airplanes. He did it so
Yeah.
they could. Yep. It didn't last long, but he invented that.
Oh, I probably had 200 tape cassettes when they came out for music.
8-track?
Not the 8-track.
Cassettes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The ones after that.
Did you guys carry those? I remember having my 1969 Nova.
Nice. I had a 78 Dodge Aspen.
Yeah, I pulled out the straight 6. They built a V8 in auto shop and dropped it in. And
318.
I remember having the cassette player. We used to buy those boxes, and we used to fill those up with all the cassettes.
Yeah.
That's right.
And everybody would share their cassette kit. So you get tired of all listening to all your tapes, and somebody has different music or whatever. You guys switch. We would switch cases.
Yeah. Switch
There's
boxes.
that Columbia House or something too, where you could get a couple for free, but you had to buy a couple.
Yeah.
The
That big
Buy
thing that
three,
that
get
big-
4 free.
it had those big thing of stamps. So you pull the stamps out and you stuck it on that card, and then you mailed it in. They sent them to you for a penny a piece or something.
Right. Yep.
What was the name of that company too?
I thought it was Columbia House or something like that.
Yeah, Columbia House is one
Yeah, I
of them.
think it was Columbia House. You're correct.
Those were the good old days. Like, man, you could drive around on a dirt bike and no one was going to say, "Oh my God, you're ruining
Before cameras.
the environment."
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm really going to age us now. So raise your hand if you went to the JCPenney catalog and circling the pages that had the toys that you wanted for Christmas.
Me,
Yep.
I used to.
Yeah. That was before Toys R Us, that's for sure.
Thule's right. BMG is the other one. Very good, Thule. I didn't think that she must listen to music. She don't watch movies or TV, but she must listen to music. That just told on her.
That's kind of funny. So 10 years ago, I used to hang out with a band, and I used to just listen to them play, and I would play the maracas, little things. I would back up sing and do whatever. And then one day the band got in a fight, and the bass player quit. And they said, "Hey, Jeff, you're here every week," and they just handed me the bass. And being a mechanic, I'm a visual learner, so if I learned where the chords were on the guitar, so I would follow the rhythm guitar. And so within about 4 months, I learned how to play the bass, and I played with this band for 7 years.
Right on.
So that was fun. I missed that.
That's very cool. Oh yeah, music's universal.
Yeah.
That's one. Music is one of the things that I really, really love. That and animals, and that's one of the things I love about Neil is he rescues animals.
Yeah, I've got 4 of them.
Yeah, rescues.
Yep, and one was found in a trash can with only 3 legs, and he's the most loving dog I've ever owned.
All rescues are loving, brother.
Well, I have the other 3 are kind of more independent, whatever. But the one with the only 3 legs he's the youngest, but he's the most loving dog.
That's awesome. And I know Nico loved his Chico. I never got to see any video or pictures of Chico, but I know Nico's brought him up several times, and that's the thing, you know.
Yeah, that makes it's like losing a family member, man. Honestly.
Yeah, we were Chico on the man. Dynamic duo.
What kind of dog was he, Nico?
Chihuahua.
Yeah. Okay.
Wasn't scared of anything. Heights, water, people. A guy 8 feet tall with 300 pounds and a bat. He wouldn't be scared of him. So he was. You can learn a lot from a Chihuahua. They got guts. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, they're very protected by their owner.
This little Jack Russell that I've got in the front of my profile picture here, it's very, very similar.
Oh yeah, the little guy up front.
Yep, and she'll go after that black and white Newfie. No problem. If any dog gets out of line, doesn't matter. It could be a pit bull. She'll latch right onto it. She'll be like,
How much is that Newfoundlander weigh?
Yep. He's about 130 pounds. He's actually extremely slim. He's not nearly as he's not fat at all.
He looks thick in that picture, I'll tell you.
That's hair, fur.
Yeah.
He would have been the runt. He would have been the runt of the litter. Usually they're around 150 pounds.
And JM doesn't walk him; he walks JM. Is that right?
You know what? The little Jack Russell walks all of us.
That's how it goes. The little one.
No, there's
pack leader. What's his name? The one that's in the picture.
Theo.
Theo. Nice. My 3 legs. His name is Oliver.
And what breed?
We've taken him to 3 different vets and nobody can figure it out. He's got 2 layers of fur and he sheds like nobody's business.
Yep.
I run my Rumba every day in the house. In fact, I just went out and bought one of those ones that do it automatically and they measure the houses and all that stuff. We have wood floors. So, yeah. One day he got hairballs on all the corners. It's crazy.
Well, you know, I have a ton of respect beyond just anyone that treats their animals well, but for anyone that goes the extra mile and rescues them.
Yeah.
I think it's an important message to get out there.
Absolutely.
I'd much sooner see someone rescue an animal than go to a breeder. And guys, anyone in the replay, watch out for those where they're just breeding them out of control.
Well, you know, every time they play that commercial about the dogs and their suffering, I have to turn it off. I cannot. I cannot watch it. I can't. Period.
Yeah.
I know my limitations because I would jump on a plane and go rescue that dog if I had the ability and knew about it.
I saved some dogs from a fire. They were outside, but they were going up to the deck, and I got them off of there because the house was on fire. And I was afraid there might be an explosion or something. So,
good night, Zardoz. Looks like he's taking off. One by one, they're dropping.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. It's been almost 6 hours.
Oh yeah, look at that. Well, Neil, I can hang out for another 18 minutes. You can stop the feed and we can chat in the back room if you want.
Anyone want to talk in the back room? You're more than welcome to come up. Is it still posted?
Tully's been up, I think, 24 hours straight.
I wanted to just chat in the green room there for a moment or two.
You got to make it at least 5 moments.
Whatever.
I don't want to I'm greedy. I want 5.
Three letters. W V R. Whatever.
Ah. Yeah, but anyone who wants to
In a
join,
nice way.
yeah, there'll definitely be a back room after the stream if anyone
Yeah,
wants.
Neil, I want to toss you my phone number. That way we can chat offline. You can call me at your convenience. My phone's always with me, and I'm always at home. So my rescues keep me company and give me something to do during the day. So I go hang out with them, walk them around, play with them, give them baths, whatever it takes.
I
Yeah,
bet Thule's under the blanket with the lobster. I bet.
With what, a lobster head?
You know, she's got a blanket or something, or a quilt, or top cover, or something that's got lobsters on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just know that she's very private, and I respect that. I don't ask her any personal questions at all if I remember. But yeah, I know she's very private and protects herself, and I don't blame her one bit. So.
And
She's
she's
working.
frequently multitasking too, from what I gathered earlier in the chat. Right, she's got a lot going on.
Well, right now she's pouring.
now.
Right now she's pouring my wisdom pour that I want to get from her. One of these days I'll get one.
She don't spell my name out. She just says NS.
It's official.
she knows how to email me if she doesn't want to go to backstage in this stream.
Yeah. Well, I email with her too as well. So.
Yeah, so we all stay in contact.
Hmm.
Like I said, I want a whole bunch of people involved in this. I'm going to get it started, and anyone who wants to jump on board and thinks it's a good thing, I welcome.
Yeah. Does NS stand for you, Neil?
Huh?
What does NS mean from Thule?
Oh, that's nickel stacking.
Nickel stacker.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, she won't spell it out anymore. The name's too long for her.
All you got to do is do the @ symbol and then the first 2 letters and hit enter twice.
Yeah. It's actually 3 steps: 2 letters and hit the left button on your mouse.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I always like a female perspective, and it's like I said, she was very helpful with when we were talking in the last chat for sure.
I like anyone's perspective that's not mine because it's different and adds something different. that makes everything work a little bit better. The more perspectives you have going in, the better prepared you can be.
JM, you got 4 dogs?
I'm a professional dog walker, so I actually don't have any dogs of my own.
You're busy taking care of everybody else's.
That's right. So I get, a lot of the enjoyment, and I get to see a lot. I don't have a whole lot of liability. I don't have the expense. I make money from it.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
But,
Thule, I can't figure out how to do that tag either, Thule. When you're on your phone, when you hit the @ I can't do that on my phone.
It's probably just on PC.
Yeah, it might be a function that's only allowed there or available.
But I do, I haven't rescued any pets myself, but I've encouraged a lot of people to, and I've helped out a lot of animals that were in difficult situations, and then a customer rescues them.
I've helped a lot of dogs find their home that were lost.
Do you guys foster at all?
I don't.
So my wife, we kind of got recruited because we meet people that do that kind of stuff, and they see, our dogs, how we raise them. They asked us if we would be so we signed up to be emergency rescues. And it wasn't even a month, and they called us. There was a lady who was going through a divorce that had one of those little short dogs that are real popular. They sell for like 10, 15 grand.
Oh, Corgi?
No, not with the
Dachshund, Boston Terrier.
No, the flat face in the middle. They have a hard time breathing. One of those.
Pug.
Yeah. So, and when they give birth, they have to go through surgery. They can't give natural birth. And so they did all this, and this was going through a divorce. This was in a hotel. She was trying to take care of the mom and the dad, and 6 puppies. Or I'm sorry, 4 puppies. So a total of 6 dogs. So they couldn't find a home for one of the puppies. So we ended up being a foster. It lasted 3 weeks, and then they said they found a home. It didn't work out, so it came back. And then they found another home, and it came back a second time. I ended up having the thing for almost 8 weeks before they found a permanent home for it.
Yeah.
So I would do it again. I mean,
I would if I had the time and the money. You got to have the time and the money, though,
Oh, you gotta have money.
and time, right? Because you want to rehabilitate them. You want to help them out. If you're a foster, you want to find good homes for them.
well, he was potty trained by the time he left my house.
Well, much love to everyone that looks out for other people and other animals as well.
All right, so I'm gonna end it. I guess this is everyone who's gonna stay back. Screen is up on the screen right now.
Yeah, I'm staying.
All right, so I'm gonna end the stream for everyone who's in the chat who's not on the panel. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate you taking your time. Be here tonight. Stay in touch, and I will keep you updated on the journey of jewelry and crystallized osmium. Have a good evening.
And we'll see you next Sunday too, right?